Confessor, The Sword of Truth, Book 11, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. Confessor. Chapter 41. On the northeast bank above the stream, Rachel slipped down off the horse, clutching the reins as she peered all around, watching for any movement. In the early dawn light, the dark humps of the barren hills made it look like she was in the midst of a pack of slumbering monsters. She knew better, though. They were just hills. But there were real things that weren't harmless figments of her imagination. The ghosty goblies were real. They were close, and they were coming for her. White cliffs of twin hills rose up, facing each other across the banks of the stream. Sumac, their leaves already lost to the season, lined the narrow foot trail where she stood, trembling in the cold. The tall mouth of the cave stood close, waiting, like the open mouth of some great monster waiting to swallow her. Rachel tied the reins of the horse to a sumac and scrambled along the loose dirt and gravel of the trail toward that waiting dark maw. She peeked inside, looking to see if Queen Violet or Six was hiding there. She expected that Violet might leap out and slap her, then laugh in that haughty way of hers. The cave was dark and empty. Rachel twisted her fingers together as she again scanned the round hills. Her heart beat wildly as she looked for any movement. The ghosty goblies were getting closer. They were coming for her. They were going to get her. Inside the cave, she saw the familiar drawings that she had seen so many times before. There were thousands of sketches covering every inch of the walls. Between large drawings, small ones were squeezed into the available space. Each one was different. Most looked like they had been drawn by different people. Some were so simple that they almost looked like they'd been drawn by children. Some were detailed and remarkably realistic looking. Rachel didn't know how to judge such things, but to her it seemed that the drawings had to represent many generations of people. Considering the many different styles and various levels of refinement, they could easily represent dozens and dozens of generations of artists, maybe hundreds. All the drawings had people in them. All the people in the drawings were being hurt, or troubled, or starved, or poisoned, or stabbed, or lying broken at the bottom of cliffs, or grieved over graves. The drawings gave Rachel nightmares. She squatted down and felt the oil lamps. They were cold. No one had been in the caves. She retrieved a flint and steel from a small niche cut into the wall of the cave and used it to strike a spark at the wick of a lamp. She tried a number of times and was able to get a good spark, but not a flame in the wick. She glanced back over her shoulder between tries. She was running out of time. They were coming. They were getting close now. Rachel shook the lamp to get more oil on the wick, then frantically struck the flint and steel together. It took half a dozen tries, but to her great relief, she finally got a flame going. She picked the lamp up by the loop handle and stood. She stared out of the mouth of the cave, looking for any movement, looking for the ghosty goblies. She didn't see them, but she knew they were coming. She thought she could hear them out in the scrub brush. She was sure she could feel them looking at her. With the lamp in hand, she rushed back into the darkness, away from the ghosty goblies, to safety, she hoped. She had to get away. They were coming. They could get her everywhere else. This was her only chance. Knowing how close they were, she was frantic with fright. Tears stung her eyes as she ran back into the cave, past all the drawings of people being hurt. It was a long way back into the darkness, a long way to where she thought she might find the only place where she could be safe. The lamplight raced over the face of the rock all around, lighting the faces drawn on the walls. Deep into the cave, the light from the cave's opening was only a distant, soft glow. Crawling over a jutting outcropping of rock, she could see her breath as she panted, not only with effort, but with gathering panic. She didn't know how far she had to go to be safe. She only knew that the ghosty gobblies were coming for her, and she had to keep going, had to get away. She came to the drawing she remembered all too well. It was a drawing that Rachel had watched Queen Violet make with Six's help. Although they had never mentioned his name, Rachel knew that it was a drawing of Richard. With all the things drawn around the central figure, it was the biggest drawing in all of the cave. It was also the most complex. Unlike all the rest of the pictures, Violet's had been done with colored chalk. Rachel remembered all the time Queen Violet had spent on it, back when she had been the queen, all the careful instruction Six had given her, all the careful sequences of lines and angles and elements. Rachel remembered having to stand there for hours at a time, listening as Six explained the why and how of everything Violet was to draw before she had been allowed to put chalk to the stone wall. Rachel stared at the drawing of Richard for a moment, thinking that it had to be one of the most awful, sinister things she had ever seen. But then, ever terrified of what was coming for her, she rushed onward, scrambling over rock and along ledges, going deeper back into the darkness. Whenever Six had directed Violet in practice drawings, or when they had wanted to draw something new, they had always had to go deeper and deeper back into the cave to find fresh walls to draw on. Rachel remembered all too well that the picture of Richard was the last thing they had drawn, so she knew that beyond it the walls would be barren. As she went past the colored network of lines and symbols radiating out all around Richard, Rachel was startled to see something she had never seen before. She came to a halt. There was a new drawing. She stared in astonishment. It was a drawing of her. All around the picture of her were swirling creatures. Rachel recognized the symbols that forced them in toward her. The awful beasts were like ghosts made of shadow and smoke, except they had teeth, sharp teeth, teeth made to rip and tear. Without any doubt whatsoever, Rachel knew what they were. They were the ghosty gobblies. She stood frozen, staring at the picture of the terrible, deadly things that had been sicked on her by vicious spells drawn there on the cave wall. She knew from the long hours spent listening to Six lecture Violet what many of the symbols represented. Six had called them terminal elements. They were designed to eliminate the principal agents of the spell after the end of the sequence of events the drawing was meant to start. She understood the nature of the picture and what it all meant. It meant that after the ghosty gobblies got her, they would melt away out of existence. In the drawing, the things made out of nightmares were all around her, coming ever in toward her. She could see now that there was no escape. The safety she had thought she was running toward was merely the center where they had been chasing her toward, the center where she would be trapped, unable to ever escape. She heard a sound and looked toward the dim glow of lights from the cave's entrance. For the first time she saw the shadows and swirls. They were in the cave. They were gathering, just like in the drawing on the wall. They were coming for her. Rachel stood frozen in terror. She realized that she could no longer get out of the cave. She could only go deeper. But by looking at the drawing, she could see that going deeper into the cave would not save her. There were ghosty gobblies back there, too. She was trapped, unable to go deeper, unable to get out. She was at the center of a spell that was designed to continually close in around her. "Like it?" someone called out. Rachel gasped and spun toward the voice echoing in the blackness. "Queen Violet!" The face, faintly lit in the light of the oil lamp, grinned out from the darkness. Violet was there to watch, to see the ghosty gobblies get her, to witness the results of her handiwork. "I thought you might like to come and see where they came from before they rip you apart. I wanted you to know who was getting even with you." She gestured to the wall. "So I drew it in a way that would make you have to come here in the end. I made this the place where they would finally have you trapped." She leaned out a little from the darkness. "Where they would finally get you." Rachel didn't bother to ask Violet why she would do such a thing. She knew why. Violet blamed her for everything bad that ever happened to her. She never blamed herself for the trouble she brought upon herself. She blamed others. Blamed Rachel. "Where is Six?" Violet gestured dismissively. "Who knows? She doesn't tell me her business." Violet's glare turned as dark as the cave itself. "She is queen now. No one listens to me anymore. They do what she says. They call her Queen. Queen Six." "What about you?" "She only keeps me around to draw for her." Violet pointed a finger at Rachel. "It's all your fault. It's all because of you." Violet's glare twisted into the smile that had always given Rachel chills. "But now you will pay for your disrespect, your evil ways. Now you will pay." The smile widened with satisfaction. "I made them so that they will tear the flesh from your bones, pick you clean." Rachel swallowed in terror. She wondered if she could fight her way past the smirking Violet, but what good would that do? They would soon be coming out of the deeper darkness as well. Chase had taught her never to give up, to fight for her life. She knew that she had to do that now. But how? How could she fight such creatures? She had to think of something. She glanced around. There was no chalk anywhere. At the sound of a screeching howl, she gasped and looked up to see the ghosty goblies floating closer, like smoke swimming and swirling through the length of the dark cave. Rachel could see the sharp little teeth in the open mouths of the things, teeth made to rip and tear her flesh from her bones. "I want you to say you're sorry." Rachel blinked as she turned back to Violet. "What?" "Tell me you're sorry. Get down on a knee and tell your queen that you're sorry for betraying her. Maybe if you do, I'll help you." Grasping desperately for any hope, Rachel quickly went to a knee and bowed her head forward, using the moment it took to think. "I'm sorry." "You're sorry what?" "I'm sorry, Queen Violet." "That's right, I am your queen. While Six is gone, I am the queen around here. The queen! Say it!" "You are the queen, Queen Violet." Violet smiled in satisfaction. "Good. I want you to remember that as you die." Rachel looked up. "But you said that you would help me." Queen Violet, laughing to herself, retreated farther back into the darkness. "I only said maybe. I've decided you don't deserve my help. You're a nobody." Behind her, rasping little growls were coming closer. Rachel thought she might faint from her clawing fright. She reached into the pocket of her dress and felt something there, the thing her mother had given her. She pulled it out and stared at it in the lamplight. Now she knew what it was. It was a piece of chalk. When her mother had given it to her, Rachel had been in such a hurry to get away from the ghosty goblies that she hadn't really paid attention to what it was. Her mother had told her that when she needed it, she would know what to do. Rachel glanced back into the darkness. She could see the back of Violet's head as she retreated farther back into the cave, away from the violent death that she knew was about to take her. Rachel looked back the other way and saw the snarling things swimming through the air, coming closer, their mouths opening wide, their needle-sharp teeth snapping and snapping. She immediately stepped to the drawing Violet had done to trap her. Rachel used the chalk to swiftly add lines and shading, making the figure thicker, rounder. She made the face rounder, and then put a hateful scowl on it. The chalk flew across the stone, as she filled in, frilly, a dress, the kind of dresses that Violet always liked to wear. Finally, remembering what Violet liked to wear in the jewel room, Rachel drew a crown on the head, changing the picture for good from her into Queen Violet. Violet claimed to be the queen. Rachel had just crowned her, giving her what she demanded. She heard a scream from the darkness. When she saw them coming from the other side, Rachel pressed her back up against the wall as the creatures floated, wriggled, and swam through the air, making their way back into the darkness. Rachel, her eyes wide, held her breath as the snarling, snapping, wispy forms floated past her. Her heart hammering, Rachel listened to Violet scream hysterically. "What have you done?" she cried out from the darkness. Violet rushed forward into the light. Rachel could see Violet through the ghostly things going back into the cave toward her. Violet's eyes grew big as she saw them coming for her. "What have you done?" Violet screamed again. Rachel didn't answer. She was too terrified as she watched. "Rachel, help me! I've always loved you! How could you do this to me?" "You did it to yourself, Queen Violet." "I've always been a kind and loving person." "Kind and loving." Rachel could hardly believe her ears. "Your life has been devoted to hate, Queen Violet." "I only hated those who did me wrong, who were evil and selfish. I always did what was best for my people. I treated you well. I gave you food and shelter. I gave you more than a nobody like you would ever have had without my help. I showed you only generosity. Help me, Rachel. Help me, and I will reward you." "I want to live. That is my reward." "How can you be so cruel, so hateful? How can you allow this to happen to another human being? How can you be a party to such a thing?" "You are the one who created the ghosty goblies." "You've betrayed me. I hate you. I hate the air you breathe." Rachel nodded. "You made your own choices, Violet. You always chose to embrace hate instead of life. You came down into this cave because you chose to hate. You betrayed yourself with that hate." When the ghosty goblies got closer to Violet, they howled in voices that Rachel could only imagine must sound like the cries of the dead in the underworld. It made her flesh prickle. She pressed her back against the stone wall of the cave and stood frozen in fright as she saw those teeth that had been meant for her rip into a shrieking Queen Violet. Rachel knew that only when they were finished and the bones had been picked clean would their summoning born of hate be complete. Only then would they finally vanish for good. Chapter 42. Verna glanced up when she heard the commotion. It was Nathan at last, his arms swinging in time with his long legs, his light cape billowing out behind as he marched briskly toward them. General Trimac was close on the prophet's heels. Kara, pacing impatiently, finally stopped to watch the approaching prophet and cluster of people following in his wake. As vast as the palace complex was, it had taken a considerable length of time to find Nathan and get him and the others down to the tombs. Nathan came to an abrupt halt. "I'm going to have to bring a horse into this place to get around faster. First I'm wanted here, then I'm wanted there." He flourished an arm indicating the grand scale of the palace. "I spend most of my day rushing from one end of this sprawling monstrosity to another." He scowled at those watching him. "What's this about, anyway? No one will tell me anything. Have you found something? Is it Anne and Nietzsche?" "Keep your voice down," Kara said. "Why, afraid I'll wake the dead?" he snapped. Verna expected Kara to meet his sarcasm with something caustic of her own, but she didn't. "We don't know what we found," she said, her worry clearly evident in her demeanor. Nathan's brow only bunched all the more at her cryptic answer. "What do you mean?" "We need your ability," Verna explained. "My gift doesn't work very well in this place. We need the use of the gift to help us in this." His suspicion growing, He took in General Tremack standing beside him, and then Berdine and Nida waiting behind Kara. Finally, he glanced around the rest of the Mord Sith, scattered among soldiers throughout the corridor. The Mord Sith were all wearing their red leather outfits. "All right," he said, considerably more circumspect. "What is the problem, and what do you have in mind?" "The crypt staff," Kara started. "The crypt staff?" Nathan interrupted. "Who are they?" Kara gestured to several people in white robes far off back up the corridor, well behind the armed and ready men of the first file. "They take care of this place. As you know, I think something is wrong down here." "So you've said, but for all the searching, I still don't see anything wrong down here." Kara gestured around. "You don't know this place very well. I've lived here most of my life, and even I'm not familiar with the maze of passageways down here. In the past, the tombs were usually only visited by the Lord Rahl. The crypt staff, though, spends a great deal of their time down here, keeping it always ready for those visits, so they know the place better than anyone." Nathan rubbed his chin as he again cast a look over his shoulder, back up the corridor at the white-robed figures huddled in the distance. "That makes sense." He turned back to Kara. "So, what do they have to say?" "They're mute. Darken Ral selected only illiterate people from the countryside to be members of the crypt staff, so they can't read or write either." "Selected? You mean he captured people and pressed them into service?" "Exactly," Berdine said as she moved up a little to stand beside Kara. "In much the same way he would acquire young women to be trained as Mord Sith." Kara gestured off in the direction of Panis Ral's tomb. "Darken Ral wanted a crypt staff who would not speak ill of his dead father, so he cut out their tongues. Since they can't read or write, they also can't secretly write anything offensive about the dead leaders." Nathan sighed. "He was a harsh man." "He was an evil man," Kara said. Nathan nodded. "I've never heard anything to dispute it." "Then how do you know what the crypt staff thinks about anything that might be wrong down here?" General Tremack asked Kara. "After all, they can't tell you or even write it down." "You use hand signals to direct your men when silence is critical, or when in the heat of battle they can't hear you. These people do similar things. They use signs they've made up over the years to communicate with each other. I've questioned them, and to a certain extent, they've been able to make themselves understood. As I'm sure you can well imagine, they are very observant." "And wait until you hear what they think," Verna said. The whole thing seemed preposterous to her, but the implications were serious enough that she wanted to know for sure. Verna had learned since becoming prelate that, despite how she might be inclined to view a matter, it was always a good idea to keep an open mind. In matters so serious, it would be foolish not to at least make sure there was no real problem. Still, she didn't have to be happy about it. Nathan's suspicious look returned. "So, what do they think?" Kara pointed toward an intersection down the corridor. "Back around there, they found a place that isn't right." "Isn't right?" In exasperation, Nathan put his hands on his hips. "Isn't right in what way?" "The stone down here all has veining in it." Kara turned and pointed out various patterns on the wall behind her. "See? All the people on the crypt staff recognize the veining. They keep track of where they are down here by those unique patterns." Nathan peered closely at the veining. "It's a language of symbols," Kara added. Nathan looked away from the veining and back at Kara. "That makes sense. Go on." "In that corridor there, down the ways, is a slab of marble wall that belongs somewhere else." Nathan's suspicion returned as he viewed her askance, as if playing along, but not liking it one bit. "So, where does it belong then?" "That's just it," Kara said. "They can't find the hall where it belongs. Near as I can understand, What they're trying to tell me is that there is a corridor missing. Missing? Nathan heaved a deep sigh. He scratched his head as he glanced around. Where could a corridor be hiding? Kara leaned toward him just a little. Behind that piece of marble. He stared at her silently as he looked to be thinking it through. So we want you to use your gift and see if you can sense anyone behind that wall, Verna said. Concern etched Nathan's raw features as he glanced around at all the faces watching him. Someone hiding behind the wall? Kara nodded. That's right, someone hiding behind the wall. Nathan ran his hand over the back of his neck as he looked down the corridor toward the intersection. Well, as crazy as that theory sounds, at least it's simple enough to test. He flicked a hand, indicating General Tremack standing beside him. And you think the first file might be necessary? Kara shrugged. Depends on if there is anything unpleasant on the other side of the wall. The general was looking not just concerned, but alarmed. He was responsible for guarding the palace and everyone in it, especially the Lord Rahl. He was dead serious about his job. The general waggled a hand in the direction of the suspected trouble. And you think there is? Kara didn't shy from the general's formidable stare. Nietzsche and Anne disappeared somewhere down here. The scar running down the side of the man's face stood out white. He hooked his thumbs behind his weapon belt as he turned to the side. One of his men rushed forward to take his orders. I want all of you to stay close, but be very quiet. The officer nodded and then trotted silently back to the other men to relay the orders. Just who do you think it is that could be hiding behind the wall? The general asked as he looked between all the women. Don't look at me, Verna said. I'm concerned, but I can't imagine who or what could be there, if anyone. I don't know that I believe any of this, but at the Palace of the Prophets I knew people on the staff who would pick up on the strangest things, things that no one else had been aware of. I have no idea what this is about, but I don't dismiss the worries of people who know this place better than I. That makes sense, the general said. Nathan started out. Let's go have a look, then. As she followed behind, Verna was relieved that she'd been able to convince Nathan of the seriousness of the matter. She didn't necessarily believe it herself, but she wanted to support Kara. Kara was the sort of person who deserved to be given the benefit of the doubt. The Mord Sith had been frantic with worry for Nietzsche. She hadn't slept much recently. As far as Kara was concerned, Nietzsche was not just a friend, but a link to finding Richard. They all moved as silently as possible. Kara led the way, with Nathan following. Verna stayed back a little with Berdine and Nida. General Tremack, with his large force of men, brought up the rear. Around the corner and down the suspect corridor, a few torches farther down hissed and sputtered. One of them appeared to be about spent. The staff, though, had been kept away. The general signaled his men. Half a dozen of them collected torches from back up the hall and brought them along. Kara snapped her fingers to get the general's attention. She motioned for half the men to go past and guard the corridor from the other side. She apparently wanted the place sealed off. Kara sent some of the other Mord Sith with the soldiers. At the marble wall, Kara traced a finger along the lines of the face in the stone. By now, even Verna recognized that particular face. They say that this face doesn't belong here, Kara whispered, when Nathan leaned close to her. Nathan nodded and then stood up straight. He waved a hand, urging Kara to stay back out of his way. Kara frowned and gave Verna a puzzled look. She didn't know quite what the old wizard was doing. Verna knew. He was using his ability to sense beyond the stone. He was using his gift to search for life. Verna could do a similar thing, although not with the same level of success as a wizard, but she couldn't do it at all in the palace. In the People's Palace, any gift but a Rahl's was suppressed. Verna had tried to sense beyond the wall when they had first been told of the place by the crypt staff, but she hadn't been at all successful. Kara returned to stand beside Verna. She leaned close, speaking in little more than a whisper. "What do you think?" "I think Nathan will tell us when he knows anything." General Tremack leaned in. "How long?" "Not long," Verna told him. As Verna watched, Nathan's face suddenly went white. He staggered back a step. Seeing his reaction brought Kara's Aegil up into her fist. Berdine and Nida spun their weapons up to hand as well. Nathan staggered back another step. His hand went to his face in shock. He turned to them, his mouth agape. In a rush of movement, being as quiet as possible, he raced back to them. "Dear spirits," he ran his fingers back through his hair as he looked back at the face on the wall. "Dear spirits what?" Kara growled. Nathan, his face nearly as white as his hair, turned his azure eyes on the moored Sith. "There are hundreds of people on the other side of that wall." Kara was speechless for only an instant. "Hundreds? Are you sure?" He nodded vigorously. "Maybe thousands." Verna finally recovered her own voice. "What people? Who are they?" "Don't know," Nathan said, his head swiveling back and forth between their faces and the face in the marble wall. "I can't begin to imagine, but I can tell you that they have a lot of steel with them." General Tremack leaned in. "Steel?" "Weapons," Verna said. Nathan's expression was grave. "That's right. Down here there isn't much steel, so it stands out when I use the gift to sense what is beyond the wall. There are a lot of people, and they have a lot of steel with them." "They can only be armed men," the general said as he quietly drew his sword. He signaled to his men. They all did the same. In a heartbeat, they all had weapons to hand. "Any idea who they could be?" Berdine asked in a whisper. Nathan, looking as worried as Verna had ever seen him, shook his head. "None. I can't tell who they are, only that they are back there." Kara started across the corridor. "I say we find out." The general gave quick hand signals to all his men. They quietly started moving in from both sides. "Just how do you think you can find out?" Verna asked, following on Kara's heels. Kara paused and looked back at her a moment. She turned to Nathan. "Can you use your gift to, I don't know, knock the wall down or something?" "Of course." "Then I think we—" Kara fell silent when Nathan held up his hand. He cocked his head, listening. "They're talking. Something about light." "Light?" Verna asked. "What do you mean?" Nathan's brow lowered as he concentrated, as if trying to hear. She knew that he was listening with his gift, not his ears. It was frustrating in the extreme that she couldn't do the same. "The light went out for them," he said in a low voice. "Their lamps all of a sudden went dark." Everyone turned to the wall when muffled voices came from beyond. There was no gift needed to hear them. Men were complaining about not being able to see, wanting to know what was happening. Then they heard a scream. It lasted only an instant before abruptly going silent. Muffled shouts rose in dismay and growing panic. "Break it down!" Kara called to Nathan. Suddenly, shrieks erupted from the other side of the wall, men crying out now not only in terror but in shock and pain. Nathan lifted his arms to cast a web that would bring down the wall. Before he could act, the white marble exploded out toward them. Fragments of stone blew apart with a deafening noise. A big man, bloody sword in hand, came crashing shoulder first through the wall at a dead run from the other side. He fell sliding across the floor. Pieces of white stone of every size and shape sailed through the corridor. Large sections of marble broke free and came crashing down. Beyond the chaos of flying stone shards and boiling dust, Verna saw snatches of darkly armored men with weapons in hand. They looked to be in a state of bewildered battle, fighting an unseen enemy. Their roar of voices rose in anger, confusion, and terror. Through the cloud of dust and debris, Verna could see that there was a dark corridor beyond, filled with a massive jumble of Imperial Order soldiers. Through the thundering noise and turmoil, people fell through the breach in the wall. Big tattooed men wearing dark leather armor, straps, studs, and chainmail, several with missing arms, others with their faces cleaved open, crashed heavily to the ground. A head, greasy ropes of hair flailing, tumbled through the chalky stone dust. Men missing a leg toppled out. Others, their middles ripped asunder, stumbled through the mess. Great gouts of crimson blood splashed across the white marble floor. In the middle of all the flying stone, billowing dust, disembodied heads tumbling across shattered marble, men falling, screaming, dying, and the confusion of blood and bodies spilling out into the corridor, Richard, with mortally wounded men toppling away to either side, sweeping his sword with one hand, holding an unconscious-looking Nietzsche up with his other arm around her waist, plunged through the breach in the dark wall of soldiers. Chapter 43. Kara planted a foot on the back of a fallen Imperial Order soldier and leaped into the air toward Richard as he used his momentum to help carry him through the confusion of dust and stone, smashed apart by Bruce when he'd charged through the marble veneer as if he were hitting a line of blockers. As Richard slid under the flying blades and blood, he laid Nietzsche on the floor, letting her limp form, atop a layer of slick stone dust covering the polished stone, slide the rest of the way across the hall and out of harm's way. Richard immediately spun around, bringing his sword to bear on the wall of men descending on him as they spilled out of the dark corridor and into the torchlit halls. He sliced mercilessly into every opening. They fought fiercely to get at him and bring him down. Blade slashed muscle and hit bone. The noise was deafening as men growled, some yelled battle cries, and others screamed in mortal pain. Richard evaded their fierce attacks and at every opportunity thrust his blade through the onslaught. Every one of his swift strikes found its mark. For every man he killed, though, it seemed 3 more replaced him. Kara crashed into a big man with a shaved head as he went for Richard. Using both hands, she slammed her aegil across his throat. For an instant, Richard saw the shock of pain in the man's eyes before he went down. Richard used the opening to turn and thrust his sword into another soldier to the side. All the men who had been quietly gathering in the dark corridor appeared to be experienced fighters. The battle had come sooner than they had planned, but now that it was upon them, they fought with wild fury. These weren't the regular Imperial Order soldiers, the men who had joined for glory and plunder. These were professional warriors, well-trained and experienced men who knew what they were doing. They were universally powerful men, all wearing at least leather armor. Some were additionally outfitted with chainmail. All of them were carrying well-made weapons. They fought with measured moves meant to tear through an enemy defensive line. As good as they were, they'd been caught off guard and surprised by the sudden darkness followed by swift violence. They had believed that as they quietly crept into enemy territory, they were safely hidden. In a moment of confusion and alarm, when it had gone dark in the corridor, they had been gripped by overpowering fear of the unknown. In those brief, bewildering moments, men had begun dying without understanding how or why. Richard had used that surprise to tear through their ranks as swiftly as possible. The last thing he had wanted to do was get bogged down in hand-to-hand fighting. His purpose had been to get through, not to engage the enemy. With Nietzsche, Gillian, and Addie to escort, it was all he, Bruce, and General Meifert could do to cut their way through without slowing when confronted. Within the palace, Addie's ability to help them had diminished. That had been trouble. As surprised as the hiding order troops had been when in the dark, they had quickly recovered and were now in their element, battle. These were the men the order typically used to lead an invasion, to overwhelm an opponent in a powerful attack meant to slice all opposition to pieces. Fortunately for Richard, he, Bruce, and General Myford at last didn't have to fight alone. Kara dropped any men she could get near and climbed over others to get at those trying to hack Richard to pieces. These men were familiar with armed opposition. They knew little about moored Sith. Already they were trying to back away from Kara, only to have other moored Sith spring up and take them down. Richard saw Berdine and Nida ramming their Aegil to the backs of heads or thrusting and twisting them against big chests to kill instantly. Everywhere men screamed in agony. Not far away, the first file charged into the Imperial Order soldiers from both sides at once. Richard saw General Tremack leading his men into the teeth of the battle. The first file were the elite of the elite, more than a match for the Order soldiers, not only in size but in ability. The Daharan troops were all battle-hardened men, who were well versed in deadly tactics that gave them a feared and well-deserved reputation. Several men in dark leather armor, their faces twisted in hate and rage, rushed toward Richard. Before he could bring his sword to bear, yet other big men stepped right in front of them, blocking their ability to get to Richard. With lightning strikes from the elbows of the two men, the necks of the Order soldiers were ripped open, severing carotid arteries. Richard blinked when he saw that it was Ulick and Egan, two great blonde-headed bodyguards to the Lord Rahl. The dark leather straps, plates, and belts of their uniforms were molded to fit like a second skin over the prominent contours of their muscles. Incised in the leather at the center of their chests was an ornate letter R, and beneath that were two crossed swords. They wore metal bands just above the elbows, specially designed for close-quarters fighting. Those bands had razor-sharp projections. It soon became apparent to the invading soldiers that anyone close enough to encounter Ulick and Egan was not just going to die, but going to die in a most gruesome manner. Yet other troops, pouring out of the breach in the wall, were cut down by gifted means cast at them by Nathan. Flashes of explosive light sliced through men in chainmail, sending shards of hot steel ricocheting off the walls, floors, and ceilings. It was a grim, one-sided contest, with the soldiers never having a chance to even raise their swords against the tall prophet before they were torn apart by a focused use of his gift. General Myford ducked under swinging axes as he charged through the smoke, Gillian cowering behind the cover of his sword with Addie being held up by his other arm. Richard saw that Addie was covered in blood. Kara froze in her tracks. "Benjamin?" "Here, take Addie." "I have to protect Lord Rahl." "Do as you're told," he yelled at her over the roar of battle. "Help her." Richard was surprised to see Kara immediately abandon her argument to help lift Addie from General Myford's care. He seized Gillian with his newly freed hand and pulled her around to the other side of him, away from two men who were charging in from his right. He ducked as he thrust his sword, running one man through. Bruce was right there, but down low so as not to get in the way of the general's blade. From that low position, Bruce cut the second attacker down at the knees. When a third man reached for the general, Egan wrapped a muscled arm around the soldier's neck and wrenched it around. The man went limp. Egan tossed him aside like a rag doll and immediately went after another Order soldier. "Get back!" General Myford yelled at Kara when she returned to rush back into the thick of the battle. "I have to—" "Move!" he yelled at her at the same time he rammed her back with a hand. "I said move!" "Nathan!" Richard cried out over the roar of noise when he saw the opportunity that General Myford had just opened up by forcing Kara back out of the way with him. When the prophet turned to his name, Richard pointed to the dark corridor the general had just cleared. "That's all of us. Do it!" Nathan understood and didn't waste an instant. He immediately brought his hands up. Light ignited between his palms. Wizard's fire erupted into life from the gathering light, sending glimmering colors and light flickering over the scene of the pitched battle. Without pause, Nathan cast the wizard's fire into the enemy. The deadly sphere of bubbling, boiling liquid light tumbled away. The white-hot inferno expanded as it hurtled through the air. Even over the noise of the battle echoing through the stone halls, Richard could hear the wail of it flying toward the dark corridor full of Imperial Order troops, all pushing forward to get into the palace and join the battle. The wizard's fire shot down the corridor, casting an orange-red light across the white marble. The sound alone was enough to stiffen men in panic. It was a horrific sight as burning death splattered across living flesh. The growing sphere of liquid fire stayed aloft as it skipped across the heads of the men, all the while spilling death down on them until the tumbling inferno burst into a cascade of molten light and flame, splashing down into the terrified mass of men. The shrieks of agony drowned out the clash of steel in the battle. Nathan conjured yet more wizard's fire. In an instant, it too was away. The sphere of fire tumbled down the dark corridor, careening off walls and men, spilling flames, catching everything ablaze. The liquid flame was so tenacious, so sticky, so fiercely alive with searing heat that it melted its way through tough leather armor and sloshed right through chainmail to cling to flesh as it burned. Men on fire tore at their clothes, trying to get the fire off them, but they couldn't. Wizard's fire, once on a person, would often burn down to bone before it went out. Even as men started to pull off leather armor plates that the sticky liquid fire was burning through, it was too late. Their clothes were already melted to their skin, and they only ended up pulling off their own flesh. Fire enveloped faces. Gasping in shock, men sucked swirling flames into their lungs. The stench of burning flesh was overpowering. The sound of the screams was horrifying. The men already in the hall knew that they would have no one coming from behind to help them. The men of the first file were already bearing in, rolling them under, spearing men who couldn't move in the crushing weight pressing in from both sides. They had no choice but to fight for their lives. In this battle, there would be no surrender allowed. General Meifert hacked a man across the shoulder. Bruce used both hands on the hilt of his sword to thrust it down into a man who fell sprawling on the floor at his feet. As another man, his face twisted with rage and hate, went for Richard, Richard swung, burying his sword halfway through the man's head just below his eyes. He yanked his sword back as the man dropped to his knees, crying out in unexpected fright. Berdine, in her red leather like all the Mord Sith, stepped in and pressed her Aegil to the base of his skull, finishing him off. Nathan launched another expanding, tumbling, twisting sphere of wizard's fire down the hall. The relentless inferno of death was sickening to behold as it splashed down through crowds of men who had thus far avoided it. Men on fire frantically tried to escape the growing conflagration. There was no escape. They were trapped, not just by the flames, but by their numbers and by the dead all around them. They had no choice but to scream in agony and desperate panic as they burned alive. Whorls of flame curled in the open mouths of those shrieks. Richard was certain that near the back, men would have abandoned the attack and already be racing back to the safety of the catacombs. What only a moment before had been a frantic battle was suddenly dying down. Imperial Order soldiers still alive were shown no mercy as they were finished off by the first file. Kara shoved over a man she had just killed. He toppled backward and landed with a numb thud. General Meifert was close by. She looked more angry at him than at the man she had just killed. "What do you think you're doing yelling at me, telling me what to do?" "My job. You were in the way of what Lord Rahl was attempting to do. I needed you out of the way." Kara glanced back. Well, I don't care. I don't have time for debate. His anger looked the match of hers. As long as I'm in charge, you will do as you're told. That's the way it has to be. She turned her scowl to the corridor, where men still moved as they burned alive. Arms become torches, waved slowly, uselessly in the inferno. Richard had known that there had been too many soldiers filling the corridor to fight them all. He had been trying to get the general, Bruce, Jillian, and Addie out of the way so that Nathan could bring Wizard's fire to bear. The general had realized Richard's intention. Kara had been in the way. Being a general in charge, he couldn't allow anyone to question his authority, especially not in the midst of a battle. Once Kara realized the truth of it, she abandoned the dispute and immediately turned to join Richard as he scrambled across the blood-slick floor to Nietzsche, who was lying on her back against the wall. Nietzsche? Richard gently slipped a hand behind her neck. Hold on. Nathan is here. Her eyes were rolled up in her head. She was convulsing in pain. Richard could only imagine that Jagang was trying to kill her, but the spell around the palace was impeding that effort. It was putting her through a slow and agonizing death. He turned. Nathan, we need you. Past the fallen forms of dead Imperial Order soldiers, Richard saw Nathan kneeling beside someone. Richard had a terrible feeling that he knew who it was. Nathan looked up, staring sadly, helplessly at Richard. Nietzsche, hold on, help is coming. I promise I'll get that collar off you. Hold on. He seized Kara's arm and pulled her close. Stay with her. I don't want her to think she's alone. I don't want her to give up. Kara nodded, her blue eyes looking liquid. Lord Rahl, I'm really glad to see you. He laid a hand on her shoulder as he stood. I know. Let me tell you, I'm pretty glad to see you, too. Richard raced over the top of dead Order soldiers rather than taking the time to find a clear path. It felt surreal to see so many corpses, dismembered limbs and heads, so much blood defiling the sacred white marble corridors of the palace. As he swiftly made his way across the tangle of dead, his fears were confirmed when he saw that Nathan was kneeling beside Addie. The old sorceress was hardly breathing. Richard bent down beside the prophet. Nathan, you have to help her. General Meifert and Jillian knelt on the other side of the old woman. Jillian took up Addie's hand and held it to her breast. Nathan stared with tired, watery eyes. I'm sorry, Richard, but this may be beyond my ability. Richard swallowed back the lump in his throat as he looked down at Addie. She gazed up at him with her completely white eyes, looking very much at peace despite what had to be terrible pain. Addie, we made it. Your plan worked. You did it. You got us through.
I be pleased, Richard, she smiled just a little. But now you must help Nietzsche.
Worry about yourself for now. She clutched his arm, pulling him a little closer.
You must help her. My part be done. She be your only chance now to save all we hold dear in this world.
But
help Nietzsche. She be your only hope now. Promise me you will help her.
Richard nodded as he felt a tear run down his cheek. I promise. Her smile widened, pushing back the fine wrinkles of her cheeks. Richard couldn't help smiling at realizing what she had just done. Zed had once told him about how sorceresses never tell all they know, and in that way lull you into agreeing to things you might not otherwise accept. I don't need a sorceress's trick to keep my promise to help Nietzsche. Nathan will get the collar off her neck. As she smiled at him, Richard felt her hand tighten just a little.
I not be so sure, Richard. She need help only you can give.
Richard didn't know what he could do that Nathan couldn't. Even if he knew how to use his gift, Richard had long ago lost his connection to it. When Addie's eyes slipped closed and Jillian started to cry with worry, General Meifert put an arm around her shoulders. "Lord Rahl!" Kara called. Both Richard and Nathan looked back at the moored Sith hunched over Nietzsche. "Hurry!" "Hold on," Nathan whispered to Addie. He touched a finger to her forehead. Addie sighed, her muscles slackening. "That will comfort her for the moment," Nathan said in a confidential tone to Richard. "Maybe with the help of some sisters I can do something more for her." Richard nodded, then seized Nathan under the arm and helped pull the man to his feet. On their way to Nietzsche's side, they rushed past tangled figures of the dead. Most of the slain were Imperial Order soldiers, but there were also men of the first file scattered throughout the corridor. Nietzsche, if it was possible, looked worse. She shook from the unseen power trying to crush the life out of her. "You have to get the collar off her," Richard told Nathan. "Jagang has been using the Radahan to control her. Now I think he's trying to kill her with it." Nathan nodded as he lifted Nietzsche's eyelid, swiftly evaluated her condition. He reached out then and placed both hands on the smooth metal collar around her neck. He closed his eyes for a moment, his brow drawing down with the effort of using unseen powers. The air all around seemed to hum with a soft vibration. After a moment, the discordant sensation died away. "I'm sorry, Richard," he said in a quiet voice as he finally straightened. "What do you mean you're sorry? It's still locked on her. You have to get this thing off before it kills her." Nathan glanced around at all the dead, his azure eyes looking a little wetter than they had a moment before. His sorrowful gaze finally returned to Richard. "I'm sorry, my boy, but there's nothing I can do." "Yes, there is," Kara said. "You can get the collar off her." "I would if I could." With a dejected look, he shook his head. "But I can't. It's held on with both sides of her gift. I have only additive." Richard couldn't accept it. "The palace amplifies your ability. You're a Rahl. Your power is greater in this place. You have more power here. Use it." "My additive side is strengthened here, but I have no subtractive ability to amplify. Without the subtractive side to counter the lock, I can do nothing." "You can try." Nathan rested a hand on Richard's shoulder. "I already tried. My ability is not enough. I'm sorry, my boy. I'm afraid that I can do nothing." "But if you don't, she'll die." Looking into Richard's eyes, Nathan slowly nodded. "I know." General Meifert appeared behind Nathan. "Lord Rahl." Both Nathan and Richard looked up. He hesitated for an instant, looking between them both. "We have to do something before they can send more men through those tunnels. There's no telling how many soldiers are still down there in the other halls and rooms, waiting to come up and renew the attack. We must act now." "Purge the tunnels," Richard said, his own voice sounding hollow to him. "What?" Nathan asked. "Clear the corridors first. Make sure there are no more Order soldiers up here. Then use wizard's fire. Send it down through the catacombs. The catacombs are places of the dead. Purge them of the living." Nathan nodded. "I'll see to it at once." As he stood, Richard, tightly gripping Nietzsche's hand, looked up at the tall wizard. "Nathan, there has to be something you can do." "I can keep any more of them from getting through." "I mean for Nietzsche. What can we do to help her?" From the desolate depths of his own inner torment, Nathan gazed down at Richard. "Stay with her, Richard. Be with her until she's gone. Don't let her be alone in the last moments. That's all you can do now." With a flourish of his cape, he turned and rushed after General Meifert. Chapter 44. Kara, sitting on her heels beside him, laid a hand compassionately on Richard's shoulder as he bent over Nietzsche. He felt dead himself. He wrapped Nietzsche protectively in his arms, unable to offer her any real protection, any salvation, unable to offer her redemption from Jagang's claim on her life. The totality of the events that had carried him to that point in his life seemed to overwhelm him. No matter what he did, the believers in the imperial order advanced their cause steadily onward. In their fanaticism, they were determined to wipe all joy from life, to squeeze any meaning from it, to curdle existence itself into unbearable misery. Devoted to their mindless faith in a perfect, eternal afterlife gained through sacrifice of this life, the followers of the order lusted to see to it that everyone who dared to want to exist for the sake of this life alone was made to suffer immeasurably for that singular, intolerable, sinful desire. Richard hated them. He hated them passionately for all the harm they inflicted on others. He wished he could wipe them all from the world of life. Nietzsche, despite being largely unresponsive, tightened an arm around his neck as if to comfort him in his grief, as if to tell him that it was all right, that she too, like so many all around who had fought and died to defend their way of life, the right of their loved ones to live safe from violence brought against them for simply desiring to live free, would soon be at eternal peace beyond the reach of pain. Even though he knew that she would at last be free of terrible suffering and out of Jagang's reach, Richard couldn't bear the thought of her leaving the world of life. At that moment, everything seemed futile to Richard. Everything good in life was being methodically destroyed by people who fervently believed that their pious purpose in life was to murder those who would not bow down and submit to the order's beliefs. The world was in the grip of utter madness. So many had already died. So many more would die. Richard felt as if he were caught in a whirlpool, forever being sucked down into the depths of despair. There seemed no end to the senseless slaughter, no escape from it but death. And now Nietzsche was taking that final journey. He had just wanted to live his life with the woman he loved, the same as so many others. Instead, Kalen's mind had been stolen from her, leaving her a tool of those with a burning desire to either impose their beliefs on everyone or to destroy them all. While he might have helped Kalen get away for the moment, Jagang's minions would be hunting her. None of them would ever give up. Unless they were stopped, the order would have Kalen just as it would have everyone. Now Nietzsche was being slowly drained of her life as well. As Richard turned inward, turned away from everyone and everything, he felt a sudden, violent, wrenching jolt within. For a moment, it held him gripped in a strange and silent netherworld before tumbling him once again into an inner storm. He didn't know the source of the inner disorientation, but it suddenly felt as if he had become lost among a million meteors, and then they all exploded outward from somewhere within the unfathomable depths of his being. Kara grabbed his arm and shook him. "Lord Ral! What's wrong? Lord Ral!" He realized that he was screaming. He couldn't stop himself. Amid the incandescence, understanding overcame him. He suddenly knew without a doubt the cause of the sensation. It was an awakening. The glorious power of that rebirth was staggering. Every fiber of his being was suddenly on fire with the life of it. At the same time, the marrow of every bone rang out in pain so monumental that it nearly rendered him senseless. He could feel his birthright burning again within, feel himself whole again for the first time in what seemed forever. It was almost as if he had forgotten who he was, what he was, as if he'd lost his way, and it had all suddenly returned in one blinding instant. His gift had returned. He had no idea why or how, but it had returned. The thing that kept him conscious, though, kept his mind focused, was his seething rage at those who, through the self-justification of their own twisted beliefs, harmed others who didn't think as they did. In that moment, as his blinding rage at all those who existed to hate and hurt others again flowed through that integral connection with his gift, he heard a metallic pop. Nietzsche gasped. Richard, almost unaware of what was happening, realized that her arms were around him, and she was gasping to catch her breath. "Lord Rall," Kara said, shaking him, "look! The collar came off, and the gold ring that was in her lip is gone." Richard backed away to peer down into Nietzsche's blue eyes. She was staring up at him. The Radahan had burst apart and was lying broken behind her neck. "Your gift is back," Nietzsche whispered, barely conscious. "I can sense it." He knew without doubt that it was true. His gift had inexplicably returned. He noticed a forest of legs as he glanced around. Men of the first file, weapons in hand, had surrounded him. Ulick and Egan stood between them and Richard. Between Ulick and Egan was a wall of red leather. Richard realized that when the burning pain of it had exploded through him, he had screamed. They had probably thought he was being murdered. "Richard," Nietzsche said, drawing his attention. Her voice was little more than a weak whisper. "Are you out of your mind?" She had to force her eyes open several times. Her brow was beaded with sweat. Richard knew that she was spent from the ordeal and needed time to rest if she was to fully recover. Still, it was profoundly heartening to see the life in her eyes again. "What do you mean?" "Why in the world would you paint those symbols in red all over yourself?" Kara glanced over at him. "I like the look." Berdine nodded from above. "Me too. Kind of reminds me of our red leather, but without the leather." "It's a good look for him," Nida agreed. Even through her exhaustion, Nietzsche's expression revealed that she was not amused. "Where did you ever learn to do that? Do you have any idea of the danger those symbols represent?" Richard shrugged. "Of course. Why do you think I painted them?" Nietzsche sagged back, looking too weak to argue. "Listen to me," she said. If anything, listen, you can't tell Kaelin about the two of you." Richard frowned as he leaned close, trying to hear her clearly. "What are you talking about?" "It needs a sterile field. If anything happens to me, if I don't make it, you need to know. You can't tell her about the two of you. If you tell Kaelin about her past with you, it won't work." "What won't work?"
Auden. If you ever get the chance to invoke the power of Auden, it needs a sterile field to work. That means that Kaelin can't have foreknowledge about the love between the two of you, or the memories can't be rebuilt. If you tell her, she will be forever lost to you."
Richard nodded, not sure what she was talking about, but greatly concerned nonetheless. He feared that Nietzsche might be delirious from the ordeal of the collar. She wasn't really making any sense, but he knew that it was not the time or place to get into it. He needed her fully recovered and thinking clearly first.
"Are you listening?"
she asked, her eyes sliding closed as she struggled to remain conscious. Richard wasn't sure if he had actually gotten the collar off in time. He knew that, at the least, she was not yet herself. "Yes, all right, I'm listening. Sterile field, got it. Now just relax until we can get you to a place where you can rest. Then you can explain it all to me. You're safe now." Richard stood as Kara and Berdine helped Nietzsche up. "She needs a quiet place where she can rest," he told them. Berdine put an arm around Nietzsche's waist.
"I'll see to it, Lord Rall."
It had been quite a while since he'd heard himself referred to as Lord Rall. The thought struck him that Nathan might be a little resentful of suddenly being displaced as the Lord Rahl. This had not been the first time that he'd been pressed into service as the Lord Rahl, protector of the bond, only to have Richard return to reclaim the title. Before he could really think about it, he heard an odd noise. It sounded like something crackling, possibly burning, followed by a thump. As the men around him parted to let Richard and Nietzsche through, he saw a man moving toward them. At second glance, Richard wasn't sure what he was seeing. It seemed like a soldier of the first file, but then again it didn't. The uniform looked somehow indistinct. General Tremack, concerned with helping Richard, extended an arm, easing some of his men back out of the way to let Richard get past. Richard, though, had paused. He was looking at the soldier not too far away, making his way through the carnage. The man didn't have a face. The first thought that struck him was that maybe the man had been horribly burned, that his face had been melted away. But his uniform was intact, and his skin didn't look at all burned or blistered. Instead, it was smooth and healthy-looking. He also didn't walk as if he were hurt. But he didn't have a face. Where there should have been eyes, there were only slight depressions in the smooth skin, and above them the hint of a brow ridge. Where there should have been a nose, there was only a slight vertical rise, a mere indication of a nose. There was no mouth. He looked as if his face was made of clay, but hadn't yet been sculpted into features. His hands, too, were unfinished. He had no individual fingers, only thumbs. The hands looked more like flesh mittens. It was so startling a sight that it was instantly terrifying to behold. A soldier of the first file, helping an injured man and seeing only the semblance of the first file uniform approaching from behind and the side, straightened. He turned a little, lifting an arm out, as if to ask the man in his peripheral vision to stay back. The faceless man reached up and touched the soldier's arm. The soldier's face and hands, blackened and cracked, as if intense heat had instantly crisped his flesh to a blackened crust. He never even had time to cry out before he'd been charred beyond recognition. He fell, landing with a thump, the noise Richard had heard only a moment before. The faceless man had taken on a more distinct appearance. His nose had gained definition. He now had the indication of a slit for a mouth. It was as if he had drawn the features out of the life he had just taken. In an instant, other soldiers of the first file stepped in front of the approaching threat. The faceless man touched them as he walked through their defensive line. Their faces, too, instantly crinkled into black, burnt folds that no longer even looked human, and they crumbled lifeless to the ground. "Beast," Nietzsche said from right beside Richard. He was helping to hold her up. Her arm was around his shoulder. "Beast," she whispered again, a little louder in case he hadn't heard her the first time. "Your gift is back. The beast can find you." General Tremack was already leading a half-dozen men toward the new threat. That threat continued to walk toward Richard, unconcerned by the men rushing to meet it. General Tremack bellowed with the exertion of a mighty swing as he brought his sword whistling down on the advancing threat. The man made no effort to evade the blow. The sword sliced down a good foot into the shoulder, right beside the neck, nearly cleaving the shoulder off the body. It was a wound that would have stopped anyone alive. The general, his hands still on the sword, in an instant decomposed into crumpled, charred, cracked, and bleeding flesh that started sloughing away. General Tremack collapsed to the floor without so much as a wince or a cry. Other than his uniform, the body was unrecognizable. The faceless man, the general's sword still cleaved deeply into his body, never missed a stride. His face had gained yet more definition. Now there were rudimentary eyes peering out from the depressions. Along the side the face, a hint of a scar had appeared, similar to the one General Tremack had. The blade of the sword, where it stuck from the man, began to smoke as it turned white-hot as if freshly pulled from a blacksmith's forge. Then both ends sagged as it melted in two, falling away from where it had been embedded in the man's chest. The point of the sword behind the back clattered to the floor, while the hilt end fell and bounced once, landing hissing and smoking on a nearby body. Men rushed in from every direction to stop the approaching threat. "Get back!" Richard yelled. "All of you! Get back!" One of the moored Sith slammed her aegil into the base of the man's neck. She instantly sizzled and smoked into a blackened, charred corpse and toppled back. What had been only the indication of hair on the beast refined into blonde strands, as hers had been only an instant before. Everyone at last skidded to a stop and then started backing away, trying to confine the threat while at the same time staying out of reach. Richard seized a crossbow from a nearby soldier of the first file. The weapon was already armed with one of the deadly red-fletched arrows that Nathan had found for them. As the man with the evolving face stepped purposefully toward him, Richard raised the bow and pulled the release. A red-fletched bolt slammed into the center of the chest. The man, the beast, halted. Its smooth skin began to blacken and crisp just like the men it had touched. The knees folded, and the beast went down in a smoking heap, looking for all the world the same as the men it had killed. Unlike the others, though, it continued to smolder. No flames erupted, but the whole thing, including the uniform that Richard could now see was not actually a uniform of cloth, leather, and armor, but actually a part of the beast itself, melted and bubbled. The dissolving mass began to coagulate into a blackened mass. As everyone stood, stunned, watching, it burned without flame, drying and cracking and curling until only ashes were left. "You used your gift," Nietzsche said, her head hanging. "It found you." Richard nodded to no one in particular. "Verdine, please get Nietzsche to somewhere where she can get some rest." Richard hoped that she could recover, that she would be all right. He didn't just care about her, he needed her. Addie had said that Nietzsche was his only hope. Chapter 45.
My. Aren't you the clever one?
Rachel jumped, letting out a squeak as she spun to the wire-thin voice. The unblinking gaze of blanched blue eyes was fixed on her. It was 6. Rachel's instinct was to run, but she knew that it would do no good to run farther back into the rear of the cave, and 6 was blocking the way out, so there was nowhere to run. Rachel had a knife, but even a knife suddenly felt ridiculously inadequate. All alone with her like this, the witch woman was even more frightening than Rachel remembered. Her black hair looked as if it had been woven by 1,000 black widow spiders. Her tight skin looked ready to split open over her knobby cheekbones. Her black dress was almost invisible in the shadows, leaving the pallid face and hands looking as if they were floating all by themselves in the dead-still cave. She almost would rather have the ghosty gobblies after her than 6. Rachel wondered how long the witch woman had been standing in the darkness watching. She knew that 6 could move as silently as a snake, and that she had no difficulty getting around in complete darkness. It wouldn't surprise Rachel in the least if she found out that the woman had a forked tongue as well. Rachel had been so deep in concentration as she'd worked on the drawing of Richard that she now had not just lost track of time, but she had, to a degree, forgotten where she was. She had been so absorbed in what she'd been doing that she had forgotten her sense of caution. She didn't know that she could be so absorbed in anything.
She felt stupid for being careless and getting herself caught, for making such a foolish mistake. Chase would have shaken his head in shame and asked if she hadn't paid any attention at all to the things he'd taught her. But she had desperately wanted to undo what had been done to Richard. She knew what it was like to be at the center of one of these spells. She knew how terrifying it was. She knew how helpless it made you feel. She didn't want that to happen to Richard, and he'd had that spell around him a lot longer than she'd had a spell around her. She had wanted to help him escape the hold of these evil drawings. She had known that she was taking a risk, but Richard was her friend. Richard had helped her so many times that she wanted to help him for once. Six glanced to the darkness farther back in the cave, the darkness beyond the oil lamp, the darkness where Violet's bones lay.
Yes, quite clever.
Rachel swallowed. What?
The way you dispatched the old queen, Six said in a silky hiss.
Rachel couldn't help glancing over her shoulder in confusion. Old queen? She looked back at the witch woman. Violet wasn't old. Six smiled that smile she had that made Rachel nearly wet herself.
The moment she died, she was as old as she would ever be, don't you suppose?
Rachel didn't try to untangle the riddle. She was too scared to think. Six abruptly stepped into the light.
How old do you suppose you are at this moment, little one?
I don't know for sure, Rachel said as honestly as she could. She swallowed in terror. I'm an orphan. I don't know how old I am. Rachel thought of the visit from her mother, if it really had been her mother. As she thought back on it now, it didn't seem to make sense the way it had at the time. She wondered why her mother would leave her in an orphanage. If it was really her mother, why would she leave Rachel to be all alone? Why would she find her in the middle of nowhere and then just leave her? At the time she walked into Rachel's camp, it had seemed perfectly natural. But now Rachel didn't know what to think. Six only smiled at the answer. It was not a happy smile, though. Rachel didn't think that Six had a happy smile, just that clever one, the one that let people know she was thinking dark, witchy things. The witch woman aimed a long, bony finger at the drawing of Richard.
That was a great deal of work, you know.
Rachel nodded. I know. I was here when you and Violet did it.
Yes,
Six drawled, as she watched Rachel the way a spider watched a fly buzzing in its web.
You certainly were, weren't you?
The woman stepped closer to the drawing.
This here.
She waggled the finger at one of the places Rachel had altered.
How did you do this?
Well, I remembered what you told Violet about terminal elements. Rachel didn't say that she knew what a terminal element was, but she did. I remember you saying how that junction locked it by means of the azimuth angle to the person to enable the spell to locate them and then attach the proper parcels. I figured that would make it essential to the function of the whole thing. I altered the ratio so that it would change the position linking it to the subject. Six was nodding slightly as she listened.
Thus interrupting a fundamental support for the positional structure,
Six said to herself.
My.
She shook her head thoughtfully as she peered closer at the drawing. She turned a frown on Rachel.
You are not only quite talented, little one, but quite inventive.
Rachel didn't think she had better say thank you. Six, despite the smile on her thin lips, was probably not at all happy to discover all the damage Rachel had done to the drawing. And Rachel understood pretty well how much damage she really had done. Six pointed the bony finger.
This here Why did you add that line? Why didn't you simply erase the junction?
Because I reasoned that it would only weaken the hold of the spell if I did that. Rachel pointed at several other elements. These here support the main elements as well, so if I erased that junction, it would have still held. Near as I could figure, if I added that variance to it instead, then it would redirect the link it had established and in that way break it, rather than merely loosen it. Six shook her head to herself.
What good ears you have. I never knew a child could pick such things up so quickly.
It wasn't quick, Rachel said. You had to keep telling Violet those same things over and over. It would be pretty hard not to catch on after a while.
Six chuckled to herself.
Yes, she was quite stupid, wasn't she?
Rachel didn't answer. She wasn't feeling very smart herself at the moment, what with being so easily caught and all. Six folded her arms as she paced before the huge drawing, inspecting Rachel's handiwork. She made little noises to herself as she carefully looked over the whole thing. Rachel was disheartened to see that she looked right at every alteration Rachel had made. The witch woman didn't miss a single one.
Quite impressive, she said without looking back.
She flicked a hand in the air.
You've completely undone the whole thing.
Six turned to Rachel.
You ruined the entire spell.
I'm not sorry I did it.
No, I don't expect you are.
She heaved a sigh.
Well, no harm done, really. It served its purpose. I suppose there is no further need for it.
Rachel was disappointed to hear that.
This hasn't been a total loss, however.
Six, her arms still folded, directed a sly look at Rachel.
I've gained myself a new artist. One who is quicker to learn than the last one. You might very well prove to be quite useful. I think I'll keep you alive for the time being. What do you say to that?
Rachel stiffened her courage.
I won't draw things that hurt people.
The smile returned, wider yet.
Oh, we will see about that.
Chapter 46. Exhausted, Kaylin was about ready to fall off the back of the big horse. She could tell by its uneven stride that the lathered horse, too, was ready to drop. Her rescuer, though, appeared determined to ride the horse to death.
The horse is not going to last at this pace. Don't you think we should stop?
No, he said back over his shoulder. In the faint light of false dawn, Kaylin could at last see the black shapes of a few trees beginning to appear. It was a relief to know that they would soon be free of the open Azrith plain. Out on the plain, once the sun was up, they could be spotted for miles from any direction. She didn't know if they were being followed, but even if they weren't, there were liable to be patrols that could easily catch sight of them. She really didn't think, though, that Jagang was simply going to allow her to race away without sending special soldiers to hunt her down. He had some grand plan that involved extracting revenge, and he was not simply going to give up on that plan. As soon as the sisters healed the Emperor, he would no doubt be in an ugly mood and determined to do whatever he had to do in order to get her back. Jagang was not a man who tolerated being denied what he wanted. No doubt the sisters would be coming after her as well. For all Kaylin knew, it was possible they were already on her heels. Even without being able to spot her and Samuel, the sisters could probably use their powers to follow Kaylin's trail. Perhaps Samuel was wise not to stop. But if they killed the horse, that would only put them in worse peril. She wished they could have gotten another horse. It wouldn't have been all that difficult as far as Kaylin was concerned. She was, after all, invisible to almost all the men in the camp. She could have slipped down off the horse when they'd ridden near others and collected one. Samuel was dressed as one of them. That was how he'd gotten through the camp in the first place. No one would have raised an eyebrow if he had stopped, and they couldn't see Kalin. She could have gotten another horse. For that matter, she could easily have collected some spare mounts so that they could have rotated and had fresher animals to carry them away all the faster. Samuel, though, had been adamant that she not even attempt such a thing. He thought the risk was too great. He feared that they would be throwing away their best chance to escape. Considering what had been at risk, she supposed that she couldn't blame him for wanting to get away as fast as possible. She wondered why she wasn't invisible to Samuel. Like Richard, he appeared to have come to the camp specifically with the intention of helping her to escape. Kalin felt sick that Richard hadn't been able to get away as well. The memory of seeing him there on the ground not only haunted her but broke her heart. She felt ashamed that she hadn't stayed and helped him. Even now, as frightening as the thought was, she felt the urge to go back. Being invisible, she might be able to do something. She desperately wanted to try. And it wasn't only Richard whom Kalin was sick about leaving. It was Nietzsche and Jillian as well. Nietzsche had already been through so much, and now it was probably only going to go worse for her, if that was even possible. Jagang had also threatened to hurt Jillian if Kalin ever again caused him trouble or disobeyed his orders. She hoped that, without her there for Jagang to torment, hurting Jillian would be pointless. As much as she wished she would have stayed and helped them, there was just something about Richard's command for Kalin to leave that moved her to do as he said. It was as if he had given up everything to see her get away, and if she threw away the chance he had bought with his life, it would have made everything he'd done all go for nothing. It would have rendered everything he'd sacrificed meaningless. She couldn't remember ever being so torn over anything. Kalin knew that the sister would not have treated him well. The soldiers, too, would have been all too eager for his blood. She wondered if he was already dead, or being tortured. Tears ran down her cheeks as they rode. She couldn't put her thoughts of him out of her mind, and she couldn't stop her tears as long as she thought about him. She simply couldn't get that image of Richard there on the ground, helpless, out of her mind. What made it even worse was that she had been so close to having answers. She knew that Richard would have been able to fill in many of the blanks. He seemed to know so much about her. He even seemed to know about Samuel and the magnificent sword that Samuel carried. She remembered Richard yelling at Samuel, "Samuel, you idiot! Use the sword to cut the collar off her neck." Those words still rang in Kalin's memory. No sword could cut through metal, but Richard knew that the sword Samuel had could. More than that, though, it told Kalin what Richard thought of Samuel. It also told her that even with as little as Richard thought of the man, he wanted to see her safe badly enough that he was even willing to let it be Samuel who helped get her away. "What do you know about Richard?" she asked. Samuel rode in silence for a moment. Finally he answered.
"Richard is a thief, someone not to be trusted for any reason. He hurts people."
"How did you know him?" she asked the man she had her arms around. He half looked back over his shoulder.
"Now is not the time to discuss it, pretty lady."
Richard, flanked by Mord Sith, Ulick, and Egan, and men of the first file, hurried toward the tomb room that had been the breach into the palace from the catacombs beneath. Nietzsche was at his side. Despite the fact that she was far from recovered, she insisted that she be there close to him. Richard knew that she was worried about the beast returning, and that the next time he might not be able to stop it without her help. She wanted to be near in order to provide that help if need be. Kara, despite her concern for Nietzsche, had been won over by Nietzsche's argument for Richard's safety.
Nietzsche had promised that as soon as Richard saw to this, she would rest. Richard thought that her promise to rest would soon be irrelevant because he expected that she very well might collapse. As they moved onward through the broad corridors, they passed countless burned corpses, frozen in grotesque poses. The white marble walls bore scorch marks where men on fire had crashed blindly into them and left their impression. Those sooty silhouettes looked a little like manifestations of ghosts, except for the smears of blood that stood as mute evidence that it had been men who had made the marks, not apparitions. In the rooms and passageways to the sides, Richard saw yet more dead Imperial Order soldiers. They had been using the blocked-off corridors as hidden staging areas. "You kept your promise," Nietzsche said in a tired tone of not simply gratitude, but amazement. "My promise?" She smiled through her crippling weariness. "You promised that you would get that thing off my neck. When you said it, I never believed you. I couldn't answer, but I never believed you could do it." "Lord Rahl always keeps his promises," Berdine said. Nietzsche smiled as best she could. "I guess he does." Nathan spotted them all making their way down the corridor, so he stopped at an intersection and waited for them to catch up. He had been coming from a hallway to the right. Astonishment overcame him. "Nietzsche, what happened?" "Richard's gift returned. He was able to get the collar off my neck." "And then a beast appeared," Kara added. Nathan's brow drew tight as he peered at Richard. "The beast that's after you? What happened to it then?" "Lord Rahl shot it," Berdine said. "Those special bolts for the crossbows that you found worked." "This time," Nietzsche said under her breath. "I'm relieved they ended up being of use," Nathan said as he laid a hand on Nietzsche's head. "I had thought they might," he mumbled absently as his thumb lifted Nietzsche's eyelid. As he looked closely into her eye, he made a sound in his throat that said he wasn't entirely pleased by what he saw there. "You need to rest," he finally announced. "I know, I will soon." "What about all the corridors down here?" Richard asked Nathan. "We've just finished clearing them all. Found quite a few Order soldiers trying to hide. Fortunately, the area they had blocked off with the slab of stone had no other way up into the palace. It was a dead end." "That's a relief," Richard said. One of the officers of the first file leaned out past Nathan. "We eliminated them all. Fortunately, they hadn't yet gotten vast numbers up into the palace. We've cleared everything all the way to the tomb room where they got in. We have men there waiting for us." "I was just about to do as you suggested," Nathan said, "and purge the catacombs of any more of them." "Then we need to collapse some tunnels or something to make sure that no one else can get in." Richard knew that enemy soldiers were not their biggest worry. Sisters of the Dark getting into the palace could be far worse. "I'm not sure that's possible," Nietzsche said. Richard glanced over at her. "Why not?" "Because we don't know how extensive the catacombs actually are. We can shut off the place where they got in, but they very well might find another passageway that we're unaware of in a completely different area. There could be miles and miles of tunnels down there. The whole network down there is not just vast, but a complete unknown." Richard sighed. "We need to think of something." No one spoke up to argue. As they made their way through the white marble corridor, Nietzsche glanced over at Richard with a look that he recognized. It was the look of a disapproving teacher. "We need to talk about those symbols in red paint all over you." "Yes," Nathan said with a frown. "I would like to be a part of that conversation." Richard cast a look Nietzsche's way. "Good. While we're having those discussions, I'd like to hear all about how you put the boxes of Orden in play in my name." Nietzsche winced just a little. "Oh, that." Richard leaned toward her a little. "Yes, that. Well, like you said, we'll have to talk about it. As a matter of fact, some of those symbols painted on you have a direct bearing on the boxes of Auden. Richard wasn't at all surprised by that. He knew that some of the symbols had to do with the power of Auden. He even knew what they meant. That was, after all, why he had painted them on his men and on himself in the first place. Nietzsche pointed. Here it is. This is where they got in that tomb. Richard gazed around as they entered the rather simple room. Words in High Daharan were inscribed in the stone walls, words about those long buried. The casket had been pushed aside, exposing the stairway down. When they had rushed up, getting back into the palace from the catacombs, it had been pitch black, so Richard hadn't seen their surroundings. Addie had been leading them in total darkness. Richard hadn't even known where they were once they'd gotten back in the palace. Nietzsche gestured down into the darkness. This is where the sisters first got in. So they still have Anne, then, Nathan said after looking down the dark well. Nietzsche hesitated. I'm sorry, Nathan. I thought you knew. His frown darkened. Knew what? She clasped her hands loosely before herself. Her gaze dropped away. Anne was killed. Nathan stared for a moment. Richard hadn't known about Anne's death either. He felt terrible for Nathan for the shock of Nietzsche's news. Richard knew how close the prophet was to the prelate. It almost seemed impossible that Anne was actually gone. How? Was all Nathan could ask. The last time I was here, when Anne and I came down here, we were surprised by 3 sisters. They had linked their gift so that they would be able to use their power in here. Anne was killed before we even realized they were there. Jagang wanted me captured alive, or I'm sure they would have been only too happy to kill me too. Nietzsche laid a hand lightly on the prophet's arm. She didn't suffer, Nathan. I don't think she was even aware of it as it happened. She died in an instant. She didn't suffer. Nathan, staring off into distant memories, nodded. Richard put a hand on Nathan's shoulder. I'm so sorry. Nathan's brow drew down with what looked to be dark thoughts. By the iron edge in his glare, Richard didn't have any trouble imagining the kinds of things the prophet was contemplating. Richard thought they must be the same sorts of things he often contemplated. In the awkward silence, Richard gestured down inside the exposed stairwell. I think we need to ensure that there are none of them hiding down there. Gladly, Nathan said. Wizard's fire ignited between his inward-turned palms. The angry ball of liquid flame began turning, throwing hot light around the room as it slowly rotated, waiting to do his bidding. Nathan leaned over the dark opening and released the deadly inferno. It dropped away into the darkness, howling with fury as it went, lighting the carved stone walls along its swift flight. After it does its work, Nathan said, I'll go down there and collapse the tunnel where they got in to make sure that at least they can't get in that same place again. I'll help put up some shields of subtractive magic to ensure they don't just dig it out again, Nietzsche offered. Nathan nodded absently, lost in his own thoughts. Lord Ral, Kara asked in a low voice, what is Benjamin doing here? Richard looked out into the corridor where the general stood, patiently waiting. I don't know. He hasn't had time to tell me yet. Leaving Nathan to his private thoughts as he stared down into the catacombs, Richard, with Kara and Nietzsche at his side, stepped out of the room to awaiting General Meifert. What are you doing here, Benjamin? Kara asked before Richard had the chance. I thought you were supposed to be in the old world, laying waste to the Order. That's right, Richard said. Not that I don't appreciate the help, but why are you here? You said before that you needed to find me to give me a report about some kind of trouble you've run into. He pressed his lips tightly together for a moment. That's right, Lord Rahl. We've run into a big problem. A big problem? What sort of big problem? A red one, with wings, ridden by a witch woman. Chapter 47. Richard, elbows resting on the mahogany tabletop, ran his fingers back into his hair. He was so tired that the book in front of him was starting to swim in his vision. He had read so many books recently that he had long ago lost track of how many days it had been since returning to the People's Palace. The Jala match, the riots, Kaelin escaping with Samuel, getting back into the palace, and the ensuing battle already seemed a lifetime ago. With the help of Verna and several other sisters, Nathan had been able to heal Addie. After she had rested, though, she insisted on once again setting out on her solitary journey. Because the place diminished her power, she was virtually blind inside the palace. Richard could understand why she would want to leave, but he wondered if, through her powers as a sorceress, she saw no future in staying in the palace. Richard wasn't sure that there would be a future anywhere to worry about. After what General Meifert had told him about a witch woman on a huge red dragon hunting down Daharan troops in the Old World, things were suddenly looking very grim. With men who had been sent to destroy the ability of the Order to support their army in the New World, now themselves under such withering attack, Richard didn't know how much time they had left before the Order was finally going to be able to crush all resistance to their new vision for mankind. The general had been confident in the plan to hit the strength of the Order at its source, and for a time it had been working to great effect. They had hunted down and destroyed supply trains before they could even get out of the Old World. They had turned recruiting areas and training facilities into desolate forests of stakes with soldiers' heads. Along the way, they'd demolished supply depots, ruined crops, and hunted down and killed the men who preached the Order's vile beliefs. The people of the Old World had begun to understand the bitter reality of the war they had been eager to set loose on others. Their smug gloating over the way their troops were bringing the heathens to the north to heal had turned to sleepless fear that those heathens might be about to visit vengeance on them. Crowds for those who preached the teachings of the Order were thinner. There were even places where revolts against the rule of the Order had broken out. Jagang, however, did several things to counter that effort. First, he had authorities clamp down swiftly on any hint of insurrection. Towns that were suspected of sympathizing with the cause of freedom were torched. All the people were tortured to extract confessions, and executions by the thousands were ordered. Questioning the rule of the Order brought terrible consequences. Actual guilt was only a minor consideration. Punishment and the exertion of authority were the objectives, so suspicion was enough to bring brutal treatment. People had quickly shrunk into fearful obedience, only too eager to provide anything demanded by the new dictates for supplies. That widespread fear of being suspected of treason to the cause of the Order had dramatically increased the amount of supplies available to be sent north, so the additional supply trains had no difficulty collecting what was needed. Since the Old World was so vast, that massive effort ensured that, despite the efforts of the Daharan troops, enough supplies were still getting through. Richard remembered the sudden new stocks of food, like the ham, so he knew that the tactic was working, at least for the time being. All of those issues were obstacles that the Daharan troops sent south understood and were addressing. Given time, they would have adjusted their methods to address the new problems. That's what warriors did. They adjusted their plans to fit the circumstances they encountered. The enemy made adjustments you had to counter. The last thing Jagang had done, however, was a different matter. He sent a dragon and a witch woman From the descriptions, it sounded like 6, to hunt the Daharans as they went after the supply trains and other facilities. Richard knew from personal experience that from high in the air it was much easier to locate and spot troops. It was an effective hunting technique. With a witch woman's talent, it was all the more deadly. The tactic had not only reduced the effectiveness of the attacks in the Old World, it had been killing a great many Daharan troops for nothing gained, making the work for the ones still fighting all that much more difficult. With the increased supplies and the attacks from above, Jagang appeared, despite the greater cost in lives and supplies, to be getting what he needed to continue the siege of the people's palace. That was all that mattered to him. It now appeared that it would be those in the palace who would not be able to hold out. Once the ramp was completed, and if they discovered other catacombs to also get through, then the Order's legions could attack the palace from both the top and bottom. Even the ramp alone, though, would prove enough in the end. Such an attack would be costly to the Imperial Order, but Jagang didn't care about the cost in lives to his army. He only cared about his objective. Sooner or later, he would take his objective. When that happened, and Richard knew that it was inevitable, the cause of freedom would be ended. They would be finished. Richard's only hope now was to find a way to use the boxes of Orden. Of course, he didn't have any of the boxes, but even if he did, he didn't yet know how to use them. He needed to learn how to do that first. Knowledge was now his best weapon. He was determined to arm himself well. The room he and Nietzsche were in was a private library that, according to Berdine, was filled with forbidden volumes, books meant for the Lord Ral alone. Powerful shields protected the mahogany double doors of the arched entrance. Dark and Ral had sometimes asked Berdine to help him translate High Daharan, but she said that this room was one she rarely visited. She said that he usually came here alone. Richard and Nietzsche had decided that this was a good place for them to start. Berdine was searching other libraries along with Verna and nearly all of her sisters. Anything deemed to be of possible help was brought to Nietzsche. She personally checked everything brought in to see if it was something Richard needed to concern himself with. Some of the more experienced sisters were proving quite valuable at ferreting out important sources of relevant information. Nietzsche also kept people away from Richard so he could concentrate on reading and on the wide array of things she was teaching him. In some ways, he felt like a recluse. But it also left the mood in the quiet retreat focused, which was just what Richard needed. Low bookshelves in the private sanctuary were placed near the richly paneled walls, leaving the center open for couches and chairs. It made the room look more like a quiet study than a library. Small statues decorated the tops of some of the shelves, helping them to appear to be display stands rather than bookshelves. Richard hadn't yet ventured up the narrow iron spiral stairs to the small balcony on the opposite wall, but Nietzsche had. As he read, she'd brought books that she thought were important down to add to the stacks awaiting his attention. Although the room didn't have the look of one of the typical libraries filled with row upon row of books, the discreet shelves in the room still had to contain thousands of volumes. The ones they were interested in, though, were somewhat rare, even for this place. Still, the heavy mahogany table he sat before was piled high with books Nietzsche had laid out. From within the library, there was no way to tell if it was day or night. The heavy, dark blue velvet draperies were closed. Opening them wouldn't have helped, since there was only wood paneling behind. The curtains were only meant to give the illusion of windows and to quiet the room. There were ample lamps, though, along with a fireplace. They gave the place a warm glow, making it look cozy and inviting. Richard felt neither. They worked without pause as much as possible. Food was brought in so they wouldn't have to stop. When they could keep their eyes open no longer, they slept for a time on the couches. Nietzsche, never far from him, paced through the shadows and shafts of light from the reflector lamps hung on the polished dark brown white-veined marble pillars standing at uniform intervals throughout the library. She scanned yet another book, seeing if it was something he needed to read, only to walk back to the shelves and replace it. Richard's burning urge was to act. He desperately wanted to go after Kaylin. He knew, though, that it wasn't that simple. To really go after her, he had to learn how to use the power of Orden before it was too late to ever get her back. He knew that it would be impossible for him to do such a thing on his own. Nietzsche had, without hesitation, agreed to be his teacher. The first thing she had done had been to explain the complexities of sterile fields. She wanted him to fully understand the implications. Richard was no expert in magic, and he certainly didn't know how to use his ability at will, but Nietzsche had made the principles understandable to him. At first, he found it hard to grasp. He couldn't understand what harm such foreknowledge could really do. Nietzsche insisted that the wizards who had created Orden to counter a chain fire event were convinced that foreknowledge of a certain emotional nature would taint the magic they were creating, and thus taint Orden itself. Richard had been dubious. She told him how Zed was the one who had explained to her that foreknowledge tainting magic was no theory, but that it was true. He had told her that Richard himself had proven it by falling in love with Kaylin without her confessor's power harming him. Any foreknowledge that it could be done would have destroyed Richard's ability to overcome the problem because her magic, when she first unleashed it on him, even without intending to, would have taken him. While he never revealed the solution to Nietzsche, Zed did tell her that Richard had to be totally unaware of a solution even existing, or that solution would not have worked, so she was sworn to secrecy on even that small part of it. Zed had told Nietzsche that Richard himself had proven the central question of Ordenic theory, that foreknowledge can affect the functioning of magic. He had proven it with Kaylin. Richard knew all too well what Nietzsche was talking about, even if she was in the dark about parts of it. Because of experiencing such a thing firsthand, he recognized the true gravity of the situation. He knew that, just as his foreknowledge of a solution to loving a confessor would have made that solution fail, Kaylin, having foreknowledge of his profound emotional connection to her, would make Orden fail. It was no theory, as the wizards who created Orden had thought. It was true. Foreknowledge tainted a sterile field. Richard, of all people, grasped that concept on a visceral level. To know in his heart, and to also fully comprehend that he couldn't allow Kaylin to learn about the two of them being in love, tied his insides in knots. At the moment, though, that eventuality was only a distant concern. It was one problem that he sincerely hoped to someday have. He had a lot more to learn before he ever reached that point. Through reading a number of historical accounts in the library, and from books some of the sisters had found that dated back to the time before the Great War, Nietzsche had been able to form a theory about his gift and how it functioned. It wasn't, in her opinion, so much a matter of Richard not growing up learning about magic that made it difficult for him to control his ability, but that the gift of a war wizard actually functioned differently from a sorceress's or a typical wizard's gift. Richard's power wasn't simply tapped, she'd explained, but worked through intent via his feelings, in much the same way that the Sword of Truth functioned. In this sense, the Sword of Truth turned out to be a kind of primer on how his own ability worked. The sword functioned according to what the person wielding it believed. It wouldn't harm a person who they believed to be a friend, but it would destroy anyone they believed was an enemy. The reality didn't matter. It was what the person believed to be true that drove the magic of the sword. That was the critical concept at the center of both the sword and his gift as war wizard. Feelings, emotions, were the internal sums of what one had collected, observed, experienced, and grasped about life, all delivered in an instant. an interior life viewpoint thrust forward as emotion. That didn't mean, however, that those concluding judgments, in and of themselves, were correct. Just as with the sword, his gift worked in conjunction with what he valued. It was incumbent upon the intellect to sift out legitimate values and provide well-reasoned justification to make those emotions not only true, but moral. That was why it was vital that the right person be selected to wield the sword of truth. That person had to be someone with the ability to make those judgments for sound reasons. Also, much like the sword, his gift worked through anger. Anger was actually a projection of his values in that it was a reaction to threats to those values. Thus, his gift was ignited by his anger at whatever threatened what he valued. For example, those he loved, or even the ultimate human value of life itself. Nietzsche had told him that for all she knew, he might never learn to control his ability directly the way other gifted people did. She said that she suspected that the reason for this was that a war wizard's gift was fundamentally different, serving a different purpose than the gift in others, such as the gift to be a healer or a prophet. The implication in everything she'd learned was that anger was a key element in the ability of a war wizard. After all, war was not properly entered into out of joy or a lust for conquest, but in response to a threat to values. Of more immediate concern to Richard, however, was learning to use the power of Orden to reverse the chain fire spell. Nietzsche had been shocked to see the designs and symbols Richard had painted on himself and the other men. She recognized that he had combined familiar elements into completely new forms. But she also wanted to know how he had managed to integrate elements pertaining to Orden. Richard had explained that he had come to learn that some of the parts of the spells Darken Rahl had drawn to open the boxes of Orden were also parts of the Dance with Death, and he knew the symbols relating to the Dance with Death quite well. In a way, that association made sense. Zed had once told him that the power of Orden was the power of life itself. The Dance with Death, used with the Sword of Truth, was really about preserving life, and Orden was itself drawn from the power of life and centered around preserving it from the rampages of the chainfire spell. In a way, the Sword of Truth, the ability of a war wizard, and the power of Orden were all inextricably linked. Those links brought to Richard's mind First Wizard Baracus, the man who had thousands of years before written a book, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, for Richard. That book was meant to help him in this quest. That book was still hidden in Tamarang, where Richard had stashed it when Six had held him prisoner for a brief time. Richard knew that Zed had been headed there to see if he could get the spell drawn in the sacred caves removed from Richard. Since Richard's gift had returned, his grandfather had obviously been successful. Now that Richard was reconnected with his gift, he remembered every word of the Book of Counted Shadows. Nietzsche was convinced, and had convinced Richard, that the book he had memorized could only have been a false copy that could not be used to open the correct box of Orden. She believed, however, that even being a false copy, it very likely still contained all, or most all, of the elements necessary to open and use the correct box of Orden. To make the version Richard had memorized a false copy would have required only a single sequence of necessary elements being out of order. But that didn't mean that the elements themselves weren't valid and therefore important and necessary. To that end, Richard had recited the entire book for her. They had made note of every element from the book. If he learned how to create or draw each of those elements, then when they got their hands on the true copy of the Book of Counted Shadows, he would simply have to use those components that were actually necessary by rearranging them in the proper order, as revealed by the true copy of the book. For this reason, Nietzsche now knew what she needed to teach him, and Richard was farther along this path than she would have thought because he already understood many of the key elements involved. He already knew a vast array of the basic parts used in the spell forms. He had, in fact, drawn them on his whole team and himself. The Dance with Death had already taught him the basics of those designs, making them by now seem almost intuitive to him. Richard had discovered that drawing the spell forms was in fact a natural extension of not just the symbols employed in the depiction of the Dance with Death, but how he fought with a blade, and how he carved statues. At their base, all of those seemingly different things had basic parts in common. All of them shared movement and flow. For Richard, it was astonishing to discover how it all fit together into a larger picture. As he drew the spell forms Nietzsche was teaching him, it didn't feel awkward or difficult. It felt natural. He already knew the forms. He recognized in those forms not only the Dance with Death, but movements with a blade, both from fighting and from carving statues. Nietzsche, too, was unique as a teacher because she understood not only how much Richard knew about his varied abilities, but how he used his ability. She grasped, unlike anyone else, how he saw the use of magic. She recognized how different it was from the conventional wisdom and wasn't in the least bit stymied by the way he viewed such things. If anything, it energized her. She also comprehended his concept of the creative aspects of magic itself, and so she didn't try to correct what he did, but instead guided him to accomplishing what was needed. She didn't just pile on things to memorize. She instead built on what he already knew and the way he saw things. Because she intuitively sensed what he already grasped on his own, in his own way, she didn't waste time dwelling on lessons covering what he already understood, and instead helped him add things he needed at the place he needed them when he needed them. Nietzsche strolled to the table. "How are you doing?" Richard yawned. "I don't know anymore. It's all running together in my head." Nietzsche nodded absently as she read something in the book she was holding. "What you think is running together may mean that your interior mind is simply beginning to make associations and connections, organizing what you are adding to your knowledge." Richard sighed. "Could be." Nietzsche closed the book and tossed it on the table to the side. "There are some useful things in here. You should take a look." "I don't think I can see straight to read any more right now." "Good," she said. She gestured to the pen resting in a holder to the side. "Draw, then. You need to be able to draw those elements from the book you just finished. If the real Book of Counted Shadows has similar elements, you will be ahead of the game." Richard wanted to argue with her, to tell her that he was too tired, but then he thought about Kaelin. Weariness became irrelevant in that light. Besides, he had agreed that Nietzsche was going to teach him, and he would not only do as she instructed, but put his every effort into it. She was a sorceress with invaluable knowledge, experience, and ability that Zed had said amazed him. Even Verna had taken him aside and advised him to listen carefully to Nietzsche, that she was in many areas smarter than any of them. Richard knew that this was his only true opportunity to learn what he needed. He was not about to waste that opportunity. He pulled a piece of paper close and then dunked the pen in the ink. He leaned close and started drawing spell forms from a book laid open nearby. One big problem they had not yet solved was the issue of sorcerer's sand. According to the Book of Counted Shadows that he'd memorized, the spell forms needed to open the correct box of Orden had to be drawn in sorcerer's sand. Nietzsche had told him that even though the book he'd memorized was a false copy, the issue of needing to draw the spell forms in sorcerer's sand when the time came was true. Whatever spells turned out to be the ones necessary simply wouldn't work without it. Richard had told her how, when Dark and Ral had opened the box of Orden, he had been sucked down into the underworld, along with all the sorcerer's sand he'd used to draw the spells. Up in the Garden of Life there was no more of that precious commodity. There was only dirt left where the sorcerer's sand had been. Nietzsche looked up from another book she was thumbing through. This has some information about the Temple of the Winds. Richard looked up. Really? She nodded. You know, the thing that baffles me about that is how you said you crossed the world of the dead to get to it. It had appeared during the lightning, and Richard had crossed over on a road while it was visible. I'm sorry, Nietzsche, but I told you everything I know on the subject. According to this, and to what you told me you learned from studying accounts in old books, the Temple of the Winds was sent to the underworld. Because it was banished for protection, it resides somewhere distant across that great void. The whole purpose is to make it far away and impossible to get to. But it was right there when the conditions were right. I stepped right across into the temple. She nodded absently as she went back to reading and pacing. She finally stopped again, looking impatient. It still doesn't make sense. It's impossible to get from here to there across the world of the dead. Crossing the void of the underworld is something like crossing the ocean. It would be like walking to the shoreline and stepping onto an island that's on the other side of the world without having to travel across the intervening ocean. Maybe the Temple of the Winds isn't really that far away in the underworld. Maybe it's like the island isn't really across the ocean, but just right there close to the shoreline. Nietzsche shook her head. Not according to this, and not according to the things you told me. Every reference says that to banish the temple to safety, they sent it across the underworld, rather like sending it across the universe itself. Lord Ral, Kara called from the doorway. Richard yawned again. What is it, Kara? I have some people here with me who need to see you. As much as he would like a break, Richard didn't want to stop. He needed to learn all of it if he was ever to get Kalen back. It seems to be important, Kara added when she saw him hesitating. All right, bring them in. Kara led a group of 6 people in pristine white robes into the room. In the somewhat dark library, the white-robed figures almost glowed like good spirits. They all came to a halt on the other side of the massive mahogany table. They looked to Richard more like people fearing they might be executed than like people who wanted to see him. Richard looked from the 6 nervous people, 5 men and 1 woman, to Kara. These are some of the crypt staff, she said. Crypt staff? Yes, Lord Ral. They take care of the tombs and such. Richard looked at their faces again. They all looked away from his gaze to stare at the floor as they remained silent. Yes, I remember seeing some of you when I first came back, when we had the battle down there with the Imperial Order soldiers. He couldn't imagine the horrific mess that would have had to be cleaned up. He had ordered that the bodies of the Order soldiers be thrown over the side of the plateau. They had more important things to worry about than caring for the remains of murderers. The people nodded. What is it you wish to tell me? Kara waved a hand to dissuade him from that notion. Lord Ral, they are all mute. Richard gestured with the pen in his hand as he leaned back in his chair. All of you? The 6 people nodded together. Dark and Ral cut out the tongues of all the crypt staff so that they couldn't speak ill of his dead father. Richard sighed at hearing such a terrible thing. I'm sorry you were abused like that. If it makes you feel any better, I share your feelings about the man. Kara smiled as she looked at her 6 charges. I told them of your part in his death. The 6 smiled a little and nodded. So what's this about? Can you help me understand what you want me to know? He asked the 6. One of them reached out and carefully placed a folded, pristinely white cloth on the table. The man slid it toward Richard. As Richard reached for it, a drop of ink dripped from his pen onto the white cloth. Sorry, he mumbled as he set the pen aside. He pulled the cloth closer. He looked up at the six. So, what is it? When they made no attempt to explain, he glanced at Kara. She only shrugged. They were insistent that you see it. One of them gestured with his hands held out flat, almost as if they were the pages of a book as it opened, then repeated the gesture. You want me to open it? All six nodded. It didn't really feel like it could contain anything at all, but Richard carefully started opening the folds of cloth back onto the table. Nietzsche, standing beside the six, leaned over the table, watching. When Richard laid back the final fold, there in the center of the cloth lay a single grain of white sand. He looked up sharply. Where did you get this? All six pointed down. Dear spirits, Nietzsche whispered. What? Kara asked, leaning over to look at the single grain of white sand sitting in the center of the cloth. What is it? Richard glanced up at the moored Sith. Sorcerer's sand. The people were crypt staff, so that had to mean that they had found it down in the crypt somewhere. The sorcerer's sand shone with prismatic light, but he was still somewhat astonished that they would have found a single grain of it. He also wondered where they had come across it, and if there was more. Can you show me where you found this? All six nodded vigorously. Richard carefully folded up the cloth back around the grain of sorcerer's sand. He noticed as he did so that the place where the drop of ink had fallen had, because the cloth had been folded at the time, made two identical spots of ink on opposite ends of the cloth. When the cloth had been folded, they had been together, touching, but when the cloth was opened, the two spots were on opposite sides. He stared at it a moment, thinking. Let's go, he finally said, as he stuffed the cloth into his pocket. Take me there. Chapter 48. Richard stepped over the melted white stone and into Panis Ral's tomb. The crypt staff waited outside in the hallway. They had urged Richard to go in alone first, wanting him to visit the tomb before they dared to enter. It was the tomb, after all, of his grandfather. These were people who had lived and died by the incomprehensible protocol of the previous Lord Ral visiting his venerated ancestors. Richard, though, reserved his reverence for those who deserved it. Panis Ral had been a tyrant, with ambitions of conquest little different from those of his son, Darken Ral. Panis Ral might not have managed to accomplish the level of evil his son had, but it wasn't for lack of trying. In the war Panis Ral had started against neighboring lands, Zed, as a young man, had been the one called upon to lead free people against Daharan aggression. In the end, Zed, acting as first wizard, had killed Panis Ral and put up the boundaries that had, for most of Richard's life, walled off Dahara. Even though many had eagerly supported Panis Ral's lust for conquest, Zed had not wanted to kill all of the people of Dahara. Many of them, after all, were also the victims of that tyranny. Having been unfortunate enough to be born under a tyrant was not a willful act on their part. So instead of killing all the Daharan people, Zed had put up the boundaries. He said that, in the end, leaving them to suffer the consequences of their own actions was the worst punishment he could inflict upon them. It also gave them the chance to choose to change and make something of their lives. But with the boundaries, they would not be able to continue their aggression against others. It would have worked, and Richard would still be living in peace back in Westland had those boundaries not failed. Darken Ral had helped them along in that deterioration by traveling through the underworld to get past them. Had the boundaries not come down, though, Richard would not have met Kaelin. Kaelin made his life worthwhile. She was his life. Richard remembered years before, shortly after Darken Ral had opened the box of Orden and been taken by its power, that one of the palace staff had come to tell Zed that Panis Ral's crypt was melting. Zed had told the man to use specific white stone to seal the tomb before the condition spread to the rest of the palace. That stopgap of white stone sealing the entrance of the tomb had since mostly melted, and the strange condition was beginning to damage the entire room. The walls were beginning to distort, causing the slabs of pink granite to be pushed out of their former flat plane. In the hallway outside, the joints between the ceiling and walls were coming apart from the deformation within the room. If it wasn't stopped, it looked like it could continue to twist support walls until the structure of the palace eventually started falling in on itself. Richard looked all around, taking appraisal of everything as he crossed the room. The light of 57 torches reflected off his grandfather's gold-enshrouded coffin sitting on a pedestal, making it not only glow in the center of the cavernous room, but almost look as if it were floating above the white marble floor. Words were inscribed not only on the coffin, but into the granite walls all around the room. "I hate pink," Nietzsche murmured to herself as she peered around at the polished pink granite walls and vaulted ceiling. "Any idea why the walls would be melting?" Richard asked Nietzsche, as she walked slowly around the room, carefully inspecting everything. "That is what really frightens me," Nietzsche said. "What do you mean?" Richard asked, as he started reading the High Daharan words cut into the granite walls. "Verna told me that when I came to the palace, just before I was captured, I had been on my way down here with Anne. Verna said that I told her that I knew why the walls down here were melting." Richard looked back over his shoulder at her. "And so why are they melting?" Nietzsche looked strangely confused and worried. "I don't know. I don't remember." "Don't remember what?" "Why I was coming down here, or why the walls were melting. I asked Verna if she remembered anything I might have said, but she said that she didn't." Richard lightly dragged a finger along his grandfather's casket. "Chain fire." Nietzsche looked up, even more concerned. "Do you really think that's the reason?" "You don't remember any of it?" She shook her head. "No. I don't remember ever telling Verna that I knew the cause of the problem. But what's worse is that I don't remember ever knowing why the walls were melting. How could I forget something important like that?" Richard stared into her troubled blue eyes for a moment. "I don't think you could, if things were normal." "That can only mean that the damage from chain fire is spreading beyond the original target of the spell." "It's the contamination," Richard said in a quiet voice. "If that's true, then that means that whatever is going on in here is connected to what we must do to reverse chain fire. The contamination in the chimes is erasing memory to protect itself." Such a frightening concept gave Richard pause. He knew, though, that it made sense. Now he had to worry not only about how Jagang might be one step ahead of him, but about how the contamination with chain fire might also be acting to defend itself from extermination. It didn't need to be sentient to react to preserve itself and continue its purpose. To the chimes, eliminating magic was a value, and the contamination they left in their wake was their method of accomplishing that value. So such self-defensive measures were probably integral, much as thorns were sometimes a bush or tree's means of self-defense. Having thorns didn't mean the tree was able to think of how to hurt anyone who came near. It was merely its integral means of protecting itself, so that it could continue to exist. "We have to reverse chain fire, or it's only going to continue to grow worse," Richard finally said to Nietzsche. "It won't be long before we even forget why we have to reverse it. I must invoke the power of Orden to counter the spell before it's too late." "We need the boxes of Orden to do that," she reminded him. "Well, Jagang has 2 and the witch woman took the 3rd. Somehow we need to get them back." "Since Six is doing Jagang's bidding by attacking our troops down in the old world, I think we must assume that she intends to give him the third box. Richard traced a finger along some of the lettering on Panis Ral's casket. I think you're right. It's only a matter of time before Jagang has all three boxes, if he doesn't already. We have something they need, though, Nietzsche said. We do? What? The Garden of Life. Since translating the Book of Life, I've come to see the Garden of Life in a different way. The book confirmed some of the conclusions I had previously come to after the last time I saw the garden. I now understand the Garden of Life through the context of the magic of Auden. I've studied the position of the room, the amount of light, the angles in relation to various star charts, and how the sun and moon traverse the place. I've also analyzed the area within the room where the spells relating to Auden had been invoked, their specific placement in relation to the other elements. Richard was intrigued. You mean to say that you really think that the Garden of Life is necessary to open one of the boxes? Yes. The Garden of Life was constructed specifically to provide the controlled conditions necessary to open one of the boxes of Auden. Richard had to run that through his mind a second time before he was sure that he'd heard her right. You mean to say that Jagang must get into that room in order to open the correct box? Nietzsche shrugged. Unless he wants to construct his own room just like it. That certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility, but the elements all brought together in that room are very exacting. Recreating it would be a complex undertaking. But it would be possible for him to do such a thing? He would need the original references from which the plans for the Garden of Life were derived. He would also need the aid not only of sorceresses, but wizards. Lacking everything necessary to do it on his own, he would have to study the Garden of Life itself in order to know how to construct a new one. The only practical solution would be to duplicate what was already built here, since all that preliminary work has already been successfully carried out. Well, if he could get into here to do that, he might as well use this one. Nietzsche leveled a look at him. Exactly. Richard sighed with grasping just how far behind Jagang's true motives they truly were. No wonder he hasn't been worried about opening the boxes before now. He needed to get here first. Taking the People's Palace has been part of his larger goal all along. He's known all this time what he needed to do. Seems that way, she admitted. Berdine stepped through the melted opening into the tomb. Lord Ral, there you are. Richard turned. What is it? I found this book, she said, holding it up as she strode across the room, as if waving the book would explain everything. It's in Haidaharen. When I translated some of it and realized what it was, Verna told me to get it to you right away. Nietzsche took the book from Berdine when the Mord Sith held it out to her. She opened the cover and started scanning the text. So, what is the book about? Richard asked Berdine. It's about Jillian's people, her ancestors from Casca anyway. The Dreamcasters, Nietzsche whispered to herself as she followed along in the book. Richard frowned. What? Nietzsche's right, Berdine said. It's about how the people in Casca were able to cast dreams. Verna said to tell you that. All right, thanks. Well, I need to get back. There are some other books Verna needs to have translated. And don't forget, she said over her shoulder as she started away, sometime I need to tell you the things I found out for you before, about Baracus. Richard nodded to the Mord Sith's quick smile. Nietzsche tucked the book under her arm. Thanks, Berdine. As soon as we're finished here, we'll look into it. Richard watched Berdine leaving for a moment, then gestured to the inscriptions on the walls. This all looks rather disturbing. Do you know the exact nature of the spells outlined here? A number of the elements look vaguely familiar. They should, Nietzsche answered cryptically. She pointed out one of the inscriptions on the far wall. See there? It's instructions from a father to a son on the process of going to the underworld and returning. You mean Panis Ral wanted to pass these spells down to Darken Ral, so they were chiseled in the walls of his tomb? No, Nietzsche said, shaking her head. I believe that these spells have been passed down through the house of Ral for countless generations, from each father to his gifted offspring who would become the next Lord Ral, from each father to his son. They are, in a way, your birthright. Richard felt rather overwhelmed with the thought of it. How old do you think they are? And why pass down spells on going to the underworld? From the composition of these spells, my guess is that they have existed from the time Orden itself was created. Nietzsche looked over out of the corner of her eye. I believe that to use the power of Orden, these spells may be necessary. Richard rounded on her. What? Well, from what I read in the books that explained Orden, like the Book of Life, and some of the books on Ordenic theory, I've come to believe that the purpose of such a requirement has to do with the problem of how subtractive magic was used in the ignition of a chain fire event. You mean the problem with memories being eliminated? Nietzsche nodded. Why can't the rest of us remember Kaelin? Why can't she remember who she was? Why can't we use our gift to heal people who have forgotten Kaelin, or heal Kaelin? Why can't our gift restore those memories? Richard recognized Nietzsche, the instructor, asking her student to provide the answer on his own. Richard was more than familiar with the technique. Zed had used it on Richard his whole life. Because those memories are gone, there is nothing to restore. And how were they taken? Nietzsche asked, lifting a questioning eyebrow. Richard thought it was obvious. Through subtractive magic. Nietzsche only stared at him, as if waiting for more. Understanding dawned on him. Dear spirits, he said in a whisper, subtractive magic is the magic of the underworld. He stepped closer to her. Are you saying that in order to use the power of Orden, going to the underworld is necessary, because those things that were taken with subtractive magic are only able to be recovered there? If memories are to be rebuilt, there must be a kernel to grow them from. The memory you have of her is your memory, not Kaelin's missing memory, not Zed's, not Kara's, not anyone else's. The substance of their missing memory is what is gone from this world. It no longer exists. Not here, anyway. Richard couldn't even blink. And that core of the memory taken from the minds of the victims of chain fire was taken away by subtractive magic. So if it still exists at all, it only exists in the underworld. Nietzsche gestured around at the high Daharan words cut into the granite walls and on the casket. The Book of Life, which Darken Ral had to have read to have put the boxes of Orden in play, says that part of the process of invoking Orden is going to the underworld. But what memory would Darken Ral have recovered when he traveled to the underworld? Invoking Orden requires prescribed steps. Going to the underworld is one of the steps to be performed in the sequence of invoking Orden. She gestured to the walls. Those steps. But those references say only that going to the underworld is required. Why don't they lay out the purpose of the journey? The purpose of that journey is to recover the core of memories, but Orden doesn't know what is necessary, or who the object of chainfire was going to be. So it only provided for the step to be undertaken. It doesn't say what must be done there. It is just a tool for the person trying to reverse chainfire. It is up to them to do what is necessary when undertaking that journey. Berdine is the one who first showed me the Book of Life. She knew where it was because she had seen Darken Ral using it. He went to the underworld. These inscriptions here are part of the formula for invoking the spells necessary to do that. But Darken Rahl wasn't trying to restore memories lost to chainfire. Nietzsche shrugged. No, he was using Auden to gain power for himself. It was up to him what he would do once he was there. He probably didn't understand the true purpose of going to the underworld. He probably assumed that it was merely a step to be performed, a part of a complex ritual. Richard ran his fingers back through his hair. Kalen told me that he had traveled the underworld. Nietzsche again gestured to the inscriptions. This is part of how he did it. But how in the world am I to do such a thing? According to this, you can't do it by yourself. It requires a guide. Not just a guide, but a guide whom the person embarking on such a journey had to win over, and who is now absolutely loyal, even in death. A good spirit I can trust with my life. She nodded, and then pointed at a place in the inscriptions. See here? This is a spell for calling the guide from the underworld to come and take you where you must go. Feeling rather sick at the thought, Richard looked around at the writing. He pointed to one of the places in the High Daharan script, then another place on a different wall. Look here at these references. These spells require sorcerer's sand. They certainly do. Perhaps we had better ask the crypt staff where they found that grain of it you have in your pocket. Overwhelmed by the things he was learning, Richard had almost forgotten why they had come down to the tomb in the first place. You're right, Richard said, as he signaled Kara to bring the 6 people in white robes into the tomb. The 6 hurried to follow after her like chicks following a mother quail. Richard waited for the covey to gather. They all peered up at him expectantly. You all did a great service by finding that grain of sand. Thank you for being so attentive. By the way they beamed, Richard didn't think that a Lord Rahl had ever thanked them before. He laid a hand gently on the shoulder of the one woman. Can you show me where you found the grain of sand you brought me? She looked to the others, and then knelt down before the gold casket in the center of the room. She pointed at the floor under one corner of the casket, resting a few feet up on a pedestal. She crooked the finger at Richard. He knelt down beside her, ducking his head under the casket when she did so. She pointed up at a corner of the bottom of the casket that was separating. Richard rapped on the corner with the heel of his hand. Some sand poured out, the tiny grains bouncing across the white marble floor. Richard stood in a rush. He shared a startled look with Nietzsche. Bring me your axe, he called to one of the first file watching from the hallway just outside the room. The man quickly dipped his head through the melted opening and rushed over to hand Richard his axe. Richard forced the razor-sharp edge into the tight joint where the top was fitted to the rest of the casket. He wiggled the blade, forcing it in deeper. As he rocked the handle, the top began to loosen and lift. With Nietzsche's help, he raised the top off the casket. When he signaled with a tilt of his head, the crypt staff and the soldier took the weight of it from Richard and Nietzsche and set it aside. The inside of the casket was filled to the brim with sorcerer's sand. Richard stood staring down at it a moment. Light from the torches reflected from the sand in a broad spectrum of tiny sparkles of color. He gently brushed the sand away from the body beneath. There, embedded in the sorcerer's sand, appeared the charred skull of Panis Rahl, his grandfather, still bearing the burns of wizard's fire that Zed, his other grandfather, used to destroy the tyrant. A few drops of that living fire had splashed onto the young Darken Rahl, engendering in him a burning hatred for Zed and all who opposed the rule of the House of Rahl. Now I know why this place is melting, Nietzsche said. It's a sympathetic reaction to the subtractive magic that was used to open one of the boxes of Auden up in the Garden of Life. Richard looked over at her. So it's a harmonic response, after having been in the vicinity of that specific power. With the edge of a finger, Nietzsche carefully pushed some stray grains back inside the coffin. That's right. This was the safest place Darkenral could find to store sorcerer's sand in case he needed more. He died before ever using this here, so it was left hidden here for the last several years, but it's still hot from the sympathetic reaction. That's why the room started to melt. This place isn't a proper containment field for this. Don't tell me. The Garden of Life is constructed as a containment field for such things. Nietzsche blinked at him as if he had just suggested that water was wet. Of course. Then we need to get this up to the Garden of Life. Nietzsche nodded. Verna and her sisters can do it with Nathan's help. They can get this moved for us. Nietzsche took hold of his arm with a fierce urgency. Now that we have the sorcerer's sand in which to draw the spells, we need to get back to our studies. We may not have much time left. I'm not arguing. Let's go. Chapter 49. I don't feel anything, Richard said. Sitting cross-legged on a wedge of white stone set in the otherwise complete ring of grass that swept in a circle around the sorcerer's sand, he looked up at Nietzsche, standing behind him with her arms folded, watching him draw the spells. You're not supposed to feel anything. You're constructing spells, not making love to a woman. Oh, I thought I would, I don't know. Swoon? No, I mean feel some connection to my gift, some kind of nervous fervor or delirium or something. Her blue eyes slowly surveyed the latest components. Some people like to add in emotional elements when they draw spell forms because they like to feel the rush of their heart pounding, the pit of their stomach tightening, or their skin crawling, that sort of thing. But it's entirely unnecessary, mere theatrics. They think they should moan and sway when they're doing such things. Her eyes turned to him, an eyebrow arching with a taunting expression. If you want, I can show you how. It might make a long night a little more entertaining. Richard knew she was just trying to teach him something about the reality of what he was doing by making him feel silly for interjecting the remnants of superstition into what she was trying to teach him was an exacting methodology. It was the kind of lesson that Zed used to use, the kind of lesson that stuck, that wouldn't be forgotten as so often happened with an equivocal response. Some people like to be naked every time they draw the spell forms, she added. No thanks, Richard cleared his throat. I can do without moaning or my heart racing or my skin crawling or being naked as I draw. I thought you might feel that way. That's why I never suggested such additions to the basics. She gestured to the drawings in the sand. Whether or not you feel anything, your gift contributes what is essential. The spell forms do what they need to do as long as you give them the correct elements in the right order, added at the right time. Don't worry, though. There will be things you must draw naked, she added. Richard knew about those spell forms. He didn't like to dwell on them any more than necessary. Nietzsche cocked her head a little as she gazed down critically at the angled double lines he was drawing. Kind of like making bread. If you add the right things in the right way, the dough does what it's supposed to do. Shivering and shaking doesn't help the dough rise or the bread bake. Uh-huh, Richard said, as he went back to dragging a finger through the sorcerer's sand, folding an arc around the angled element. Just like bread, except that if you do it wrong, it can kill you. Well, I've had bread that I thought might kill me, she murmured absently, as she carefully watched what he was doing, her body leaning almost as if to help him curve the line just so. Nietzsche had been able to recreate some of the elements he was drawing from the book Berdine had brought to them when they'd been in Panis Ral's tomb. Some of the spell forms had been broken down and diagrammed in the book. For others,
Nietzsche's understanding and experience were invaluable, enabling her to infer some of the remaining parts of the spell forms from the text alone. In that way, she had recreated everything necessary. Richard had been worried that the book didn't actually illustrate everything that the process needed, and that Nietzsche might be inferring wrongly. She had told him that they had a great many very real things to worry about, but that particular concern wasn't one of them. For Richard, this was also a practical test, a chance to use the things he had been studying day and night before the challenge that was to come, the one that would take him into the world of the dead. They didn't have the boxes, of course, but once the boxes were in play, there were preliminary procedures that could be done without them. Those measures, considering how dangerous they were not something that Richard was looking forward to, but he had no choice. If he wanted to get Kaelin back, along with everything else he needed to accomplish, then there were things he was simply going to have to do, no matter how much he feared them. At least his ancient benefactor, first wizard Baracus, had left a number of clues to help him. Now that Richard had been reconnected with his gift, he also needed to recover the book that Baracus had left for him. Secrets of a War Wizard's Power. If there was ever a time that he needed the information that would be contained in that book, now was that time. The book, along with the War Wizard outfit, much of which also used to belong to Baracus, was hidden in the castle down in Tamarang, not far from the wilds. Unfortunately, that was also where Richard had last seen Six, just before Commander Karg had captured him and taken him to the Imperial Order encampment. As Richard carefully drew the spell forms, he was also impatient for the Emperor to start losing sleep, start feeling tense and distracted. He had been confident and sure of himself for long enough. It was time for Jagang to start having nightmares. Richard could just hear the harsh croaks coming through the glass above them. He glanced up and saw Jillian's raven, Loki, perched on the framework of the glass, watching them. From high in the sky, the raven had followed his lifelong friend throughout her captivity, feasting on the amble refuse throughout the camp. Loki had seemed to consider the whole thing as he considered most things in life, nothing more than a curious holiday. Jillian had known that Loki was there, but she never let on lest one of Jagang's guards shoot the bird with an arrow. Loki was a wary bird, though, and seemed to vanish whenever anyone took notice of him. Jillian said that a few times when she came out of Jagang's tent, she saw the raven fly high above and do stunts to show off for her. Being a captive of Jagang, though, Jillian hadn't been cheered by the antics of her raven. She had been in a state of constant terror. A few flakes of snow were beginning to collect in the corners of the leaded glass. Against the night sky, the inky black bird was mostly invisible. Sometimes only its bill and its eyes reflecting the torchlight could be seen, giving it the appearance of a ghostly apparition watching them. From time to time, the raven tilted its head, as if it too were evaluating Richard's tedious work. As it flapped its wings to animate its raucous caws, moonlight, appearing from time to time between the scudding clouds, reflected off its glossy black feathers. The raven was impatiently waiting to do its part. "Are you ready?" Richard asked, still concentrating as he drew a line in the sorcerer's sand. Jillian nodded nervously. She had been waiting her whole life for this moment. Sitting in the center of a place cleared for her in the sorcerer's sand, with spells drawn all around her, she was looking very solemn. She knew that this was the purpose for which her grandfather had selected her, trained her. She was the priestess of the bones, meant to cast dreams to protect her people. Torches ringing the sand in the center of the lawn softly hissed. Their flames slowly wavered in the dead-still air. The dark band painted across Jillian's face, across her copper-colored eyes,
was meant to hide her from evil spirits. As the priestess of the bones, she was now Richard's servant. Richard, as the Lord Rahl, was now the one meant to help her cast the dreams. It was an ancient connection between their people, meant for mutual protection. What they were casting, however, was not exactly dreams. They were casting nightmares. Gillian's people were from Casca. She had been learning to be a teller, someone respected for their knowledge of the ancient times and her people's heritage. Her grandfather was the living teller, the one teaching her the old knowledge, the lore of their past. Someday that legacy would be passed to Gillian. Her ancestors, a gentle people who had hoped to evade conflicts by settling in a wasteland no one else would covet, had cast dreams to keep potential trouble away. Then, as now, they had cast dreams to repel the horde from the old world to the south. In that great war they had failed and been all but destroyed. Richard and Nietzsche had listened carefully to the tellings, to everything Gillian knew about those ancestral times. Between that, the book, and his own knowledge of the relevant history, Richard had pieced together what had happened. Most of Gillian's ancestors had been killed, but a number had been captured and turned over to the wizards from the old world who coveted their unique ability. Those people were used by the wizards as the raw material to create human weapons. What those wizards had conjured from the captives had become the Dream Walkers, men used not to cast dreams but to invade them. Now Jagang was the only living dreamwalker, the living link to the great war from 3,000 years before, the war that had reignited. From what Richard had learned, a dreamwalker had been born into the world again because an enemy spy had gotten into the Temple of the Winds and tampered with magic banished there. Wizard Baracus had found a solution, ensuring that Richard would be born with both sides of the gift, in order to counter that threat. Gillian's people were descended from the same stock Jagang had come from. His ancestors had once been dreamcasters like Gillian. And now Gillian was once again, as the priestess of the bones, about to fulfill her ancient calling of casting dreams to repel the invaders, with one exception. Back in the Great War, Gillian's ancestors had failed. Everything Gillian knew from the tellings spoke of casting dreams. Richard thought that might have been why they failed. He, instead, intended to cast nightmares. "Do you have the nightmares fixed in your mind?" he asked in a quiet voice. Gillian's copper-colored eyes opened, appearing in the blackness of the painted band. "Yes, Father Rahl. I never had nightmares before these cruel people from the old world returned. I only had dreams. I never really knew what nightmares were." She swallowed. "Now I know nightmares." "Someday, Gillian," Richard said as he bent and drew a starburst symbol before her. "I hope you can forget what nightmares are, but for now I need you to keep your thoughts focused on them." "I promise, Lord Rahl, but I'm only a girl. Are you really sure that I can cast nightmares to all those men?" Richard looked up into her eyes. "Those men have come to kill everything you love. You think up the nightmares, and Loki will carry them to the men down in that camp. I will see to it." Nietzsche squatted down beside Richard. "Gillian, don't think about how many men there are down there. It doesn't matter, honestly. Where Loki goes, he carries your dreams. As he flies over the camp, the nightmares will be dropping from his midnight black wings like an icy rain. It may not touch every man, but that doesn't matter. It will touch a great many, and that's all that counts." Nietzsche gestured to the spell forms before the girl. "These are the power, not you. These spells do the work of planting the nightmare over and over in those men, not you. Your only job is to think of the nightmare. See this spell here?" Nietzsche asked, as she gestured to a continuous loop that folded in on itself. This part endlessly multiplies your nightmare over and over. But it seems like it would take more effort than I can do. With a small smile of reassurance, Richard reached out and laid a hand on Jillian's arm. It is I who helps you cast the dreams, remember? You must only think them. It is I who casts them as needed. It's your thoughts, along with my strength, that does it. I can sure enough think of nightmares, she smiled a little then. And you're sure enough strong, Lord Ral. I guess it makes sense when you both put it like that. Now I understand why I've needed you to cast dreams. That's why the Priestess of the Bones had to wait for you to return to us. Richard patted her arm. The other thing you need to remember is that after Loki flies around the camp, you must send him to land on Jagang's tent. We want to give nightmares to as many men as possible, but Jagang is the focus of those nightmares, and that special dream, with which I want to torment him. So when I whisper to you that it's time for Loki to land, you think about Jagang in his tent. This spell here, he pointed, will send Loki to perch by the man. When I tell you, all you have to do is to remember Jagang, and Loki will go to his tent. Jillian nodded. I remember that awful tent. Her copper-colored eyes, filling with tears, turned to Nietzsche. And I sure enough know the nightmares that happen there. Overhead, Loki cawed and flapped his wings, eager to be away with his cargo of nightmares. Chapter 50. Jensen winced as the muscular guard twisted her arm and shoved her through the tent's opening. She stumbled, but was able to keep herself from falling. After riding through the sprawling camp in the bright winter sunlight, she found it difficult to see in the somber royal quarters. She squinted, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the dim light. She could see the hulking shapes of guards to either side. Jensen turned to a commotion behind her and saw the same big soldiers pushing Anson Owen and Marilee, Owen's wife, through the opening and into the tent as if they were herding animals to slaughter. Jensen hadn't seen much of the others over the course of their swift journey north. All of them had been kept gagged and blindfolded for most of the way to make sure that they were little more trouble to bring along than the rest of the baggage and supplies. It made Jensen's heart ache to see her friends back in the clutches of such evil people. It felt like a recurring nightmare. In the distance, on the other side of the tent's large outer room, Jensen saw Emperor Jagang sitting behind a heavy table, eating. Dozens of candles standing to each side of the table gave that end of the room the appearance of an altar in the inner sanctum. Slaves waited in a line against the back wall behind the emperor. The table was spread with an abundance of food, enough for a banquet. Jagang looked to be eating alone. The emperor's black eyes were watching Jensen as if she were a pheasant he was considering beheading, gutting, and roasting for the reclusive feast. He lifted a hand, and with 2 fingers glistening with grease signaled her closer. Large rings on his fingers, as well as long jewel-encrusted chains around his neck, glimmered in the candlelight. Followed closely by a frightened Anson, Owen, and Marilee, Jensen crossed the thick carpets to stand before the emperor's table. The candle stands lit a table spread with ham, fowl, beef, and sauces of every sort. There were nuts and fruits, as well as a variety of cheeses. His terrible gaze never leaving her, Jagang used the fingers of one hand to twist the breast off a small roasted bird. He held a silver goblet in the other hand. He took a big bite, then washed it down with red wine from the goblet. She knew it was red wine because much of it rolled down from the sides of his mouth to drip all over his sleeveless lamb's wool vest. "Well, well," he said as he plunked the goblet down on the table.
If it isn't Richard Rao's little sister, come for another visit.
The last time she had come to the Emperor's table, she had been with Sebastian. The last time she had been a guest. The last time she had not known that she was being used. She had grown up a lot since that day.
Hungry, darling?
Jensen was starving. No, she lied. Jagang smiled.
I don't need to be a dreamwalker to be able to tell that you're lying.
Jensen flinched when the man's big fist slammed down on the table. Plates jumped, bottles fell over, goblets spilled. The three people behind her gasped. Jagang shot to his feet.
I don't like being lied to.
Fright flashed through Jensen at his sudden rage. Veins stood out in his forehead. His whole face had gone red. She thought he might strike her dead where she stood. Before he was able to act on his rage, a shaft of light slashed into the room. Two women ducked through the opening in the tent. The heavy wool flap hanging over the opening lowered, allowing the gloom to settle back in. Jagang turned his attention from Jensen to the two women.
Ulyssia, Armina, any word of Nietzsche?
The two, obviously taken off guard by the question, shared a brief look with each other.
Answer me, Ulyssia. I'm in no mood for games.
No, Excellency, there has been no word about Nietzsche. The woman cleared her throat. If I may ask, Excellency, do you have reason to believe she may be alive? Jagang cooled visibly.
Yes.
He sank down into his elaborately carved chair.
I've had dreams of her.
But the link to the Radahan went dead. There is no way she could have gotten it off without help. Perhaps they were nothing more than dreams.
She's alive.
Sister Ulyssia dipped her head in a bow. Of course, Excellency. You would know better than I about such things. He rubbed his forehead with the tips of his fingers.
I haven't been sleeping well of late. I grow weary of sitting in this miserable place waiting for progress. I should have the men building the ramp whipped, as slow as they are. I thought the executions after the riots would spur them into being more devoted to their duty. This is for our cause, after all. Perhaps if I throw some of the slower workers from the top of the ramp, that would hurry the rest of them.
Well, Excellency, Sister Ulyssia said as she stepped forward, looking eager to turn his attention away from his dark and violent thoughts. We have something that we think may make you feel a great deal better about our progress. He looked up sharply, then scooped his goblet off the table and took a long drink. He set the goblet back down and squeezed off a fistful of ham from the large platter of it sitting just to his right. After taking a bite from the meat in his hand, he gestured to the two sisters.
What is it, then?
A number of books were brought back with Jensen. One in particular is, well, Excellency, we think you should see it for yourself. Jagang was looking impatient again. He rolled a hand. Both women rushed forward at the command. Sister Armina held up the book Jensen remembered seeing brought up from the secret underground room in the graveyard. The Book of Counted Shadows, she said. Jagang looked to each woman's eyes, then held both hands out to the side. A slave immediately stepped forward with a towel and started cleaning the Emperor's hands. When Jagang tilted his head toward the table, other slaves stepped in to start clearing platters and bowls away. After they had cleared space on the table, a young woman, dressed in an outfit that revealed far more than it concealed, rushed in to wipe the wooden tabletop. As Jagang was still having his hands cleaned, Sister Armina set the book down before the Emperor. He slapped the slave's hands away and turned to the book. He leaned over as he opened the cover and began inspecting the text inside.
Well,
he finally asked as he turned pages.
What do you think? Is it the true copy or a false one?
It's not a copy, Excellency. He looked up with a frown that seemed like it might turn lethal.
What do you mean it's not a copy?
It's the original, Excellency. Jagang blinked, unsure that he'd heard her right. He leaned back in his chair to stare up at the woman.
The original?
Sister Ulysses stepped close. She leaned across the table and turned the pages back to the beginning. Look at this here, Excellency. She tapped a place to show him. This is the Maker's mark. It's his seal containing a spell to signify that this is original.
So what? Maybe the seal is false.
Sister Ulysses was shaking her head. No, Excellency, that's just not the way it works. When a prophet writes down prophecies in a book, he puts this kind of mark in the front of his writings to signify that it's the original, that it's his work in his own hand and not a copy. You have many books of prophecy, Excellency, but with a couple of exceptions, they are all copies of the original. Most have no seal at all. Sometimes the man who copies the original makes his own mark so that his work can be identified and to make sure it is recognized as a copy. Such a seal to signify a copy is never like this. This is a unique sort of mark that is never put in a copy, only in the original. This is a maker's mark left in the form of a spell. It's how originals are identified. This is the original Book of Counted Shadows. She closed the book and showed him the spine. See? Shadows, not shadow. It has the maker's mark. It was found hidden behind barriers and shields. This is the original.
What about the others?
None have a seal like this. Not one of the three even has a mark of the man who made the copy. In fact, none have any kind of mark at all. They are simply copies. This is the original. Jagang, leaning a hand on the table, tapped the side of his thumb as he considered.
I still don't see why it couldn't be a false copy. If they made a false copy and wanted to make it look real, they could have put a fraudulent mark in the book to fool people.
Technically, it's possible, but there are a number of things that point to it not being a fraud. There are also a variety of tests we can do to verify the authenticity of the maker's mark. That, after all, is why he leaves a mark in a spell form, so that it can be tested. We've done a few tests, and the results have shown that it is genuine. But there are some more complex verification webs we could still use to test it. Sister Armina waved a hand at the book. There is also the matter of what it says in the beginning, Excellency. The part about being verified by a confessor. Sister Ulysses tisked impatiently. This was apparently an argument they'd already had. She shot Sister Armina a murderous scowl before once again turning her attention to the Emperor. The book says that a confessor is in essence used to verify the copy, Excellency, not the original. For that reason, we can't reliably trust her to identify the original. That isn't what she is meant to do. The maker's mark does that, and we can do further tests on the mark. I'm confident those tests will confirm what we already know to be true. Jagang tapped a finger on the table as he considered her words.
Where was this found?
In Bandakar, Excellency, Sister Ulysses said.
You mean it was behind those barriers of magic for all this time?
Yes, Excellency, Sister Ulysses said with obvious excitement. That alone is evidence that this is the original manuscript.
Why?
Because if the original could be identified by the mark, where would you hide it?
Behind barriers of magic, he answered thoughtfully.
Excellency, this is the original of the Book of Counted Shadows. I'm sure of it. He peered up at her with his black eyes. Are you willing to stake your life on that being true? Yes, Excellency, Sister Ulyssia answered without hesitation.
Jensen woke suddenly to the strangest sound.
As she came out of a dead sleep, it seemed like a roaring noise of some sort. At first she thought that it must be Emperor Jagang having another of his nightmares, but the sound was followed by a great commotion outside. Men shouted for others to get out of the way, or in fear. Metal clattered in what sounded like stacked lances being tipped over by scattering men. She heard the roar again, closer, and more shouting. Jensen saw the guards at the entrance to the tent peek out from the edge of the hanging covering the opening. She feared to get up from her spot on the floor. Jagang had told her to stay there. As violent as the man could become in an instant, she knew better than to test him. Anson looked questioningly to her. Jensen shrugged. Owen took Marilee's hand. The three of them were obviously frightened. Jensen shared the feeling. Jagang stormed out of his bedchamber, still buttoning his trousers. He looked tired and groggy. Jensen knew that with the nightmares tormenting him, he was not getting much sleep. He was about to speak when the flap over the opening pulled to the side. The noise of the pandemonium flooded into the tent. A thin woman stepped through the opening. In the noise and confusion, she moved with the cool, deliberate demeanor of a snake. Just from the sight of her alone, Jensen wished she could crawl under a carpet and hide. The woman's pale eyes took in the four people on the floor before looking up at the Emperor. She ignored the guards. Her pallid skin stood out white against her black dress. "6," Jagang said. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" She regarded him almost contemptuously.
Your bidding.
Jagang glared at her. "Well, what is it then?"
A matter of something I agreed to obtain for you.
She lifted out something that she'd had under her arm. Jensen hadn't seen it because it was so black that it was almost impossible to see in the dimly lit tent, to say nothing of being held against her black dress. As he stared at the thing she held out, his mood began to brighten. Jagang's eyes were black. 6's dress was black. Midnight on a moonless night in a cave in a thick forest was black. None of those things, though, could compare to the black of what the woman was holding. It was black beyond anything Jensen had ever seen before. The thought occurred to her that when a person died, that was the kind of blackness that must enshroud them. Jagang stared, his eyes wide with delight, a smile settling into his features. "The third box." 6 didn't look to share his abrupt good humor.
I have kept my bargain.
"So you have," Jagang said, as he reverently lifted the box from her. "So you have." He finally set the inky black box on a chest. "What of the other matters?" he asked over a shoulder.
I burned into their forces, scattering them. I have eliminated patrols when I found them. I scouted the routes for supply trains and ensured that they could safely pass.
"Yes, they have been getting through, and none too soon."
It will be vastly better simply to end this, the woman said. Have you been able to find the true copy of the Book of Counted Shadows?
"No," he grinned. "I believe, though, that I have the original." She gazed at him for a long time, as if weighing the truth of his words, or maybe just wondering if he was drunk.
You believe you have found the original?
A humorless smile spread on her thin lips.
Why don't you simply use your confessor?
"We had some trouble. She managed to escape." Whatever 6 was thinking, She didn't reveal it on her gaunt face.
Well, she is of limited use to you anyway.
Jagang's expression darkened.
Limited use or not, I have plans for her. Do you think you could find her and bring her to me? I would make it worth your while.
Six shrugged.
If you wish. Let me see the book.
Jagang went to a chest and pulled open a drawer. He recovered the book and handed it to her. Six held it between the flats of her hands for a long moment.
Let me see the others.
Jagang went to a different drawer in the chest and pulled out 3 more books, all looking to be the same size. He laid them side by side on a marble-topped table, then set an oil lamp beside them. Six glided close, her arms folded, peering down at the 3 books one at a time. She placed the tips of her long, thin fingers on one of them. Her hand moved to a second book, pausing on it, before finally going on to the 3rd. She gestured to the books on the table.
These 3 came after.
She pulled the original book he'd given her out from where she was holding it under an arm and waggled it before setting it down atop the other 3.
This one came first.
Came first, as in original? Can you be sure?
I don't take foolish chances. If it were a false copy, and because of that your sister opened the wrong box, then I would lose everything I have planned and worked for, and considering my part in this, even my life.
That still doesn't answer my question.
She shrugged.
I am a witch woman. I have talents. This is the original book. Use it. Open the correct box and your nightmares will end.
Jagang stared for a moment, looking unhappy at the mention of his nightmares, but then he finally smiled.
Bring me the Confessor.
Six smiled in a deadly sort of way.
You get everything ready, all set up, spells cast, callings done, and I will bring the Confessor to the party.
Jagang nodded.
Sister Ulyssia tells me that we need to get up into the Garden of Life.
While it's not the only way, it would be the best way to ensure success. You should take your sister seriously.
I do take her seriously, since she is the one who will open the box, with me within her mind, of course. Anything but getting it correct would be very unfortunate, her. If the Keeper of the Underworld snatched her in that way, it would be the worst possible outcome for her. Therefore, getting it right is in her own best interest. I think that's why she is so insistent on opening the box in the Garden of Life instead of doing it here.
Six turned an intent look on Jensen.
Use her. She's Richard Rahl's sister. One by one, everything is turning against him. Adding her life to the mix will only help to tip the balance.
Jagang turned his black eyes on Jensen.
Why do you think I had her brought here?
Six shrugged.
I thought it was revenge.
I want to end this resistance to the will of the Order. If revenge was my goal with her, she would already be in the torture tents, screaming her life away. She is more used to the Order in other ways. My goal is for the Fellowship of Order to at last rule over mankind as they should by right.
Except for my portion of it,
Six said with a deadly glare. Jagang smiled indulgently.
You are not a greedy partner in this, Six. Your request is quite modest. You can do as you wish with your little part of the world, under the guiding authority of the Order, of course.
Of course. If the life of his sister doesn't sway him, feel free to mention my name. Tell him that I would be happy to let fire rain down on him."
Jagang looked inspired by the idea.
Good idea. As I always suspected of you from the first, you are proving to be quite a valuable ally, Six.
"It is Queen Six, if you don't mind."
Jagang shrugged.
Not at all. I'm happy to give you your due, Queen Six.
Chapter 51. Sitting in the darkness, leaning against the stone wall, nodding off from time to time, Rachel heard a sound outside the cell door that brought her head up. She sat up straighter, listening. She thought it sounded like distant footsteps. She sank back against the cold stone of the wall. It was probably Six, come to take her back to the cave to start making her draw pictures in order to hurt people. In the stone room, barren of even furniture, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Rachel didn't know what she was going to do when Six told her to draw awful things to harm people. She didn't want to do it, didn't want to make pictures that she knew would hurt innocent people. But she knew that a witch woman would have ways to make her do those things. Rachel was afraid of Six, afraid of the woman hurting her. There was no more awful feeling in the whole world than being all alone with someone who wanted to hurt you and knowing that you could do nothing to stop them. She was starting to get tears just thinking about what might be coming, imagining what Six would do to her. She wiped away the tears, trying to think of something, anything that could help her. It had been a while since she'd seen the witch woman. It might not even be Six. It might be some of the guards bringing her a meal. A couple of the guards were men from before, from when Queen Milena had been alive. Rachel didn't know their names, but she remembered seeing them in the past. There were other men, though, that she didn't recognize. They were soldiers from the Imperial Order. The old guards were never mean to her on purpose, but the new soldiers were different. They were wild-looking men. When they looked at her, Rachel just knew that they were thinking of doing unimaginably vile things to her. They were not the kind of men who didn't seem at all worried about anyone stopping them, except maybe Six. They always stayed out of the witch woman's way. She ignored them, expecting them to get out of her way. Those men, though, watched Rachel in a way that scared her down to the marrow in her bones. Rachel worried about them catching her alone like this, without Six to keep them away. But the thought of Six coming to hurt her wasn't much better. Rachel had always hated it when she had lived at the castle before, when Queen Milena had been alive. She had lived in fear most of the time. She was hungry most of the time. But this was different. This was worse, and she had never thought it could be worse. She listened carefully to the footsteps outside as they came closer. She realized that it wasn't the sound of a man's boots she heard, but a lighter step. It was a woman's footsteps. That meant that it would be Six. That meant that it was the day she had been dreading. Six had promised that when she returned, she would start having Rachel draw for her. The lock clanged as the key turned. Rachel pushed back against the wall, wanting to run, but knowing she couldn't. The heavy iron doors squeaked as it opened. Light from a lantern flooded into Rachel's stone prison. A form glided in, carrying the lantern. Rachel blinked when she saw the smile. It was her mother. Rachel jumped up in a rush. With tears suddenly flooding down her cheeks, she ran to the woman and threw her arms around her waist. She felt comforting hands come around her in a warm hug. Rachel wept with the joy of that unexpected hug. There. It's all right now, Rachel." And Rachel knew that it was. With her mother there, everything was suddenly all right. The scary men, the witch woman, none of it mattered anymore. It was all right now. "Thank you for coming," she said through her tears. "I've been so scared." Her mother squatted down, hugging her close. "I see that you used what I gave you the last time." Rachel nodded against her mother's shoulder. "It saved me. It saved my life. Thank you." A comforting hand patted her back as her mother laughed softly at Rachel's unrestrained happiness. Rachel pushed away. "We must get away before that awful witch woman comes back. We have to get away. And there are soldiers, mean soldiers. You mustn't let them see you. They might do terrible things to you." Wearing a radiant smile, her mother gazed at her. "We're safe for right now. But we have to get away from here." Still smiling, her mother nodded. "Yes, we must. But I need you to do something for me." Rachel swallowed back her tears. "Anything. You saved my life. The chalk you gave me saved me from the ghosty goblies. They would have torn me apart. What you gave me saved my life." Her mother cupped her cheek. "You saved your own life, Rachel. You used your head, and you saved your own life. I just gave you a little help when I knew you would need it." "But it was the help I needed." "I'm so very glad, Rachel. Now I need your help." Rachel shrugged. "What could I do to help you? I'm not big enough to do much." Her mother smiled in a way that gave Rachel pause. "You are just the right size." Rachel couldn't imagine what she could be the right size for. "What is it, then?" Her mother picked up the lantern and stood. She reached out for Rachel's hand. "Come, I will show you. I need you to carry a very important message to save someone else." As they moved out into the stone hallway, the lantern showed that the stone hallway was empty. The guards were nowhere to be seen. Rachel liked the idea of helping someone else. She knew what it was like to be afraid and need help. "You want me to carry a message?" "That's right. I know you're brave, but I need you not to be frightened by what you see. There is nothing to fear, I promise." As they hurried through the halls, Rachel began to worry. She knew that her mother had helped her before. She wanted to return the favor. Still, it sounded like it might be scary. When people said not to be afraid, that meant that there was something to be afraid of. Still, it couldn't be more scary than the mean-looking men who stared at her, or as scary as a witch woman. Chase had taught her that it was normal to be afraid, but that to survive you had to be the master of your fear in order to help yourself. Fear, he always said, couldn't save you, but mastering it could. Rachel looked up at her beautiful mother. "Who is the message for?" "It's to help a friend, Richard." "Richard Rowell? You know Richard?" Her mother glanced down. "You know him, that's what matters. You know that he is trying to help everyone." Rachel nodded. "I know." "Well, he is going to need some help. I need you to carry a message for me to see if we can get him the help he will need." "All right," Rachel said. "I'd like to help him. I love Richard." Her mother nodded. "Good. He is a man worthy of your love." She paused before a heavy door to the side, then squeezed Rachel's hand. "Don't be afraid now, all right?" Rachel stared up at her mother, feeling flutters in her stomach. "All right." "There is nothing to fear, I promise, and I'll be right here with you." Rachel nodded. Her mother pushed the door open out into the cold night air. Rachel could see out through the doorway that the moon was up. Because Rachel had been in a dark cell and there had only been the lamplight, she could see everything outside pretty well. It looked like a courtyard, with stone walls surrounding it. The courtyard appeared to be big enough not only for bushes but for trees. Together they stepped out into the chilly darkness. Rachel froze stiff when she saw the glowing green eyes staring down at her. Her breath caught in her throat, preventing the scream locked inside her from escaping. Huge wings snapped open, spreading wide. With the moon behind those wings, Rachel could see veins pulsing in the skin stretched across the wings. It was a gar. Rachel just knew that in an instant the beast was going to tear both of them apart. "Rachel, don't be afraid," her mother said in a gentle voice. Rachel couldn't move her legs. "What?" "This is Gratch. Gratch is a friend of Richard's." She turned to the deadly beast and laid a hand on the great furry arm, giving it a soothing stroke. "Aren't you, Gratch?" The mouth split wide. Huge fangs glistened in the light of the lantern. The vapor of its breath hissed out between those fangs up into the cold air.
"Wretch lug, wretch arg,"
the creature growled. Rachel blinked. It wasn't a growl exactly. It sounded like it had actually been words. Did it just say that it loved Richard? Gratch nodded earnestly. Rachel's mother nodded. "That's right. Gratch loves Richard, the same as you."
"Wretch lug, wretch arg,"
the beast repeated. This time, Rachel could recognize better what Gratch had said. "Gratch is here to help Richard, but we need you too." Rachel finally took her eyes off the huge beast to look over at her mother. "What can I do? I'm not big like Gratch." "No, you aren't. That's why Gratch can carry you. And you, in turn, can carry a message." Chapter 52. Updrafts buffeted Richard as he stood on the narrow road leading from the People's Palace down the side of the plateau. Nathan, standing to his left, leaned over the edge to take a look down the precipitous drop. Even at a time like this, the prophet had the curiosity of a child. 1,000-year-old child, no less. Richard supposed that being kept as a prisoner one's whole life could do that to a person. Nietzsche, to Richard's right, was in a quiet mood. Richard couldn't say that he blamed her. Kara and Verna waited behind him. Both looked to be in a mood to throw someone off the side of the cliff. Richard knew, despite appearances, that it was really Nathan who was in the mood to do such a thing. Since he'd found out that Anne had been killed, he had been quietly seething. Richard could easily understand such silent rage. Gears squeaked and the heavy catch clattered as the guards worked to turn the crank to lower the bridge. As the heavy beams and planks slowly descended, Richard could finally begin to see the face of the solitary soldier standing on the other side, waiting. The first thing he saw were the dark eyes glaring across the abyss. The young man was big, just coming into his prime, with a massive chest and arms. Greasy strands of hair hung down to his powerful shoulders. He didn't look to have bathed in his life. Richard could smell him from across the chasm. The young man looked to be developing into a fine brute for the Imperial Order. He was an excellent example of a common order soldier, a contemptuous, undisciplined thug, a young man governed by his lusts and emotions, and not in the least bit interested in the damage and suffering he caused in order to have what he wanted. He would be without mercy, compassion, or empathy for those he hurt. Their suffering would mean nothing to him. He was completely self-absorbed and devoted entirely to his own wants, not caring what he had to do to satisfy his desires. He was typical of the regular Imperial Order soldiers Richard had seen. Unaccustomed to consequences, he was a youth whose muscles had developed far in advance of his intellect, and so he would be only vaguely familiar with what it meant to be a civilized man. Worse, the concept would hold no interest for him, since it offered no immediate gratification of his urges. He had been selected specifically to send a message. He was a reminder, in all his savage glory, of just what sort of men waited below on the Azrith plain. Still, the individual standing there by himself in his dark leather armor plates, straps, studs, tattoos, and belts laden with crude weapons really meant nothing. It was the mind of the man that mattered, and that mind was infused, possessed, and commanded by a dreamwalker, Emperor Jagang. The Emperor had made contact with them through the journey book that Verna still carried, and had for many years carried the twin of that journey book, but it was now in the possession of Sister Ulyssia, and therefore Jagang. Verna had been totally surprised by the contact. Richard had not. He had been expecting it. In fact, he was the one who had asked Verna to check in her journey book for a message. Jagang had wanted a meeting. He said he would come alone, but for his own safety in the mind of one of his men. He said that Richard could bring whoever he wanted to the meeting, as many as he wanted, a whole army if he wanted. Jagang was hardly worried about the life of the soldier. The Emperor had said that even if they decided to kill the soldier, he didn't care. Richard knew not only from his own experience, but from Kalen's as well, that catching the dreamwalker in the mind of another person was impossible. She'd said that she had touched such a person possessed by Jagang with her power, but even as it took them, the Emperor was effortlessly able to escape the danger. Despite the talented people with Richard, he did not delude himself that any of them might just be able to catch the dreamwalker. Of course, the soldier would be dead, but that was just the sacrifice the man would have to make for the cause as far as Jagang was concerned. No, the people Richard had with him had not been brought to try to kill Jagang through the mind of the surrogate. Richard knew better. They each had been brought for other reasons. The bridge finally thudded down in place. Richard had already given the bridge crew and guards their instructions, so once the bridge had been lowered, he gave them the signal and they all started back up the road. Once the crew and guards were out of hearing distance, Richard started across. His entourage was quick to stay close to him. The man on the other side stood for a moment, his thumbs hooked in his weapon belt, before casually advancing to the middle of the bridge and striking an arrogant pose. As they came to a halt, the man's dark eyes, Jagang's dark vision, were fixed on Nietzsche. While the master looking through those eyes was no doubt angry, the young man himself was quite open about his lust for what he saw. He ignored everyone else but the blonde woman standing before him in a revealing black dress. The neckline at the top of the bodice was loose and open, and the man was quite interested in what he was seeing. "What is it you want?" Richard asked in a businesslike voice. The man's eyes, Jagang's vision, turned to Richard, but then went back to Nietzsche.
"Well, darling," the deep voice said, "I see you have managed once again to betray me."
Nietzsche returned only an indifferent expression. "You said that you wanted to meet with me," Richard said, keeping his voice calm. "What's so important to you?" The contemptuous gaze slid to Richard.
"Not so important to me, boy, to you."
Richard shrugged. "All right, to me then."
"Do you care about all those people back there behind you?"
"You know I do," Richard said with a sigh. "What of it?"
"Well, I am going to give you a chance to prove it. Listen carefully, for I'm not in the mood to trade insults."
Richard wanted to ask the man, ask Jagang, if he was having trouble sleeping, but he resisted the urge for sarcasm. They were there for a purpose. "State your offer, then." The soldier lifted an arm rather haltingly, Richard thought, to gesture back up at the palace towering behind them.
"You have many thousands of people in there awaiting their fate. That fate now is entirely in your hands."
"That's why they call me Lord Rahl."
"Well, Lord Rahl, while you only stand for yourself, I represent the collective wisdom of all the people of the Order."
"Collective wisdom?" Again, Richard had to force himself not to make a flippant remark.
Collective wisdom is what guides our people. Together, because we are many, we are wiser than the few.
Richard looked down, picking at a fingernail. Well, I've already played the collective wisdom of your Jala team and beat them up one side and down the other. The man lurched forward half a step, as if about to attack. Richard stood his ground, folding his arms as he finally looked up to stare into Jagang's eyes. The man halted.
That was you?
Richard nodded. What is your offer?
When we get in there, and we will get in, men like my young soldier here, the pride of the people of the old world, come to crush the heathens of the new world, will be set free in the place. I will leave to your imagination what such men will do to the fine people in the palace.
I already know how the pride of the order treats innocent people. I've already seen the results of their collective wisdom. No imagining is necessary.
Well, if you would like that to be repeated here only tenfold worse, just because they're angry at your bull-headed defiance, at having to sit down there building their own way in, then you have to do nothing. They will come, they will get in, and they will extract their vengeance for all that you have done to the people of their homeland.
I already know all that, Richard said. It's pretty obvious, after all.
And would you like to spare your people that pain?
You know I would. The man straightened a little, taking on Jagang's smile.
And do you know that I have your sister, Jensen?
Richard blinked in surprise.
What? I have Jensen. She's quite nice on the eyes, actually. She was brought back after we visited a graveyard in Bandakar to pay our respects to the deceased.
Richard was losing track of what Jagang was talking about. What deceased?
Why, Nathan Rall, of course.
Richard's eyes slid closed as he remembered that grave marker. Dear spirits, he whispered to himself.
While they were paying our respects to the tomb of Nathan Rall, my representatives came across the most interesting books. One in particular, I believe you've heard of, the Book of Counted Shadows.
Richard glared, but said nothing.
Now, as I'm sure you are aware, there are 5 copies of that particular book. In fact, I have 3 of them. From what my good sisters tell me, you have memorized another copy. I'm not sure where the 5th is, but I suppose that it could be any of a number of places. The thing is, it doesn't really matter. You see, the Book of Counted Shadows that came into my possession, along with your beautiful little sister and a few of her friends, is not a copy.
Richard puzzled at the man. Not a copy? Then what is it?
It's the original,
Jagang said in his deep voice, sounding quite amused with himself.
Because it's the original, I don't have to worry about which of the 5 is the one true copy and which 4 are the false copies. That no longer concerns me, since I now have the original.
Richard heaved a sigh. I see.
Besides that, I now also have all 3 boxes of Orden. My friend Six was kind enough to bring me the 3rd.
The dark eyes turned toward Nietzsche.
She got it from the Wizard's Keep. Just ask Nietzsche. Fortunately, Nietzsche recovered from the touch of the witch woman. I would have been so very displeased had she died.
Richard folded his arms again. So, you have the Book of Counted Shadows, and now you have all 3 boxes. Sounds like you have Jala de Jin well in hand. What is it you want from me? The soldier wagged an admonishing finger.
You know what I want, Richard Rall. I want into the Garden of Life.
I suppose you do, but I don't think it would be very healthy for me to allow that.
I suggest that you think about all those people in there, and ask yourself how healthy it will be for them if you don't agree. You see, we are going to get in. It's just a matter of when, and what happens when we do get in. If you force me to fight my way in, then, as I said, I will have to let my men extract their revenge on every single person in there, every man, woman, and child. I expect that it will be terrifying beyond their wildest imagination. But if you surrender...
Surrender? Verna shouted. Are you out of your mind? Richard silenced her by easing her back. He turned again to Jagang. Go on.
If you surrender, I will not harm the palace.
If we were to surrender, why in the world would you spare it? I certainly hope you don't expect me to believe that you have it in you to honor such a bargain.
Well, you see, we were planning to build a grand palace to be the headquarters of the Imperial Order. Brother Nariv himself was overseeing the project, but you ended that dream for our people. We could start over and build such a palace, the man gestured indulgently, but it would be so much more fitting, since you took our palace, for us in the end to take yours, and rule from it to show all who would defy the Fellowship of Order what comes of such foolish resistance. This seat of the Order would be a statement to all. Of course, after you witness the opening of the correct box of Orden, I would have you put to death.
Of course, Richard said.
A relatively quick death, but not too quick. I would want to pay you for some of your crimes, after all.
How appealing.
Well, your people would live. Aren't you concerned for them? Have you no compassion? They would have to bow to the beliefs of the Order, which is, after all, the moral law of the Creator himself, but they would not be molested by my men.
Still doesn't sound very appealing, Richard said, his arms still folded. The soldier shrugged, an awkward movement, like a puppet whose strings had been pulled.
Well, those are your only two choices. Either we eventually smash our way in on a river of blood, letting my men have what they want of your people and your palace, while my sisters and myself do what we must in the Garden of Life, or else you come to your senses and allow your people to live in peace, while my sisters and myself do what we must in the Garden of Life. Either way, I will have the Garden of Life to use as I must. The only question is how soon and how much blood and suffering it will cost your people.
You may never get in. You think you will, but you may not. I have that possibility to consider.
Not really, Jagang said with a surrogate smile. You see, we always have the additional option of Six helping us. She wouldn't have to fight her way up through the palace. She can just drop us in, as it were. Beyond that, if I grow too impatient, I could always go ahead and do it the easy way, by simply using the book the way it was intended to open the correct box.
You need the Garden of Life. The man gestured dismissively.
The boxes predate the Garden of Life. There is nothing that says they must be opened in such a place. A containment field, as my sisters explained it. My sisters, as well as Six, also advised me that while the Garden of Life was built as a containment field specific to the boxes of Orden, the boxes can still be opened from right where they are.
Richard glared at the man before him. Without the specific containment field offered by the Garden of Life, it would be extremely dangerous to attempt to open one of the boxes. Any number of otherwise inconsequential errors would risk destroying the world of life. Jagang again smiled a very wicked smile.
This world, this life is transient. It is the next world that matters. Destroying this vile, wretched world, this miserable life, would be doing the Creator a great service. Those of us who have served his cause through the Fellowship of Order will be rewarded in that eternal afterlife. Those of you who have opposed us will fall into the eternal darkness beneath the Keeper. Ending this wretched world in the cause of saving it would be a noble act worthy of great reward. So you see, Richard Rao, in this round of Jalad-Jin, I am going to win it all, one way or the other. I am merely offering you the chance to decide how you wish it to end.
The wind carried a sheet of dust past as Richard watched the man. He knew from the things he'd studied, and the things that Nietzsche had told him, that Jagang wasn't bluffing about being able to open the boxes without the Garden of Life. He also knew how dangerous it would be. Unfortunately, he also knew that the Order didn't really care if all life ended. They valued death, not life. Even if they could somehow eliminate Jagang, it would make no difference, really. He represented the beliefs of the Order. He did not shape them. In the end, he was hardly the most dangerous part of the Order. It was the evil beliefs the Fellowship of Order taught that were dangerous. Jagang was merely the brute who enforced those beliefs. I don't know that I can make such a decision immediately.
I understand. I will give you some time to think it over. Some time to walk the halls of the palace and look into the eyes of those women and children under your care.
Richard nodded. This is the kind of thing I will have to think about. There is much to consider. It will take time. The man smiled.
Of course. Take your time. I give you a few weeks. I will give you until the new moon.
The man started to turn away, but then turned back.
Oh, one other thing.
His dark gaze slid to Nietzsche.
You will have to surrender Nietzsche to me as part of the bargain. She belongs with me. She must be given back.
What if she doesn't want to return to your side?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. It doesn't matter what she wants. She is to be returned to me. Is that clear enough?
It is.
Good,
he said with a condescending smile.
That concludes our talk, then. You have until the new moon to surrender the palace and Nietzsche.
The man turned to gaze out at the army spread out below. Then he walked woodenly to the edge of the planks and, without a word, stepped out into space. He didn't even scream as he tumbled down through the buffeting updrafts. Jagang wanted Richard to understand just how little he cared about life and how easily he was willing to take it. Verna and Kara started shouting objections and angry arguments. Richard held up a hand. Not now. I have things I must do. He signaled to the bridge crew. Raise the bridge, he called out on his way up the road as he met them on their way back down. Fists clapped to hearts in salute. Chapter 53. In the flickering torchlight, lost in deep concentration, Richard used his finger to draw the next element in the sorcerer's sand. Running through the words silently to himself first, he finally looked up to the dark windows, then began murmuring the incantations aloud in High Daharan. Through the leaded windows, in his distant awareness, he saw the moonlight. Only the day before, Jagang had given him until the new moon to surrender the palace. That moonlight would day by day continue to dwindle until they were enveloped in complete darkness. Richard had listened to Verna, General Meifert, and Kara's strong sentiment that they should not surrender. Verna thought that surrender would be giving moral sanction to criminal beliefs, and they should fight such evil to the death. General Meifert thought that it was little more than a trick, and it would be foolish to believe Jagang would keep his word, so they should never surrender. Kara thought that they were going to die one way or the other, so they might as well fight to the death and in the process kill as many of the enemy as possible. Nathan and Nietzsche had only listened to the arguments, undecided on whether it would be best to surrender or fight. Richard had pointed out that they were only offering ideas on how they should die, not on how they could prevail. They were thinking of the problem, not the solution. He knew that there was only one realistic way he could ever expect to get close to the boxes of Orden, but it was not something that the others had wanted to hear. Moment by moment, time was slipping through his fingers. He knew that he would not be granted more. Richard felt the crushing weight of the responsibility he alone had to bear. He had decided that he could wait no longer. Ready or not, he had to begin. He felt nothing as he spoke the proper incantations, just as he felt nothing when he drew the spell forms. His emotions were entirely driven by his thoughts of Callan, the people he cared dearly about, and the choices he had left open to him. He had to keep reminding himself not to waste time allowing his thoughts to drift to what was about to be lost, but instead to use what time he had to think of a way to prevail. While he didn't have access to the boxes of Orden, or the true copy or original of the Book of Counted Shadows, he knew from the books Nietzsche had studied, especially the Book of Life, which explained how to initiate the use of the boxes of Orden, that this ritual was a necessary component to using Orden to counter chain fire. Countering chain fire was central. If Richard ever did get the chance to use the boxes, he had to be ready to use that opportunity. This was one of those things that he had no choice about. Either he did it, or he could never open the boxes. Simple as that. The sooner he made the attempt, the sooner they would know if it would work. Either he lived or he died. If he didn't survive, then it was better to let Nietzsche, Nathan, and Verna have as much time as possible to try to think of another way to avoid the inevitable. The Emperor had a variety of options. Richard didn't. Jagang, since he would be opening the boxes through Sister Ulyssia, wouldn't have to travel to the underworld. Sister Ulyssia was a sister of the dark. She already had all the connection with the underworld that she would need to make Orden function for them. Richard would have to create his own connection and find a way to accomplish what was necessary in order to make Orden work to counter the chain fire event. The incantations, Nietzsche had told him, like the spell forms, were cause and effect. He was the proper person, with the required power, drawing the proper spells, reciting the necessary words. His gift would add what was needed to the elements as he brought those elements into being in the sorcerer's sand. Cause and effect, Nietzsche had assured him. There was no need for him to feel anything. He was counting on her being right. They were all counting on her being right. Nathan, too, was more than concerned about her being right. The prophet was more worried than ever about the great void and how close they were to it. Richard remembered how Warren had always referred to the boxes of Orden as the gateway. At the time, when Richard had been at the Palace of the Prophets, Warren had said that the danger was that the boxes, the gateway, had breached the veil and would allow the keeper of the underworld through into the world of life. Because the boxes were a gateway into the world of life for the keeper, a way through the veil, they were also a gateway going in the other direction, into the world of the dead. It had occurred to Richard that the boxes might very well be the gateway to the great void that so concerned Nathan. Since the powers Richard was invoking were an integral part of Orden itself, Richard was aware that in attempting to journey to the underworld, he very well might be about to be swallowed up into his own great void. Richard thought again about the long talk he had had with Nathan. If Richard was successful this night, then Nathan was once again going to have to step into the role of the Lord Rahl. They couldn't afford to leave everyone without a Lord Rahl for even the short time Richard would be gone. Richard had told the prophet that if anything went wrong, then he was going to have to do what was necessary on his own. Richard, hunched naked before the white sorcerer's sand, used his forearm to smooth the next section, creating a field for the motifs to come. He began to draw the complex enchantments radiating out from the center axis of the larger spell form. Each of those elements branched into intricate symbols of its own that he had spent countless hours practicing on paper. Nietzsche had stood over his shoulder as he'd drawn those symbols, guiding his every movement. Nietzsche could not help him now, though. This he had to do by himself, without any help. He was the one who had been named the player. It had to be his own work, touched exclusively by his gift. The torches, their flames wavering slowly in the still air, lit the sand, throwing off sparkles of prismatic light. Those tiny flares of colored light were riveting, spellbinding. They made him feel lost in his own private world. In a way, he really was lost in his own world. As he began drawing the abutting spell forms, Richard gave himself over to the act of drawing. He focused exclusively on the creation of each component as he drew it, making it fit into the larger context of the spell form, not only conceptually, but physically. Back when he had painted the designs on himself and his team, he had discovered that drawing those elements had much in common with using his sword. There was a movement to it, a rhythm, a flow. Since he was, after all, now conjuring things from the underworld itself, each spell contained elements of the dance with death. It not only had to be the right element at the right time, but had to be carried out with precision. In many ways, drawing the spells was the dance with death. In much the way he fought with the sword to stay alive, bringing death to those he battled, the spells were bringing him closer to that cusp between life and death. When he fought with the sword, he knew that any error would result in his swift death. The moves he made with the sword not only had to be the right moves, but they had to be done at precisely the right time and done properly. Drawing the spell forms was no different. Each move had to be executed properly. Any error would result in swift death. At the same time, it was an exhilarating experience. He had practiced long hours. He knew the forms. He had painted them on himself and his team. Now he lost himself in the movement of drawing those forms, the strokes, slashes, and points, all the while moving with the constant flow of coming close to death but avoiding annihilation. He existed on the cusp of life, the very outer edge of existence. He moved among the forms as if moving among an enemy, moving among death stalking him. It was an all-consuming experience that felt to him just like using the sword of truth. In fact, it was all one and the same. From that first day when Zed had handed Richard the sword across the table outside his house, Richard had in reality been preparing for this. He could feel sweat dripping off his face as he worked. As he drew each form, worked each element to completion without allowing anything to distract him into making a mistake, he lost all sense of time. He was part of the drawings. He was, in a very real sense, in the drawings, just as he was in a sword fight when he used the sword of truth. His brow wrinkled with the intensity of it. He added each element, laid down each stroke and curve with the precision of a cut with his sword, or with the precision of his chisel when he had sculpted. It was the same skill he applied when using a blade. He was destroying and creating all at the same time. When he at last realized that he had drawn every symbol, completed every spell form, connected every element, he sat up straighter. His gaze swept over the sorcerer's sand, and he at last realized the full horror of what lay ahead. He looked around at the garden of life. He wanted to see beauty before he faced the world of the dead. At last he sat cross-legged and rested his hands palm up on his knees. His eyes slid closed. He took deep breaths. This was his last chance to stop. In another moment, it would be too late to change the course of events. Richard raised his head and opened his eyes. In High Daharan, he whispered, "Come to me."
There was a moment of dead silence in which he could hear only the soft burning of the torches all around the sorcerer's sand. And then the air itself shook with a sudden wailing roar. The ground shook. From the center of the sparkling white sand, from the center of the spell forms, a white shape, like white smoke, began to rise. It spiraled around itself in tumbling swirls and eddies as it slowly ascended through the sand, as if drawing itself upward out of the spells themselves. As it came, as it lifted ever upward, the sorcerer's sand beneath it was rent open, allowing the blackness of death to establish a void in the world of life. Richard watched as the white form ascended out of that void, forming into the shape of a figure in flowing white robes. The figure opened its arms, the way a flower would open itself to the world of life and light, until the gossamer robes hung in flowing folds from those widespread arms. The figure floated, suspended above the black void in the white sand. Richard rose up before the figure. "Thank you for coming, Denna." She smiled a beautiful, radiant, and yet longingly sad smile. As Richard gazed at the spirit, she reached out and touched his cheek. It was as loving a touch as Richard had ever felt. In that touch, he knew that he would be safe with her, as safe as he could be in the world of the dead. From the shadows of the trees, where Richard had asked her to wait, Nietzsche watched in wonder as Richard stood before the soft glow of an ethereal figure. She was an achingly beautiful creature, a spirit of quiet purity and dignity. Nietzsche felt tears run down her cheeks at actually seeing a good spirit there before her. It filled her with joy, and at the same time terror for Richard, for where that spirit would be taking him. As the glowing figure in white robes circled a sheltering arm around Richard, closing him off from the world of life, Nietzsche stepped forward into the light of the torches. Her forehead beaded with sweat as she watched the gossamer glow gently spiral down into the darkness with her charge. "Safe journey, my friend," she whispered. "Safe journey." And then, before the opening had completely closed, before the sparkling white sorcerer's sand had healed itself over again, a dark form came together in the air above. The thing whirled itself into a tight funnel as it followed them down into darkness. The beast had been attracted to Richard through the use of his gift, and now it was pursuing him down into its own realm. Chapter 54. Kaelin added another stick to the fire. Sparks swirled up into the late evening air, as if eager to follow after the departing vestiges of red-orange just visible through the bare branches in the western sky. She warmed her hands toward the building flames and then shivered as she rubbed her arms. It was going to be a cold night. Short on gear, they each had only one blanket. At least she also had her cloak. Lying on the cold ground made for a miserable, sleepless night. Spruce trees were plentiful, though, so she had cut a number of boughs for bedding. Even as thick as the woods were, they wouldn't have offered good protection from any wind, but since the clear night was dead calm, at least they wouldn't need to build a shelter. Kaelin just wanted to have something to eat and then get some sleep. Before they had built the fire, she had taken the opportunity to set a couple of snares, hoping to catch a rabbit, if not to eat that night, then maybe in the morning before they started out again. Samuel had collected a good supply of firewood to last the night, then built the fire. After finishing with that, he had gone off to a nearby stream down a rocky bank to collect water. Kaelin was bone-weary as well as hungry. They were nearly out of the food they'd brought from the Imperial Order's camp. Not that they'd stopped all that often to eat or rest. Unless they caught a rabbit, it would be dried biscuits and dried meat again. At least they had that. It wasn't going to last much longer, though. Samuel hadn't wanted to stop to try to see if they could get more food. He seemed in a frantic urgency to get somewhere. They had a few coins they'd found in the bottom of the saddlebags, but rather than venturing into one of the several small towns they had passed near in order to try to get more supplies, Samuel had insisted that they stay well clear of any people. He was convinced that Imperial Order soldiers would be hunting them. Considering how much Jagang apparently hated her, and how keen he was to extract vengeance, Kaelin couldn't really offer any argument against Samuel's theory. For all she knew, soldiers might be hot on her heels. The thought added an uneasy edge to her chill. When Kaelin asked Samuel where they were going, he was vague about it, simply pointing west-southwest. He assured her, though, that they were going someplace where they would be safe. He was proving to be a strange traveling companion. He spoke very little when they rode, and even less at camp. Whenever they stopped, he rarely ventured far from her. She imagined that he simply wanted to protect her, to keep her safe, but she wondered if it was more that he was watching over his prize. While he had come into the Order's camp to rescue her, he never wanted to talk about his reasons for doing so. One time, when she had pressed him, he said it had been because he wanted to help her. On the surface, it seemed a nice sentiment, yet he never explained how he knew her, or how he knew that she had been held captive. By the way that he was always glancing at her, when he didn't think she was watching, she thought that maybe he was just bashful. If she pressed him about anything, he would typically pull his head down between his shoulders and shrug. She sometimes came to feel that she was torturing the poor man with her questions, and so she would stop and let him be. It was only then that he would seem to relax. Still, all of the unanswered questions gave her pause. Despite everything he had done and how he helped her at every turn, she didn't trust him. She didn't like that he wouldn't answer such simple questions, such important questions. Having so much of her own life a mystery to her left her rather sensitive to the relevance of unanswered questions. She knew, too, that Samuel was fascinated by her. He often seemed eager to do things to please her. He would cut pieces of sausage, giving her one slice at a time until she had to stop him, telling him that she'd had enough and that he should eat too. At other times, though, like when he was distracted by his own hunger, he would forget to offer her anything until she asked. Sometimes she would glance over and see him staring at her with those strange golden eyes. In those moments, she thought that she saw the cunning countenance of a thief. She tried to keep a hand on the handle of her knife when she went to sleep. At other times, when she would try to ask questions, he seemed too shy even to look her in the eye, much less answer her, and would hunch back toward the fire as if hoping he could be invisible. Most of the time, she had trouble getting more than a yes or no out of him. His reticence never seemed to be out of cruelty, arrogance, or indifference, though. In the end, since it was so difficult getting him to talk, and the answers she did get were virtually useless, she had stopped trying. He was either painfully shy, or he was hiding something. In those long periods of silence, Kaelin's mind would turn to thoughts about Richard. She wondered if he was alive or dead. She feared that she knew the answer, but was reluctant to accept the finality of his death. She was still astonished, recalling the sight of him using weapons, the way his blade moved, the way he moved. He had done so much to help her escape. She feared that he had paid the ultimate price for it. In the still air, thinking about Richard, Kaelin felt a chill that was not from the cold. It was a strange night. Something about it felt out of sorts and empty. The world felt like an even more lonely place than usual. That was the thing that bothered her the most, the constant, gnawing emptiness she felt. The terrible loneliness of being isolated from almost everyone else in the world. A part of her life was missing too, and she didn't know what it was.
She didn't even know who she was, other than her name and that she was the Mother Confessor. When she had asked Samuel what a confessor was, he had stared a long moment and then shrugged. She got the clear impression that he knew but didn't want to say. Kaylin felt cut off not only from the world, but from herself. She wanted her life back. In the fading light, she made her way over to the exhausted horse as he cropped at the clumps of long grass. There was no currycomb to brush out his coat, so she stroked her hand over the huge animal, cleaning it as best she could, checking for any injuries or burrs. She used her fingers to pry off dried clumps of mud from his legs and then the side of his belly. The horse turned his head back, watching her cleaning off the caked mud. The horse liked her care and gentle touch. He was an animal kept by men who were little more than animals themselves and wasn't used to being treated with kindness and respect, so he knew the value of both. When she finished picking his hooves clean, she gave the horse a good scratch behind the ears. He neighed softly, nuzzling his head against her. Kaylin smiled and scratched some more, which pleased the horse just fine. His big eyes closed as he soaked in the attention. She felt closer to the horse than to Samuel. To Samuel, the horse was just a horse. He wanted to hurry, and the horse was his means of covering ground. Kaylin wasn't sure if it was so much that he had somewhere to go, or if he simply wanted to put as much distance between them and the Imperial Order as possible. Since he kept to a steady course, she supposed that he must have a real destination. If that was the case, then he had some reason to get there in a hurry. If he had a destination and was eager to get there, then why wouldn't he at least tell her where they were going? As she rubbed behind the horse's ears, he pressed his head a little tighter against her in appreciation. She smiled at the nudge the horse gave her when she paused, urging her to continue. She thought that he was falling in love with her. Kaylin wondered if she was being less kind to Samuel. She didn't mean to be deliberately cold toward him, but since he was being less than candid and likely evasive, she had decided to trust her instincts and remain businesslike with him. Back at the fire, as Kaylin, sitting on her heels, fed another stick into the flames, she heard Samuel rushing back. She checked the knife at her belt.
"Got one,"
he called as he came into the light of the campfire. He held up a rabbit by its hind legs. She didn't think that she'd ever seen Samuel so excited. He had to be hungry. She sat back, smiling. "I guess we get a hot meal tonight." Samuel, grasping the hind legs in both hands, hastily ripped the rabbit apart. Kaylin sat up in surprise as he laid a bleeding half of a rabbit before her. Samuel squatted not far away, hunched down facing the fire, and began devouring the other half of the rabbit. Kaylin stared in shock as she watched him eating the raw catch. He tore off a bite of fur with his teeth and swallowed it down. He crunched right through bones. As blood ran down his chin, he even ate the entrails. The sight was making her sick. Kaylin looked away to stare into the fire.
"Eat," Samuel said. "It's good."
Kaylin picked up the hind leg and tossed her half to him. "I'm not very hungry." Samuel didn't argue. He tore into her half. Kaylin lay back, resting her head against the saddle, and watched the stars. To take her mind off Samuel, she thought again about Richard, wondering who he really was and what his connection to her was. She thought about how he fought with a blade. In many ways, it reminded her of the way she fought. She didn't know where she had learned what she knew. As she wandered through an internal landscape of shadowy uncertainties, she watched the moon slowly rise. She began wondering why she should continue to stay with Samuel. He had saved her life after a fashion, after Richard told him how. She supposed that she did owe him some gratitude, but why stay with him?
He wasn't providing her any answers or real solutions. She didn't owe him her dogged allegiance. She wondered if she should strike out on her own. She realized that even if she left Samuel and struck out on her own without knowing who she was, where would she go? She saw trees and mountains as they rode past, but she didn't know where she was. She didn't know where she grew up, where she lived, where she belonged. She didn't recognize the land or even remember any towns or cities other than the places of the dead that she'd gone through after the sisters had captured her. She was lost in a world that didn't know her, and she didn't remember. When she realized that the moon had risen above the trees, she looked over at Samuel. He had long ago finished his meal. He was polishing his sword as it lay in his lap. "Samuel," she called. He looked up as if being yanked out of a trance. "Samuel, I need to know where we're going."
To a place where we will be safe.
"You've told me that before. If I'm going to continue to travel with you—"
You must! You must come with me! Please!"
Kalen was taken aback by his outburst of emotion. His eyes wide and round, he looked genuinely panicked. "Why?"
"Because I will take us to safety."
"Maybe I can take myself to safety."
"But I can take you to someone who can help you get your memory back."
He had her attention. She sat up. "You know someone who can help me get my memory back?" Samuel nodded vigorously. "Who?"
"A friend."
"How can I believe that you're telling me the truth?" Samuel gazed down at the gleaming weapon in his lap. He ran adoring fingers over its curves.
"I am the seeker of truth. You have a spell that has taken your memory. I have a friend who can help you recover your past, recover yourself."
Kalen's heart pounded with the abruptly unexpected prospect of having her memory back. All of her other questions seemed suddenly insignificant. Samuel had never told her that he was the seeker of truth. She didn't know what the seeker of truth was, but she had seen the word truth in gold wire woven through the silver wire of the hilt. It seemed an odd title for someone so reluctant to offer any information about anything. "When will I meet this person?"
"Soon. She is close."
"How do you know?" Samuel looked up. His yellow eyes stared at her, looking like twin lanterns in the darkness.
"I can feel her. You must stay if you want to recover your past."
Kalen thought about Richard with those strange symbols painted all over him. That was the past she was really interested in. She wanted to know her connection to that man with the gray eyes. Richard knew that it was his only chance. Darkness, unlike anything he had ever known, pressed in all around him. It was suffocating, terrifying, crushing. Denna tried to protect him, but even she had no power to stop such a thing. No one did. "You can't," came Denna's whispering voice in his mind. "This is a place of nothing. You can't do that." Richard knew that it was his only chance. "I have to try." "If you do that, you will be naked to this place. Your protection will be stripped from you. You will not be able to be here any longer." "I've done what I must." "But you will not be able to find your way back." Richard cried out in agony. The protective structure of the spell forms that he had created was being shredded. The blackness all around was seeping in and crushing the life from him. This was a place that did not tolerate life. This was a place that existed to draw life itself away into the dark eternity of nothing. The beast had followed him into that void of the underworld, and now it had him trapped in its own domain. Finding his way back was no longer what concerned him. That option was already lost to him. His connection to the entry point was gone.
broken away by the beast as it tore apart the fabric of the protective spells. There was no way back to the Garden of Life, no way to find something in the middle of nothing. Now escape was all that mattered. The beast was a thing created of subtractive magic, and it was in a subtractive world. Richard was caught in its lair. In this place there was no help to be had. Denna could do nothing against a conjured creature of this sort, a creature in its own element. There was no way he could even make it back to the Hall of Sky, where the ceiling of stone was like a window showing the sky across its surface. Even that now seemed forever ago, forever distant across the eternity of nothing. His connection to it was lost somewhere in the blackness. As he felt the tormenting claws of death itself tearing to get at him, he only wanted out. His mind held those essential elements he had come for in a death grip. The beast was trying to strip them away from him. Even if it cost him his life, he could not let those things go. If he lost those ephemeral aspects, there would be no point in going back to the world of life. "I have to do it," he cried through the stunning pain of what was ripping at his very soul. Denna's arms tightened protectively, desperately around him, but there was no protection to be had in that embrace. Despite how much she wanted to help him, this was a thing she could not fight. She was his protector in this world, but only in the sense of being his guide to help him find what he needed while keeping him from straying into dangers that would suck him forever downward into darker places yet. She was not his guardian from what might come out of that darkness, and she had no ability to stop a conjured creature that did not exist. "I have to," he cried out, knowing that there was nothing else to try. Shimmering tears traced their way down Denna's beautiful, glowing face. "If you do this, I can't protect you." "If I don't, what do you suppose will happen to me?" She smiled sadly. "You will die here." "Then what choice do I have?" She began floating away, only her hand holding his. "None," her silken voice said in his mind. "But I can't be with you if you do this." Twisting in pain as the beast tightened around him, Richard managed to nod. "I know, Denna. Thank you for all you have done. It was a true gift." Her sad smile widened as she drifted farther away. "For me too, Richard. I love you." Richard felt her fingers still touching his. He nodded as best he could. "One way or another, you will always be in my heart." He felt her kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Richard, for that above all else." And then she was gone. When she vanished, and Richard was suddenly alone, enveloped in incomparable solitude and darkness, in the absence of everything, he released additive magic into the beast in a world where it could not exist. In that instant, as the concussion of the additive came into being in the heart of nowhere, the beast, unable to endure such an irreconcilable clash between what was and what was not, between the world of life and the world of the dead, between suddenly containing, without any protective buffers, an element of additive in a world of subtractive, disintegrated out of existence in both worlds. At the same time, Richard felt a stunning blow from every direction at once. There was suddenly ground under his feet. Unable to stand, he collapsed among skulls. Naked men, painted in wild designs, sat in a circle all around him. Shaking with pain and shock, he felt comforting, calming hands on him. From all around he heard words he didn't understand. But then he began to see faces he recognized. He saw his friend, Savidlin. At the head of the circle, he saw the Birdman. "Welcome back to the world of life, Richard with the temper," a familiar voice said. It was Chandalin. Still catching his breath, Richard blinked at the grim faces watching him. They were all painted in wild designs with black and white mud. He realized that he understood the symbols. When he had first come to these people and asked for a gathering, he had thought the black and white mud was simply random patterns. He knew now that it wasn't. It had meaning. "Where am I?" "You are in the spirit house," Chandalin said in his deep, grim-sounding voice. The men all around him, speaking in the strange language, were the Mud People elders. It was a gathering. Richard looked around at the spirit house. This was the village where he and Kaelin had been married. This was the place where they had spent their first night as husband and wife. The men helped Richard stand. "But what am I doing here?" he asked Chandalin, still not sure if he was dreaming or dead. The man turned to the Birdman. They exchanged brief words. Chandalin turned back to Richard. "We thought you would know, and that you could tell us. We were asked to have a gathering for you. We were told that it was a matter of life or death." Richard frowned as he carefully stepped out of the collection of skulls of ancestors. "Who asked you to have a gathering?" Chandalin cleared his throat. "Well, at first we thought it might be a spirit." "A spirit," Richard said as he stared. Chandalin nodded. "But then we realized it was a stranger." Richard tilted his head toward the man. "A stranger?" "She flew here on a beast, and then—" He stopped when he saw the look on Richard's face. "Come, they will explain it." "They?" "Yes, the strangers. Come." "I'm naked." Chandalin nodded. "We knew you were coming, so we brought clothes for you. Come, they are just outside, and you can talk to the strangers. They are eager to see you. They feared you would never come. We have been in here for 2 nights waiting." Richard wondered if it was Nietzsche and maybe Nathan. Who but Nietzsche could have known to do such a thing? 2 nights, Richard mumbled, as he was funneled out the door among all the elders as they touched him, patted his shoulder, and jabbered greetings. Despite the unexpected circumstances, they were pleased to see him. He was, after all, one of them, one of the Mud People. It was dark outside. Richard noticed the slender crescent of the moon. Attendants waited with clothes for all the elders. One of the men handed Richard buckskin trousers and then a buckskin pullover shirt. Once Richard was dressed, the group of men swept him through the narrow passageways. Richard felt as if he had awakened in some past life. He remembered all these passageways through the buildings. Richard was eager to see Nietzsche. He couldn't wait to find out what had happened, how she knew to help him escape. It was probably the prophet who had known of the problem he would face, and she must have figured a way to help him by providing a way for him to step back into the world of life. He couldn't wait to tell her what he had managed to do in the underworld. The Birdman laid an arm around Richard's shoulder and spoke in the words Richard didn't understand. Chandalin answered him and then spoke to Richard. "The Birdman wants you to know that he has spoken with many ancestors in the gathering, but in all his life he has never seen one of our people return from the spirit world." Richard glanced over at the smiling Birdman. "It's a first for me as well," he assured Chandalin. In the open center of the village, large fires were burning, lighting the crowds attending the feast. Children ran through the legs of adults enjoying the festivities. People were gathered on and around the platforms. "Richard!" a girl shouted. Richard turned to the sound and saw Rachel jump off a platform and run toward him. She threw her arms around his waist. She seemed a head taller than the last time he'd seen her. As he embraced her, he couldn't help laughing with the joy of seeing her again. When he looked up, Chase was standing there as well. Chase made the largest among the mud people look the size of children. "Chase, what are you doing here?" He folded his arms, looking unhappy.
It's too incredible. You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Richard gave him a look. "I just came back from the underworld. I think I have you beat for incredible." Chase thought it over.
Maybe. I was at camp. I'd been searching for Rachel. My mother visited me.
"Your mother? Your mother passed away years ago." Chase made a face, as if to say he knew that better than Richard.
That kind of thing gets your attention.
"Well," Richard said, trying to grasp what was going on, "it obviously wasn't your mother. Didn't you think to ask who she really was?" Chase, his arms still folded, shrugged.
No.
He glanced off into the darkness.
It was a rather emotional experience. You would have had to have been there.
"I imagine you're right," Richard said. "Did she tell you why she had come to visit you?"
She told me that I had to come here as fast as I could. She said that Rachel would be here, and that you needed help."
Richard was dumbfounded. "Did she tell you what sort of help I needed?" Chase nodded.
Horses. Fast horses.
"My mother came to me, too," Rachel said. Richard looked from the girl back up at Chase. Chase shrugged, as if to say he had no answer. "Your mother?" Richard asked Rachel. "You mean Emma?" "No, not my new mother, my old mother. My mother who gave birth to me." Richard didn't quite know what to say. "What did she want with you?" "She told me that I had to help you by coming here. She said that I needed to tell these people that you were in the spirit world, and they had to have a gathering so that you would have a way to get back." "Really?" was all Richard could think to say. Rachel nodded. "She said I had to hurry, that there was little time, so she had a gar fly me here. His name is Gratch. He was real nice. Gratch told me that he loves you, but he had to go home after we came here." Richard could only stare.
That was a few days back, Chase said. We've been waiting for you. The mud people had to prepare for the gathering. I brought you 3 fast horses. We have food packed up for you. They're ready to go.
"Ready to go?" Chase nodded.
As much as I'd like to visit, and believe me, I think we have some things to talk about, my mother said that you would be in a hurry to get to Tamarang.
"Tamarang," Richard repeated. Zed was going to Tamarang. That wasn't all that was there. The book that Baracus had written for Richard and then hidden for him 3,000 years before was in Tamarang. Richard had found the book, but then been captured by 6. The book, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, was hidden in a stone cell in Tamarang. He needed that book now more than ever. Baracus had already provided invaluable help. If Richard was to open the boxes of Orden, though, that book might well provide the things he needed. "Tamarang," Richard said again in thought. "There was a spell there that cut me off from my gift." Rachel nodded. "I fixed it." Richard stared down at her. "You fixed it?" Chase gave Richard a look.
Like I said, there are some things we need to talk about, but now is not the time. As I hear it told, you're in a big hurry. You only have until the new moon.
With a feeling of sinking dread, Richard glanced at the sliver of a moon. "I can't get back to the People's Palace by the new moon. It's too far away."
"You aren't going to the People's Palace," Chase reminded him. "You're going to Tamarang."
Richard grasped Chase by the arm. "Take me to the horses. I'm running out of time." Chase nodded.
"So my mother told me."
Chapter 55. Zed winced in pain. He heard someone calling his name again. The voice sounded like it was drifting into him from some distant world. He didn't want to answer the call, didn't want to open his eyes, didn't want to be fully conscious and have to feel the full brunt of awareness. "Zed," the voice called again. A big hand shook him, gently rocking his body back and forth. Zed forced his eyes open just a little, squinting with the full dread of consciousness. Rika and Tom, hunched over him, were both looking down with intent worry. Zed saw that the side of Tom's blonde hair was matted with blood. "Zed, are you all right?" It was Rika's voice, he realized. He blinked, trying to tell if every bone in his body was broken or if it only felt that way. Fear lurking in the shadows of his mind whispered that this might be the end of everything. His middle hurt. That was where Six's spell had caught him. He felt like a fool. Having taken the measure of her before, he had been prepared. He had been sure that he could counter the woman's ability, and he would have been able to, except that she had caught him off guard with a form of constructed spell, a little surprise that she had drawn in the caves, patiently waiting for his arrival should he ever enter her domain. Even though it was the type of thing he'd never known a witchwoman to do, he should have considered that possibility. He should have been ready for a trick. She was a witchwoman, not a sorceress or wizard, and she knew that while she had considerable talents of her own, she was vulnerable to certain things Zed could do. He had revealed some of those things back at the Wizard's Keep by preventing her from killing him and the others when she tried. She had learned from that experience and found a way to construct a counter, something that was simply out of character for a witchwoman. It was quite brilliant, actually, but right then he wasn't exactly in the mood to marvel at her accomplishment. "Zed," Rika said, "are you all right?" "I think so," he managed. "You?" Rika grunted with a note of displeasure. "They were certainly ready for us. Whatever she did kept me from being able to stop her." "Well, don't feel bad. She did the same to me." "With you unconscious, all those soldiers were more than I could handle," Tom added. "Sorry, Zed, but I let you down when you needed me the most. I should have been the steel against steel for you." Zed squinted up at the man. "Don't be silly. Steel has its limits. It was I who shouldn't have allowed us to be taken in such a way. I should have known better and been prepared for it." "I guess we all failed," Rika said. "Worse, we failed Richard. We didn't even make it into the cave to help him. We need to get into the cave to break that spell, keeping him from his gift." "Not much hope of that now," Rika said. "We'll see about that," Zed grumbled. "At least it appears we're safe for the moment." "Unless Six returns to finish us." Zed peered up at the man. "You're a comfort." With the help of both of them pulling on his arms, Zed sat up. "Where are we, anyway?" he asked as he looked around in the dim light. "Some sort of prison room," Tom said. "The walls are entirely stone except for the door. The hallway outside is filled with guards." It wasn't especially large. A lantern burned on a small table. There was a single chair. Other than that, the room was barren. "The ceiling is beams and planks," Zed observed. "I wonder if I could breach them with my power, enough for us to sneak out of here." With their help, he staggered to his feet. Rika steadied him as he lifted an arm to use his gift to probe the ceiling. "Bags," he muttered. "When she used that constructed spell, she also put some kind of barrier around this room. It keeps me from breaching it with my gift. We're sealed in." "Something else," Tom said. "The guards are mostly Imperial Order soldiers. It appears that Six is working on the same side as Jagang." Zed scratched his scalp. "Great! That's all we need." "At least she didn't kill us," Tom offered. "Yet," Rika added. Zed squinted as he looked up at the ceiling. He pointed. "What's that?" "What?" Tom said, looking up. "That, there. at the edge of the ceiling up against the wall. There is something wedged between that last beam and the top of the wall." Tom pulled the chair over and used it to reach the dark bundle hidden in the shadow of the beam. He tugged on it until it suddenly fell to the floor. Some of the things inside tumbled out. "Dear spirits," Zed said, "that's Richard's pack." He recognized some of the things that had fallen out. He bent to right the pack, inspecting the clothes briefly before stuffing them back inside the pack. When he lifted the black shirt trimmed in gold and returned it to the pack, he spotted a book lying on the floor. He picked it up, squinting in the dim light of the lantern. "What sort of book is it?" Rika asked. Tom leaned closer to see. "What does it say?" Zed could hardly believe what he was seeing. "The title says Secrets of a War Wizard's Power." Rika let out a low whistle. "My sentiment as well," Zed muttered as he inspected the front and back covers. "Where in the world would Richard have gotten such a thing? This could be invaluable." "What does it say about his powers?" Rika asked, as if eager for gossip. Zed opened the cover and turned over a page, then another. He blinked in surprise. "Dear spirits," he murmured in astonishment. Nietzsche looked up when she saw a shadow fill the doorway. It was Kara. "How are you doing?" the moored Sith asked in a quiet voice that seemed to get lost in the somber room. Nietzsche's gaze wandered off to stare into space. She couldn't really see the relevance of the question. She supposed that Kara was just trying to find something to say, something that reflected her genuine concern. It struck Nietzsche as tragic that a moored Sith would come to finally possess such simple, decent qualities when it was too late to matter. "I don't know anymore, Kara." "Have you figured out what went wrong?" Nietzsche looked up from the padded leather chair she was in. "What went wrong? Isn't it pretty obvious?" Kara stepped closer and idly stroked a finger along the other side of the mahogany table. In the dimly lit library, her red leather stood out like a splash of blood. "But Lord Raoul will find a way back." It sounded to Nietzsche like a plea rather than a statement. "Kara, if Richard was coming back, he would have been back 10 days ago," Nietzsche said in a dejected voice, unable to summon a lie. Kara deserved more than to have the truth obscured with the deceit of false hope. "Well, maybe it took longer than the two of you thought it would take." Nietzsche wished it were that simple. She shook her head. "He should have been back by the next morning. Since he never returned, that means he didn't survive what he—" "But he has to come back!" Kara shouted as she leaned over the table, unwilling to allow Nietzsche to finish such a thought. Nietzsche watched the anxiety on Kara's face for a moment. What was there to say? How could she explain such a thing to a person who didn't really understand the things that were involved? "Believe me, Kara," Nietzsche said at last, "I want him to return just as much as you do. But if he was able to survive the spell and the journey to the underworld, he would have been back long ago. He couldn't stay there this long. Why not? You might say that it's a little like diving to the bottom of a lake. You can hold your breath for a time, but you need to come back out of the water within a certain amount of time. If you get your foot caught under a log at the bottom of the water, you will drown. He couldn't survive there this long. Since he didn't return when he should have, well, maybe he came out somewhere else. Maybe he came up for air in another place." Nietzsche shook her head. "Imagine that the lake is covered with ice. The hole he went through, that's the spells in the sorcerer's sand, is the only way back out. The boxes of Auden are a gateway. This part of it was using elements of Auden, of that gateway. The underworld is just emptiness." She knew she was getting tangled up trying to make it understandable to Kara. Nietzsche didn't even fully grasp the nature of the underworld herself. Let's just say that if he tried to come up somewhere else under the ice of the frozen lake, he couldn't break through. He needs to come back through that hole he cut, the hole he created into the underworld, through that gateway. Does that make any sense? In a way, but it should have worked. She gestured to all the books lying open all over the table. The two of you had it all figured out. Dark and Rahl did it. There is no reason this wouldn't have worked just the same. There's no reason it shouldn't have worked for Richard just as well. Nietzsche looked away from Kara's intent blue eyes. Yes, there is. Kara straightened. What do you mean? What reason? The beast. Kara stared for a long moment. The beast? You think the beast might have found him there, in the underworld? Nietzsche shook her head. No, the beast found him here in this world, as he drew the spell. When Richard finally went through that gateway he'd created, it was waiting and ready. The beast followed him into the underworld. Kara's expression was somewhere between horrified and enraged. But he would have fought it. Nietzsche looked up from under her brow. How? I don't know. I'm no expert on such things. Neither is Richard. In the underworld it would be different than here. In the past he used his sword or the shields to stop it. When the beast appeared the last time, he was able to shoot it with one of those special arrows. What was he going to do to fight it in the underworld? He had to go naked. He had no weapons, no way to fight it. Kara's expression tipped toward enraged. Then why would you allow him to go? He had already gone into the underworld when I saw the beast. It went down after him. There was simply no way to stop the beast or even to warn Richard. There had to be some way you could have stopped him. Nietzsche stood. Going to the underworld is something he had to do if he was to have had a chance to use the power of Auden. Without going, he can't counter chain fire, and if he can't counter chain fire, we're all lost. Besides, I couldn't have stopped him if I wanted to. Kara paced before the table. But it's going to be the new moon in a few days. We're running out of time. There has to be something you can try. There has to be a chance that he's still trapped there, holding his breath. Lord Rahl has never given up on us. Lord Rahl would fight with his last breath for us. Nietzsche nodded as she stepped around the table. You're right. I'll go back to the Garden of Life and cast some calling spells. She knew it was a silly idea. She knew that such a thing was not only impossible, but a waste of time. Still, she felt like she needed to do something or she would go mad, and it would at least make Kara feel better until the end came. Besides, what else was there to do now? Good idea, Kara said. Do some calling spells until you pull Lord Rahl back. Out in the hallway, Nietzsche saw that in both directions it was blocked off by men of the first file. They each had a crossbow armed with a red-fletched bolt. It looked like the men were deliberately sealing off the library area. Nietzsche saw the top of Nathan's head of white hair as he made his way through the dense wall of men. The prophet finally stepped through all the soldiers. Spotting Nietzsche, he immediately headed toward her. His face looked more than grim. Just seeing the look on his face made Nietzsche's mouth go dry. Nathan, what is it? She asked as he came to an abrupt halt before her. His azure eyes looked tired. I am sorry, Nietzsche, but this is the only way. Nietzsche blinked in confusion. She glanced briefly to the soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder across the hallway. They, too, looked bleak about being there. What is the only way? She asked. He looked away from her eyes to wipe a weary hand across his face. Richard and I had an earnest talk before he left on his dangerous journey. He told me that if he failed to return, I should do what must be done to save the people here from the horrors Jagang would set loose upon them. Without Richard, prophecy says that we will lose in this final battle.
We have always known that.
I know a thing or two about going to the underworld, Nietzsche. I am familiar with the spell forms he used. I've been up to the Garden of Life. I've studied the things he did. Richard got it all correct. It should have worked.
The beast chased him into the underworld, Kara said.
Nathan sighed heavily, but didn't look all too surprised. I figured it had to be something like that. The thing is, I've studied the methods Richard used.
Kara appeared hopeful that the prophet could offer an answer that Nietzsche couldn't provide. Good! Have you figured out the way to get him back from the underworld? Nietzsche's going to cast calling webs. Maybe you could help her. The two of you together.
Her voice trailed off. Nathan didn't look in the mood to entertain such nonsense. There is no such thing, Kara. We can't get him back from the underworld after this amount of time. Richard is lost to us.
Kara blinked away tears, unable to abide such a proclamation.
The Emperor is going to get in here, Nathan said. It's only going to be a matter of time. The Great Void will shortly be upon us. All we can do now is hope to spare as many people in the palace as possible.
Nietzsche held up her chin. I understand.
The only way to do that is to surrender the palace as soon as the new moon arrives, and to do it in the way that Jagang has demanded.
Nietzsche swallowed. I can't say that I know any other way, Nathan.
I'm sorry, Nietzsche. His voice revealed just how sincere his words were. But I need to prepare a number of things. So I'm going to have to put you under arrest and have you securely locked up until Jagang comes on the new moon to collect you.
Nietzsche felt a tear roll down her cheek, not for herself, but for the loss of Richard to all the people who had been depending on him to turn the tide, to fight the final battle, to at last do what only Richard could do. You don't need all the guards with those arrows. She managed to keep her voice from breaking. I will go peacefully.
Nathan nodded. Thank you for not making this any more difficult than it already is.
Chapter 56. Kaelin woke in a flash of icy fright. She was lying slightly on her right side, her head turned all the way to the right, her jaw lying against the pillow of a saddlebag. She took a careful peek through the narrow slits of her eyelids. The overcast was just blushing with a hint of the approaching dawn. While she hadn't known why she'd awakened so abruptly, she soon realized the reason. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see that Samuel was right above her, hovering over her. He was still and silent, mere inches away, like a mountain lion poised over prey. He was completely naked. Kaelin was so startled that for an instant she lay frozen in confusion, wondering if she really was awake or if she was having some kind of bizarre nightmare. Her disorientation evaporated in urgent alarm as her instincts took charge. Without letting on that she was awake, she inched her hand downward toward her belt to get at her knife. Since she was turned to the right, the sheath for her knife was somewhat under her. She had to squirm her fingers under her to get at the knife, trying not to betray the fact that she was awake. She counted on her blanket to help hide the movement of her hand. The knife wasn't there. She glanced down a little, hoping it had fallen out somehow and that it would be on the ground nearby. It wasn't. As she was feeling around under the blanket trying to find her knife, she saw the pile of Samuel's clothes not far away. Then she saw the knife. It had been tossed beyond his clothes, well out of reach. She was sickened by the mental image of him stealthily removing his clothes as he stared at her while she slept.
She was appalled by the thought that he had been so close to her, watching her, taking her knife, preparing for the obscene things he wanted to do to her, and that she hadn't even been aware of it. Besides being appalled, she was angry at herself for letting him get this far. While Samuel had always seemed timid and shy, and sometimes eager to curry favor, this didn't entirely surprise her. She remembered all too well the times she'd caught him staring at her. Those looks had always seemed to contain a sneaky craving that he never otherwise betrayed. She controlled her outrage, focusing instead on survival. Being hesitant and indecisive, Samuel was moving ever so slowly, inching into position, skulking in close rather than boldly pouncing. He apparently wanted to get completely over her, and then, when he felt he was close enough to be sure that she couldn't get away, he would muscle her under control and then live out the dark thoughts that had always been hiding behind his golden yellow eyes. Samuel wasn't a big man, but he was muscular. He was certainly stronger than she was. There was no way she could escape without a fight, and she was in a poor position to grapple with him. From this close, she couldn't even punch effectively. In this close, without a knife, without anyone to help her, she had little hope of fending him off. Even though he was considerably stronger, and she had been asleep, he had been wary. His mistake had been in not acting swiftly to incapacitate her. It hadn't been a question of lack of ability or advantage, but a lack of courage. Her only edge at that moment was that he hadn't acted swiftly, and he didn't know she was awake. She didn't want to squander that advantage. When she acted, that surprise would help even the equation and give her an opportunity she would not get again. Her mind raced through a list of options. She would have only one chance to strike first. She would have to make it count. Her first thought was to bring her knee up where it would hurt him most, but the way she was lying, turned to her right, her legs trapped under a blanket, and with the way he was positioned over her, pinning that blanket down, she deemed it a poor choice for a first strike. Her left hand was free, though, just outside the blanket. That seemed her best choice. Without further delay, before it was too late, she struck hard and fast, as quick as a viper, trying to gouge out his eye with her thumb. She pressed with all her strength into the soft tissue of his eye. He cried out in fright, immediately jerking his face back and away. Quickly regaining his wits, he used his arm to slam hers away as she clawed at his face. At the same time, he dropped his weight down, driving the air from her lungs in a whoosh. Before she could draw a breath, he rammed his other forearm across her throat, both pinning her head to the ground and preventing her from getting a breath. Kaylin kicked and twisted with all her might, trying to get away. It was like trying to fight off a bear. She was no match for his strength and weight, especially not in the vulnerable position she was in. She had no leverage to push him away, and no effective way to strike. Kaylin twisted her head more to the right to get her windpipe out from the direct weight his forearm was putting across her throat. Her straining neck muscles at least took the full load off her throat long enough for her to get a breath. As she gasped in that needed breath, her sight was focused on his clothes lying not far away. She spotted the hilt of the sword just sticking out from under his trousers. She could see the early morning light glinting off the gold word "truth" on the silver wire of the hilt. Kaylin desperately grasped for the hilt of the sword. It was just beyond the reach of her fingers. She knew that, since she was on the ground and didn't have full use of her arm, even if she could get a hold of it, she had no chance to draw the blade from its scabbard in order to stab Samuel or even slash at him. Her aim was simply to get her hand around the hilt and then bash the point of the pommel into his face or skull. A sword was heavy enough to do substantial damage in that manner. A good hit in the right place, such as his temple, could even kill her attacker. But the hilt of the sword was just out of reach. At the same time she was desperately stretching, trying to reach the sword, Samuel was having difficulty having his way with her. The blanket was interfering with his lust to get at her. Crouching on top of her to keep her down was proving a troublesome complication. It seemed he hadn't taken the practical aspects of the procedure into consideration. He was quite effectively pinning her down, but the blanket was part of the means by which he was keeping her arms and legs under control. At the same time, it was preventing him from getting to his ultimate goal. She knew that it was going to be only a moment until it dawned on him to simply knock her unconscious. As if reading her mind, she saw his right arm cock back. She could see his big fist tighten. As he drove the fist down toward her face, she used all her strength to twist her body and lunge away from the blow. His fist slammed the ground just behind her head. Her fingers found the gold wire spelling out truth on the hilt of the sword. The world seemed to come to an abrupt halt. In an instant, she was flooded with understanding. Things within her that had been entirely lost were suddenly right there. She didn't remember who she was, but she instantly remembered what she was: a confessor. It was far from a complete joining with her past, but in that thread of linkage she knew what being a confessor meant. It had been a complete mystery for so long, but now she not only remembered all that it meant, she felt that birthright within her, felt its bond to her. She still didn't know who she was, who Kaylin Amnell was, and she didn't remember anything of her past, but she remembered what it meant to be a confessor. Samuel drew back his arm to punch at her again. Kaylin pressed her hand to his chest. It no longer felt like there was a powerful man atop her controlling her. She no longer felt panic or fury. She no longer struggled. She felt as if she were as light as a breath of air, and that he no longer had any power over her. There was no longer any frantic rush, any sense of desperation. Time was hers. She didn't need to consider, evaluate, or decide. She knew with complete certainty what to do. She didn't even have to think it through. It was not necessary for Kaylin to invoke her birthright, but merely to withdraw her restraint of it. She could see his furious, focused expression frozen above her, his fist remaining poised, unmoving, in an ever-expanding spark of time, as it would until this was finished. She had no need to hope, or expect, or act. She knew that time was hers. She knew what was going to be, almost as if it had already happened. Samuel had come into the Imperial Order camp not to rescue her, but, for reasons she would know before this was finished, to capture her. This was not her savior. This was the enemy. The inner violence of her power's cold, coiled force slipping its bounds was breathtaking. It surged up from that deep, dark core within, obediently inundating every fiber of her being. Time was hers. She could have counted every whisker on his frozen face had she wanted to, and he still would not have moved an inch in his headlong rush to hit her. Her fear was gone. The calm of purpose and control had replaced it. There was no hate. The cold appraisal of justice had taken over. In a state of profound peace born of the command of her own ability, and through it her own destiny, she contained no hate, no rage, no horror, nor any sorrow. She saw the truth of what was. This man had condemned himself. He had made the choice. Now he would have to encounter the immutable consequences of his choices. In that infinitesimal spark of existence, her mind was in a void, where the all-consuming rush of time seemed suspended. He had no chance. He was hers. Even though she had all the time she could want, doubt did not exist. Kaelin unleashed her power. From her innermost being, that power became all. Thunder without sound jolted the air, exquisite, violent, and for that pristine instant, sovereign. The memory of that instant of effect was an island of sanity for her in the dark river of her unknown self. Samuel's face was frozen in twisted hate for that which he had hoped to possess. Kaelin stared up into his golden yellow eyes, knowing that he saw only her merciless eyes. In the twist of that instant, his mind, who he was, who he had been, was already gone. Trees all around in the frigid early morning air shook from the violent blow of the concussion. Small twigs and dry bark dropped from branches and boughs. The profound shock to the air lifted a ring of dust and dirt all around that raced away in an ever-expanding circle. Samuel's strange eyes went wide. "Mistress," he whispered, "command me." "Get off me." He immediately rolled away to end up on his knees, his hands pressed together in supplication as his gaze remained fixed on her. As Kaelin sat up, she realized that the sword was still gripped in her right hand. She let go of it. She needed no sword to deal with Samuel. Deeply distressed as he waited, Samuel looked on the verge of tears. "Please, how may I serve you?" Kaelin tossed the blanket aside. "Who am I?" "Kaelin Amnel, the Mother Confessor," he answered immediately. Kaelin already knew that much. She thought a moment. "Where did you get that sword?" "I stole it." "Who does it rightfully belong to?" "Before or now?" She was a bit confused by the response. "Before." Samuel became distraught by the question. He began to cry in earnest as he wrung his hands. "I don't know his name, mistress. I swear I don't know his name. I never knew his name." He fell to sobbing. "I'm so sorry, mistress. I don't know. I swear I don't know." "How did you get it away from him?" "I snuck up and cut his throat while he was asleep. But I swear I don't know his name." Those touched by a confessor confessed, without the slightest hesitation, anything they had done. Anything. Their only concern was their constant, torturous dread that they might not please the woman who had touched them with her power. Their mind's only remaining purpose was to do her bidding. "Have you murdered other people?" Samuel looked up sharply with the sudden joy of having a question he could fully answer. His face beamed with a smile. "Oh, yes, mistress, many. Please, may I kill someone for you? Anyone. Just name them. Just tell me who I am to kill. I will do it as quickly as possible. Please, mistress, tell me who, and I will do your bidding and dispatch them for you." "Who does the sword belong to now?" He paused at the change of subject. "It belongs to Richard Rall." Kaelin was not surprised. "How does Richard Rall know me?" "He is your husband." Kaelin froze with the shock of what she thought she had just heard. She blinked, her thoughts suddenly scattered in every direction at once. "What?" "Richard Rall is your husband." She stood staring for a long moment, unable to reconcile it all in her mind. In one way, it was a stunning shock. At the same time, it made sense in a way she couldn't begin to fathom. Kaelin stood struck speechless. Finding that she was married to Richard Rall was a terrifying revelation. In another way, it made her heart swell with profound joy. She thought of his gray eyes, thought of the way he looked at her, and the frightening aspect of it seemed to evaporate. It was as if all the dreams she had not dared to dream had just come true. She felt a tear roll down her cheek. With her fingers, she wiped it away, but it was quickly followed by another. She almost let out a jubilant laugh. "My husband?" Samuel nodded furiously. "Yes, mistress. You are the Mother Confessor. He is the Lord Ral. He is married to you. He is your husband." Feeling herself trembling, Kaelin tried to think, but her mind just didn't respond, as if it had so many thoughts all at once that they simply jumbled together in a tangled mess. She suddenly remembered Richard lying on the ground in the Order's camp, crying out for her to get away. Richard was a captive of the Order at best, but more likely he was dead. She had only just learned her connection to him, and now he was lost to her. She felt a tear roll down her cheek, but this time there was no joy behind it, only horror. She finally collected herself and focused her attention on the man on his knees before her.
"Where were you taking me?"
"To Tamarang, to my other mistress." "Other mistress?" He nodded hurriedly. 6. She recalled Jagang talking about her. Kaelin frowned. "The witch woman?" Samuel looked terrified to answer, but he did. "Yes, mistress. I was told to bring you and to give you over to her." She gestured to where she had been sleeping. "Did she tell you to do that?" Even more reluctantly, Samuel licked his lips. Confessing to murder was one thing, but this was entirely different. "I asked if I could have you," he whined. "She said that if I wanted to take you, I could, as my reward for my service, but that I was to bring you to her alive." "And what did she want with me?" "I believe she wanted you as a bargaining tool." "With who?" "Emperor Jagang." "But I was already with Jagang." "Jagang wants you very badly. She knows how valuable you are to him. She wanted to take possession of you and then trade you back to Jagang in return for favors for herself." "How far are we from Tamarang, from the witch woman?" "Not far," Samuel pointed southwest. "If we don't delay, we can get there by the end of tomorrow, mistress." Kaelin suddenly felt very vulnerable being this close to a woman as powerful as that. She knew without doubt that she had to get out of the area, or she might be located without the benefit of Samuel dragging her right up to Six's feet. "And since you were to turn me over tomorrow, you knew that your time with me was running out. You were going to rape me." It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. Samuel wrung his hands, tears streaming down his red face. "Yes, mistress." In the terrible silence, he became even more distraught as she stood staring down at him. Kaelin knew that a person touched was no longer who they were, no longer had all the mind they once had. Once taken, they were completely devoted to the Confessor. It occurred to her that something very much like that had been done to her. She wondered if her memory was as lost to her as Samuel's past was now forever lost to him. It was a terrifying thought. "Please, mistress, forgive me." In the dragging silence, he could not endure the guilt of his intent. He began to cry hysterically, unable to endure the condemnation in her eyes. "Please, mistress, find mercy for me in your heart." Mercy is a contingency plan devised by the guilty in the eventuality that they are caught. Justice is the domain of the just. This is about justice. "Then please, mistress, please, forgive me." Kaelin stared into his eyes to be sure that he would not mistake her words or her intent. "No. That would be a corruption of the concept of justice. I will not forgive you, not now, not ever. Not out of hate, but because you are guilty of more crimes than those against me. I know, but you could forgive me of my crimes against you. Please, mistress, just those things. Just forgive me for what I have done to you, and for what I intended to do to you. No. The reality of the finality of that proclamation settled into his eyes. He gasped in horror at the realization that his actions, the choices he had made, were irredeemable. He felt nothing for his other crimes, but he felt the full weight of responsibility for his crimes against her. He saw himself, probably for the first time in his life, for what he really was, the way she saw him. Samuel gasped again as he clutched his chest and then crumpled onto his side, dead. Without delay, Kaelin began gathering up her things. With the witch woman this close, she had to get away as fast as possible. She didn't know where she would go, but she knew where she couldn't go. She suddenly realized that she should have thought more about it and asked Samuel a great many more questions. She had let those many answers slip through her fingers. The news about Richard being her husband, had so scrambled her thoughts that she simply hadn't considered asking Samuel anything else. She suddenly felt like a monumental fool for missing such an invaluable opportunity. Done was done. She had to concentrate on what to do now. She rushed over in the dim early light to saddle the horse. She found the horse on the ground, dead. Its throat had been cut. Samuel, probably fearing that she might use the horse to somehow escape before he could have his way with her, had cut the poor animal's throat. Without delay, she rolled as much as she could carry into her blanket and stuffed it into the saddlebags. She tossed the saddlebags over a shoulder and picked up the sword of truth in its scabbard. Sword in hand, Kaelin started away, in the opposite direction of Tamarang. Chapter 57. In crushing loneliness, Kaelin plodded northeast. She began to wonder why she bothered. What was the point of fighting for her life if there could be no future? What could there be to a life without her own mind, in a world dominated by the fanatical beliefs of the imperial order, by people who defined their existence through a filter of hatred for those who wanted to live and accomplish for themselves? They didn't want to accomplish anything. They simply wanted to murder anyone else who did, as if by destroying productive accomplishment they could revoke reality and live a life made of wishes. All those who defined their existence by that burning hatred of others were smothering all joy out of life, and in the process suffocating life itself out of existence. It would be easy to simply give up. No one would care. No one would know. But she would care. She would know. Reality was what it was. It was the only life she would ever have. In the end, that precious life was all she had, all anyone had. It had been up to Samuel to decide how he would live his life, and he had made his choices. It was no less true for her. She had to make the most of what she had in life, even if her choices were limited, and even if that life itself was to be cut short. She had walked for less than an hour when she began to hear the distant rumble of galloping hooves. She paused as she saw horses break from a line of trees ahead. They were coming right toward her. She glanced around the bottomland she was crossing. In the gloomy light of a leaden sky, she could see that the trees covering the foothills to each side were too far for her to reach their cover in time. The grass, long since brown as winter closed in, had been flattened by wind and weather. It didn't provide anywhere for her to hide. Besides, it looked like she might have been spotted. Even if she hadn't, at the speed the horses were closing, they soon would catch up to her, and she had no hope of running across their line of sight and not being seen.
She tossed the saddlebag on the ground. The gentle breeze lifted her hair back off her shoulders as she gripped the scabbard of the sword in her left hand. Her only choice was to stand and fight. She realized then that she was invisible to most everyone. She almost laughed aloud with relief. This was one of those rare times when she was thankful to be invisible. She stood her ground, remaining quiet, hoping the riders wouldn't see her and would simply ride by and be gone. But in the back of her mind, she remembered Samuel telling her that Jagang would send men after them. Jagang had men who could see her. If that was who was riding toward her, then she was going to have to fight. She didn't pull the sword free in case the riders, on the off chance they could see her, weren't hostile. She didn't want to start a battle unless she really had no choice. She knew she could draw the blade in an instant if need be. She had 2 knives as well, but she knew that she could handle a sword. She didn't know where she'd learned, but she knew she was good with a sword. She remembered seeing Richard fight with a blade. She recalled thinking at the time that it reminded her somewhat of the way in which she fought with a blade. She wondered if it had been Richard, her husband, who had taught her to use a sword the way she did. She noticed then that while there were 3 horses, only 1 had a rider. That was good news. It cut the odds to even. As the galloping horses bore down on her, she was astonished to recognize the rider. Richard! He leaped off the horse before it had skidded to a halt. It snorted, tossing its head. All 3 horses were lathered and hot. "Are you all right?" he asked as he rushed toward her. "Yes." "You used your power." She nodded, unable to take her gaze off his gray eyes. "How did you know?" "I thought I felt it." He looked giddy with excitement. "You can't imagine how glad I am to see you." As she stared at him, she wished that she could remember their past, remember all they meant to each other. "I was afraid you were dead. I didn't want to leave you there. I was so afraid that you were dead." He stood gazing at her, seeming unable to speak. He looked like she felt, as if he had 1,000 things all bottled up, all wanting out first. Kaelin remembered the way he had fought when he had started the war Nietzsche had said he would start. She remembered the way he had moved so fluidly among the other Jala players, and then among lumbering brutes as they hacked away with swords and axes, desperately trying to kill him. She remembered the way the blade had seemed to be a part of him, almost an extension of his body, an extension of his mind. She had been spellbound that day as she'd watched him fighting his way toward her. It had been like watching a dance with death, and death had not been able to touch him. She held the sword out. Every weapon needs a master. Richard's warm smile broke through like sunshine on a cold, cloudy day. It warmed her heart. He gazed at her a moment, still unable to look away, then gently lifted the weapon from her hands. He ducked his head under the baldric, laying it over his right shoulder so that the sword rested against his left hip. The sword looked completely natural with him, unlike the way it had looked with Samuel. "Samuel is dead." "When I felt you use your power, I thought as much." He rested his left palm on the hilt of the sword. "Thank goodness he didn't hurt you." "He tried. That's why he's dead." Richard nodded. "Kaelin, I can't explain it all right now, but there is a great deal happening that—" "You missed all the excitement." "Excitement?" "Yes. Samuel confessed. He told me that we're married." Richard went stiff as stone. A look akin to terror passed across his face. She thought that maybe he should take her in his arms and tell her how happy he was to have her back, but he just stood there, looking like he was afraid to breathe. "We were in love, then?" she asked, trying to prompt him. His face lost some of its color.
Kalen, now is not the time to talk about this. We're in more trouble than you can imagine. I don't have time to explain it, but... So you're saying that we weren't in love? She hadn't expected this. She hadn't even considered it. She suddenly had difficulty making her voice work. She couldn't understand why he just stood there, why he wouldn't say anything. She supposed that there was nothing for him to say. It was just some kind of arranged thing, then? She swallowed back the lump rising in her throat. The mother confessor marrying the Lord Rahl for the good of their respective people? An alliance of convenience, something like that? Richard looked more terrified than Samuel had when she had been questioning him. He drew his lower lip through his teeth as if trying to think how to answer. It's all right, Kalen said. You won't hurt my feelings. I don't remember any of it. So that's what it was then, just a marriage of convenience? Kalen. We're not in love then? Please answer me, Richard. Look, Kalen, it's more complicated than that. I have responsibilities. That was what Nietzsche had said when Kalen had asked if she loved Richard. It was more complicated than that. She had responsibilities. Kalen wondered how she could have been so blind. It was Nietzsche he loved. You have to trust me, he said, when she could only stare at him. There are important things at stake. She nodded, holding back the tears, putting on a blank face, hiding behind the mask of it. She didn't try to test her voice just then. She didn't know why she had let her heart get ahead of her head. She didn't know if her legs were going to hold. Richard squeezed his temples between a finger and a thumb, his gaze going to the ground for a moment. Kalen, listen to me. I'll explain everything to you. Everything, I promise. But I can't right now. Please, just trust me. She wanted to ask why she should trust a man who married her without loving her, but right then she was not sure that she would be able to summon her voice. Please, he repeated. I promise I'll explain everything when I can, but right now we have to get to Tamarang. She cleared her throat, finally gathering the ability to speak. We can't go there. Samuel said that 6 was there. He was nodding as she spoke. I know, but I have to go there. I don't. He paused, gazing at her. I don't want anything else to happen to you, he finally said. Please, you need to come with me. I'll explain later, I promise. Why is later better than now? Because we'll be dead if we don't hurry. Jagang is going to open the boxes of Orden. I have to try to stop him. She didn't buy the excuse. Had he wanted to, he could have already answered her. I'll go with you if you answer one question. Did you love me when you married me? His gray eyes studied her face a moment before he finally answered in a quiet voice. You were the right person for me to marry. Kalen swallowed back the pain, the cry wanting to escape. She turned away, not wanting him to see her tears, and started toward where Samuel had been taking her. It was well after nightfall when they were finally forced to stop. Richard would have kept going, but the terrain, thickly wooded, rocky, and becoming uneven as ridge lines rose up around them, was simply too treacherous to negotiate in the dark. The nearly new moon would have come up at sunrise, but the narrow crescent didn't provide enough illumination to brighten the inky cloud cover in the east. Even the light that would have been provided by meager starlight was hidden by the thick clouds. The darkness was so complete that it was simply impossible to go on. Kalen was tired, but as Richard started a fire in the fluff of cattails he'd broken open for tinder, she could see that he was in far worse condition. She wondered if he'd slept in recent days. After he had a fire going, he set fishing lines and then started to collect enough firewood to last them through the cold night.
Up against a rocky rise, they at least had some protection from the biting wind. Kaelin did her best to care for the horses, fetching them water in a canvas bucket among the supplies Richard had with him. When he'd finished collecting firewood, he found that they had some brook trout on his lines. As she watched him cleaning the fish, throwing the innards on the fire so they wouldn't attract animals, she decided not to ask any more questions about the two of them. She couldn't endure the pain of the answers. Besides, he had already told her what she had asked. She was simply the right person for him to marry. She wondered if he'd even met her before he agreed to marry her. She realized that it must have been heartbreaking for Nietzsche to see the man she loved marry someone else for unromantic, practical reasons. Kaelin forced her mind away from that whole line of thought. "Why are we going to Tamarang?" she asked. Richard glanced up from his work at cleaning the fish. "Well, a long time ago, back in the Great War 3,000 years ago, the people back then were fighting this same war we're fighting now, a war to defend ourselves against those who want to eliminate magic and all other forms of freedom. The people defending against such aggression took a number of extremely valuable things of magic, things they had created over many centuries, and put those things in a place called the Temple of the Winds. Then, to protect it all from falling into the hands of the enemy, they sent the temple into the underworld." "They sent it into the world of the dead?" Richard nodded as he laid out some big leaves. "During the war, wizards on both sides had conjured terrible weapons, constructed spells and such. But some of those weapons were made out of people. That's how the Dream Walkers came to be. They were created out of people captured in Casca, Jillian's ancestors." "And that was when they created the chain fire event?" she asked. "During that great war?" "That's right," he said, as he spread a layer of mud on the leaves. Other wizards were constantly working to counter the things that had been created from magic. The boxes of Orden, for example, were created during that great war in order to counter the chain fire spell. "I remember the sisters talking to Jagang about that." "Well, the whole thing is quite complicated, but basically a traitor named Lothane went to the Temple of the Winds where it was hidden away in the underworld. He secretly did things to one day aid the basic cause of the Order when it eventually rekindled." "They thought the war would reignite?" "There have always been and always will be those who are driven by hate and want to blame those who are happy, creative, and productive for their misery." "What sort of things did this Lothane do?" Richard looked up. "Among other things, he made sure that a dreamwalker would one day again be born into the world of life. Jagang is that dreamwalker." Richard finished wrapping the fish in leaves and mud and set the little bundles in the glowing coals at the edge of the fire. "After that, the people on our side sent the first wizard to the Temple of the Winds. His name was Baracus. He was a war wizard. He made sure that another war wizard would be born to try to stop the forces trying to take mankind into a dark age." Kaelin pulled her knees up and drew her blanket around herself to keep warm as she listened to the story. "You mean that there haven't been any war wizards since that time?" Richard shook his head. "I'm the first one in nearly 3,000 years. Baracus, though, did something at the temple to ensure that another would one day be born to carry on the struggle. I'm the one born because of what he did back then. Realizing that such a person wouldn't know anything about his ability, Baracus came back and wrote a book called Secrets of a War Wizard's Power. He had his wife, Magda Cirrus, who he loved very much, take that book away and hide it for me. He was very careful to make sure that no one but me would get a hold of the book. While Magda Cirrus was on that journey to hide Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, Baracus killed himself." Kaelin was astonished to hear this news. "But why would he do such a thing? If he loved Magda Cirrus,
Why would he do that and leave her all alone? Richard looked over in the flickering firelight. I think that he had just seen so much pain and suffering in the war, as well as treason and betrayal, to say nothing of the experience of traveling through the underworld, that he just couldn't stand it any longer. His eyes looked haunted. I've been through the veil. I can understand what he did. Kaylin rested her chin on her knees. After spending time in the Order's camp, I guess I know how disheartened a person can get about everything. She looked over at him. So, you need this book to help stop the Imperial Order? I do. I found it, but I had to hide it again when I was taken to the Order's camp. To rescue her. Don't tell me the book is in Tamarang. He smiled. Why else would we be going there? Kaylin sighed. Now she could see why it was so important. She stared into the flames, thinking about Baracus. Do you know whatever happened to Magdasiris? Richard used a stick to drag a wrapped fish out of the fire. He opened it and tested it with his knife. When he saw that it was flaky and done, he set it beside her. Careful, it's hot. He dragged out the other baking bundle. Well, Magdasiris was heartbroken. After the war, they needed to get the truth out of Lothane, the traitor who had betrayed them. A wizard at the time, Merritt, came up with a way to do that. Richard stared into the flames for a moment before he went on. He created a confessor to get the truth. Kaylin paused at nibbling at the fish. Really? That was where the confessors came from? When he nodded, she asked, Do you know who she was? Magdasiris. She was so heartbroken about her husband being dead that she volunteered for the experiment. It was extremely dangerous, but it worked. The confessors were created. She was the first. Eventually, she fell in love with Merritt, and they married. Being a confessor was the only part of her past to which Kaylin felt connected. Now she knew where confessors had come from. They had come from a woman who had lost the man she loved. Richard picked up a fat piece of wood and was about to toss it into the fire, but instead he paused and held it in a hand, turning it around, staring at it. He finally set it aside and tossed a different piece in the fire. You'd better get some sleep, he said when they'd finished. I want to be out of here as soon as it's light enough to see. Kaylin could tell that he was more exhausted than she was, but she could also tell that something was deeply troubling him, so she didn't argue. She wrapped herself in her blanket, close enough to the fire to stay warm. As she glanced up at Richard, she saw him still sitting before the fire, staring at the piece of firewood he'd set beside before. She had thought that he would be more interested in looking at his sword, now that he finally had it back. Kaylin woke softly. It was a good feeling not to wake the way she had the day before with Samuel on top of her. She rubbed her eyes and saw that Richard was still sitting before the fire. He looked terrible. She couldn't imagine what must be going through his head, with the responsibilities on his shoulders, with all the people depending on him. I have something I'd like to give you, he said in a quiet voice that felt so soothing to hear when she first woke. Kaylin sat up, stretching for a moment. She saw that there was just a hint of light in the sky. They would need to be on their way soon. What is it? She asked, as she folded her blanket and set it aside. You don't have to take it, but it would mean a great deal to me if you would. He finally looked away from the flames and into her eyes. I know that you don't know what's going on or even who you are, much less what you're doing here with me. I wish more than anything in the world that I could explain it all to you. You've been through a nightmare, and you deserve to know everything, but I just can't tell you right now. I'm asking you to trust me. She looked away from his eyes. She couldn't bear to look into those eyes of his. "In the meantime, I'd like you to have something." Kalen swallowed. "What is it?" Richard reached around on the other side of him and pulled something out. He held it out to her in the dim firelight. It was the statue she had before, the statue she had left in the Garden of Life when she had taken the boxes for the sisters. It was a carving of a woman with her back arched, her head thrown back and her hands fisted at her sides. It was the embodiment of the spirit of defiance against forces that would subdue her. It was a carving of nobility and strength. It was the statue she had before. It had been the most precious thing she had, and she'd had to leave it behind. This was not the same one, yet it was. She remembered every curve and turn of that one. This one was the same, but a little smaller. She saw then the wood shavings all over the ground. He had spent the night carving it for her. "It's called Spirit," he said in a voice that broke with emotion. "Would you accept it from me?" Kalen reverently lifted it from his hands and clutched it to her heart as she broke down in tears. Chapter 58. "Before we start a war," Richard said in a near whisper, "I need to get into the place where I hid the book. I have to get it back first, in case anything goes wrong." Kalen let out a breath as she appraised the look of determination in his eyes. "All right, but I don't like it. It just feels like a trap. Once we get in there, we're liable to be snared. We may have to fight a war to get out." "If we have to, we will." Kalen remembered the way Richard fought with a sword, or with a brock for that matter, but this was different. "And if we get caught in here, do you think that sword of yours is going to be any good against a witch woman who could be lurking anywhere?" He looked away from her eyes to check the hallway again. "The world is about to end for a great many good people who love life and just want to live it. That includes you and me. I don't have any choice. I have to get that book." He leaned out to check the other direction down the dimly lit hallway. Kalen could hear the approaching echo of boots as soldiers patrolled. So far they had been able to evade a number of them. Richard was very good at moving in dark passages and hiding in plain sight. They pressed back into the shallow shadow of the recessed doorway, trying to make themselves as flat as possible. The 4 guards, talking about the women in town, rounded the nearby corner and strolled by, too eager to brag about their conquests to notice Richard and Kalen hiding in the dark doorway. Kalen, holding her breath, could hardly believe that they hadn't been spotted. She kept a tight grip on the handle of her knife. As soon as the guards turned the far corner, Richard grabbed her hand and pulled her after him into the hallway. Down another dark corridor, he came to an abrupt halt before a heavy door. The hasp had a lock in it. Richard, his sword already in his hand, slipped the blade through the bar. Pressing his lips tight, he strained to twist the sword. With a muffled metallic pop, the lock broke. Pieces of steel bounced across the stone floor. Kalen winced at the sound, sure that it would bring guards running. They heard nothing. Richard slipped in through the doorway. "Zed," she heard him call in a loud whisper. Kalen stuck her head into the room. There were 3 people inside the small stone cell. An old man with disheveled white hair, a big blonde-headed man, and a woman with her blonde hair in the single braid of a moored sieve. "Richard," the old man shouted. "Dear spirits, you're alive!" Richard crossed his lips with a finger as he pulled Kalen in behind him. He quietly shut the door. The 3 people looked tired and bedraggled. It looked to have been a harsh confinement. "Keep your voice still," Richard whispered. guards all over this place.
How in the world did you know we were here? The old man asked.
I didn't, Richard said.
Well, I can tell you, my boy, that we have a great many things to...
Zed, be quiet and listen to me. The old man's mouth snapped shut. Then he pointed.
How did you get your sword back?
Kalen gave it back to me. Zed's bushy brow drew down.
You saw her?
Richard nodded. He held out his sword. Put your hand around the hilt. Zed's frown grew.
Why? Richard, there are a great many more important...
Do it, Richard growled. Zed blinked at the command. He straightened, and he did as Richard had told him to do. Zed's gaze shot to Kalen. A light seemed to come on in his hazel eyes as they went wide.
Dear spirits! Kalen!
As Zed stood frozen in shock, Richard held the sword out to the woman. She touched the handle. Recognition dawned in her eyes as she stared at Kalen, who had just suddenly seemed to magically appear before her. The big man, when he touched the hilt, was no less astonished.
I know you, Zed said to her. I can see you.
Do you remember me? Kalen asked. Zed shook his head.
No. The sword must interrupt the ongoing nature of the chain fire event. It can't restore my lost memory. That's gone. But it stops the ongoing effect. I can see you. I recognize who you are. I don't recall you, but I know you. It's rather like seeing a face you know, but not being able to place it.
Same with me, the big man said. The woman nodded her agreement. Zed grabbed Richard's sleeve.
We have to get out of here. 6 will be back. We dare not get caught here and have to tangle with her. She's more than a handful.
Richard started across the room. I have to get something first.
The book?
Zed asked. Richard stopped and turned back. You saw it?
I should say I did. Where in the world did you ever come across such a thing?
Richard climbed up on the chair and pulled down a pack stuffed up behind a beam. First Wizard Baracus.
From the Great War? That Baracus?
That's right. Richard hopped down from the chair. He wrote the book and then had it hidden for me to find. He is responsible for me being born with both sides of the gift, so he wanted to help me with my abilities. He had his wife, Magda Cirrus, hide it after he came back from the Temple of the Winds. It's a long story, but the book has been waiting for me for 3,000 years. Zed appeared dumbfounded. They gathered around the table as Richard dug around in the pack until he found the book and pulled it out. He held up the book for Zed to see. The problem was, at the time, I was cut off from my gift, so I couldn't read it. It just looked like blank pages. I don't know what Baracus wanted to tell me about my ability. Zed shared a look with the other 2 captives.
Richard, I need to talk to you about what Baracus left for you.
Yes, in a moment. A frown grew on Richard's face as he thumbed through the book. It's still blank. He looked up in confusion. Zed, it's still blank. The block on my gift was broken. I know it was. Why would this still appear blank to me? Zed laid a hand on Richard's shoulder.
Because it is blank.
To me, but you can read it. He held the book open before the old man. What does it say?
It's blank, Zed repeated. There is no writing at all in the book, only the title on the cover.
Richard puzzled at the old man. What do you mean it's blank? It can't be blank. It's supposed to be The Secrets of a War Wizard's Power.
It is, Zed said in a grave tone.
Richard looked heartbroken, angry, and puzzled all at once. I don't understand.
Wizard Baracus left you a wizard's rule.
What wizard's rule?
The rule of all rules, the rule unwritten, the rule unspoken since the dawn of history.
Richard ran his fingers back through his hair. We don't have time for riddles. What did he want me to know? What is the rule? Zed shrugged. I don't know. It's never been spoken and has never been written. But Baracus wanted you to know that it's the secret to using a war wizard's power. The only way to express it, to make sure that you would grasp what he was intending to tell you, was to give you a book unwritten, to signify the rule unwritten. How am I supposed to use it if I don't know what it is? That's a question for yourself, Richard. If you are the one Baracus thought you were, then you will know how to use what he left for you. He obviously thought it was exceptionally important and worth all the trouble he went to, so I would say that it must be what you need. Richard took a deep breath to steady himself. Kaelin felt so sorry for him. He looked at his wits' end. He looked on the verge of tears.
My,
came a voice from behind. They all spun around. A reed-thin woman in black smiled a sly smile. Her hair was a tangled nest of black. Her bloodless flesh and blanched eyes made her look cadaverous. 6, Zed said.
What do you know if it isn't the Mother Confessor? And won't the Emperor be pleased when I bring him Lord Ral as well, all tied up in a nice bundle?
Kaelin saw Zed press his hands to his head in obvious pain. He staggered back and crumpled to the ground. Richard's sword made a ringing sound as he drew it. He charged the woman but was stopped short and driven back by forces Kaelin couldn't see. His sword clattered across the stone floor. The woman held out a thin finger toward Kaelin.
Not a good idea, Mother Confessor. Not that I care if you fry your own brain trying to turn mine to mush, but you are much more valuable to me alive.
Kaelin felt the pain of the unseen power forcing her back, just as Richard had been forced back. The debilitating agony was something like the pain from the collar, but sharper, deeper down in her ears. It made the back of her jaw hurt so much that she had to open her mouth. All 5 of them were cringing back, holding their ears with the pain of it.
This is going to make things so much easier,
6 said in a self-satisfied manner as she glided toward them like death itself. 6, a stern voice called from the doorway. 6 spun to a voice she obviously recognized. The pain lifted from Kaelin's head. She saw the others recovering as well.
Mother?
6 said in emotional confusion. You have disappointed me, 6, the old woman said as she stepped forward into the room. Disappointed me greatly. She was slender, much like 6, but stooped with age. Her black hair flared out from her face in much the same way, but it was streaked with white. Her eyes, too, were a blanched blue. 6 backed up a couple of steps.
But
You what? The old woman demanded in a venomous tone of displeasure. This woman was a commanding presence who feared nothing, least of all 6. 6 cowered back a step.
I don't understand.
Kaelin's jaw dropped as she saw the tight, pale flesh of 6's face and hands begin to move, as if bubbling from beneath. 6 started screaming in pain, her bony hands groping the crawling flesh of her face.
Mother, what do you want?
It's quite simple, the old woman said, stepping closer yet to the witch woman as she shrank away. I want you to die. At that, 6's whole body jerked about violently as her skin convulsed and churned, looking like it was separating from the turbulent muscle and sinew beneath. She almost looked like she was boiling from within. The old woman grabbed the suddenly slack skin at the back of 6's neck. As 6 began to crumple downward, the old woman gave a mighty pull. The skin, mostly in one piece, pulled right off the stricken witch-woman. She collapsed, a bloody, unrecognizable mess barely contained by the sack of a black dress, to the stone floor. It was about as sickening a sight as Callan could imagine. The old woman, holding the sagging remains of 6's skin, smiled at them. They all stood frozen in shock as the old woman seemed to shimmer, her appearance wavering and flickering. Callan stared in astonishment. The old woman was no longer old, but young and beautiful, with long, wavy auburn hair. Her variegated gray dress did little to conceal her sensuous figure. Points of the airy fabric floated as if in a gentle breeze. "Shota," Richard said, a grin splitting his face. She dropped the bloody hide in a sloppy pile, then smiled a coy, teasing smile as she stepped forward and tenderly cupped his cheek with her other hand. Callan could feel her own face going red. "Shota, what are you doing here?" Richard asked. "Saving your hide, obviously." She smiled even wider as she glanced down to the remains in the black dress. "I guess it cost 6 hers." But I don't understand." "Neither did 6, Shota said. She expected me to scurry away with my tail between my legs to forever hide in trembling fear that she might find me. So she never expected a visit from her mother. Such a thing was not among her otherwise considerable talents or her limited imagination, since she had no comprehension of the value of a mother, and no empathy with those who do. She could not imagine the power and meaning of such a bond, so such a thing blinded her. Her connection to her mother was loathing schooled by fear. Callan could feel her face heating even more as she watched Shota run a long, lacquered fingernail down the front of Richard's shirt. "I don't like it when someone takes what I have worked for and created," Shota said to Richard in an intimate voice. "She had no right to what is mine. It took me a great deal of time and effort to reverse all that she had done, to sink her treacherous tentacles into my domain, but I did." "I think there was more to it, Shota. I think you wanted to help us all." Shota stepped away, flicking a hand in acknowledgment as she turned her back on Richard. "The boxes are in play. If the Sisters of the Dark open them, a great many people who have done no wrong will die. I, too, will be cast to the keeper like a scrap of meat." Richard could only nod at the truth of that. He bent and picked up his sword. He held the hilt out. "Here." "My dear boy, I've no need for a sword." Callan didn't know how anyone could have such a beautiful, silken voice. Shota didn't act like she even knew that there was anyone else in the room. Except when she cast a brief warning glare at Zed, her almond eyes rarely left Richard. "Just humor me and touch it." Her whole face softened with a flirtatious smile. "If you say so." Her graceful fingers curled around the hilt. Her eyes suddenly turned to see Callan standing right there beside him. "The sword interrupts the ongoing effect of the chain-fire spell," Richard explained. "It doesn't reverse it, but it enables you to now see what is before you." Her gaze lingered a moment before returning to Richard. "So it does." Her voice turned serious. "Right now, though, all of us in this room are about to be taken by the power of Orden and given over for all eternity to the Keeper of the Dead in the underworld." Her fingers touched the side of Richard's face. "As I've told you before, you need to stop that from happening." "And how am I to do that?" Shota gave him a scolding look. "We've had this discussion before, Richard. You are the player. It is up to you to put the boxes in play.
Richard heaved a sigh. We're a long way from the boxes. Jagang will have them in play long before we can get back.
Shota smiled at him. I have a way for you to get back.
How?
Shota pointed a finger skyward. You can fly.
Richard cocked his head. Fly?
The dragon that Six had bewitched and was using is up on the rampart.
A dragon? Zed exclaimed. You expect Richard to fly on a dragon? What sort of dragon?
An angry one.
Angry? Richard asked.
I'm afraid that I'm not very good at appearing as a dragon's mother, but I've gentled it, Shota shrugged. A little, anyway.
Richard had them all wait in the hallway as he quickly changed into the things from his pack. When he emerged, Kaylin's breath was taken by what she saw. Over a black shirt, he wore a black open-sided tunic decorated with strange symbols snaking along a wide gold band, running all the way around its squared edges. A wide, multi-layered leather belt bearing more of the emblems cinched the magnificent tunic at his waist. The ancient tooled leather baldric holding the gold and silver-wrought scabbard for the sword of truth crossed over his right shoulder. At each wrist was a wide, leather-padded silver band, bearing linked rings encompassing more of the strange symbols. Black boots over his black trousers also had pins with yet more of the rounded designs. His broad shoulders bore a cape that appeared to be made of spun gold. He looked like Kaylin's idea of what a war wizard should look like. He looked like a commander of kings. He looked like Lord Raoul. Kaylin had no trouble at all understanding why Nietzsche was in love with him. She was just about the luckiest woman in the world. She was also a woman worthy of this man. Let's hurry, he said to Shota. Shota, strolling at a steady pace down the center of the halls, her filmy gray dress flowing out behind, led them through secondary, unadorned passageways in the castle as if it were deserted. From time to time she waved a hand toward a door or a passageway, as if to ward off anyone from bothering them. That must have been exactly what she was doing, because no one intercepted the small company of people hurrying through the hallways. They all paused behind the witch woman when she finally stopped at a heavy oak door. She gave them all a look, as if to ask if they were ready, then threw open the heavy oak door. When they went through the doorway into the overcast day, Richard's cape billowed out behind. Out on the rampart they were confronted by a huge beast with glossy red scales and a forest of black-tipped spikes on its back. Flame roared across the rampart, kicking dirt and gravel in every direction. They all shrank back. That's not Scarlet, Richard said. I thought it might be Scarlet.
You know a dragon? Kaylin asked.
Yes, so do you, but not this one. This one is bigger and a whole lot meaner looking. The heat from rolling flames again drove them back.
Shota, unconcerned, singing a soft song, casually walked forward. The flames stopped. The dragon brought its head floating downward toward her, tilting it to the side as if curious. As Shota whispered things Kaylin couldn't hear, the dragon snorted softly in a contented manner. Shota, stroking her fingers under the dragon's chin, turned back to them. Richard, come speak with this handsome fellow. The dragon almost sounded like it was purring at her words. Richard hurried forward. I have a dragon friend, he said up to the beast. Maybe you know her. Her name is Scarlet. The massive creature threw its head back and fired a column of flame skyward. Its spiked tail swished across the rampart, knocking large blocks off the stone wall over the side. The red head swung back down. The lips drew back in a snarl to reveal wicked-looking fangs.
Scarlet is my mother,
the dragon growled. Richard looked pleasantly surprised. Scarlet is your mother? Are you Gregory? The dragon drew closer yet, sniffing at Richard as it frowned. Richard's cape billowed up with each puff of air.
Who are you, little man?
I'm Richard Rahl. The last time I saw you, you were an egg. Richard, as if talking to an old friend, made a half circle with his arms. You were this big.
Richard Rahl.
Gregory grinned, its hostility evaporating.
My mother has told me of you.
Richard laid a hand on Gregory's snout. His voice turned gentle with concern. Is she all right? Magic is failing. I've been worried how it might harm her. Gregory snorted a puff of smoke.
She is very sick. She grows weaker by the day. I am stronger and still able to fly. I bring her food, but the witch woman kept me from being able to do so. I don't know how to help her. I worry that she will be lost to me.
Richard nodded sadly. It's the taint caused by the chimes having been in this world. That taint is destroying all magic. Gregory nodded his huge head.
Then the red dragons are doomed.
As are we all, unless I can stop that taint. The big head cocked to the side so that Gregory could peer at Richard with one yellow eye.
You can do that?
Possibly, but I'm not sure how yet. I do know that I need to get to the People's Palace if I am to try.
The People's Palace, where the Dark Army waits?
Richard nodded. That's right. I may be the only one who can stop that taint. Will you take us there?
I am free now. A free dragon does not serve man.
I'm not asking you to be my servant, only to fly us to Dahara, so that I can try to save all of us who want to live free, including you and your mother. Gregory's head glided closer to Zed, Tom, and Rika. He thought it over briefly, looking back at Richard.
All of you?
All of us, Richard said. I need the help of my friends here. It's our only chance to stop all the terrible things that are about to happen. Gregory's head came down close until his snout nudged Richard's chest, pushing him back a half step.
My mother told me the story of how you saved me when I was but an egg. If I do this, we will be even.
Even, Richard agreed. Gregory lowered his body down onto the rampart as much as possible.
Let us be off, then.
Richard told the rest of them how to get up and how to hold on to the spikes and projections. He went up first, settling himself astride the dragon's back at the base of its long neck, then helped pull Zed, Tom, and Rika up behind him. Zed muttered under his breath the whole time. Richard told him to stop cursing. Kaelin was last. Richard leaned down, took her hand, and pulled her up behind him. As she adjusted herself on the dragon's back behind him, she saw him pull a white cloth out of his pocket, looking at it. Kaelin, her arms around him, whispered in his ear. I'm afraid. He smiled over his shoulder. You get dizzy flying on dragons, but you don't get sick. Just hold on tight, and close your eyes if you want. It struck her how easy it was being close to him, and how gentle and natural he was with her. He seemed to come alive when she was near him. What's that you have? She asked, tilting her head toward the white cloth. It had an ink spot on one side and another just like it on the opposite side. Something from before, he said in a distracted sort of way. He was obviously not thinking about her question. He was thinking about the white cloth with the 2 ink spots. He stuffed the cloth back in his pocket and looked down at the rampart. Shota, are you coming? No, I'm returning to Agaden Reach, to my home. I will wait there for the end, or for you to stop that end from coming. Richard nodded. Kalen didn't think that he looked at all confident. "Thank you for all you've done, Shota."
Make me proud, Richard.
He smiled at her briefly. "I'll do my best."
That's all any of us can do, she said.
Richard patted the dragon's glossy red scales. "Gregory, let's get going. We don't have much time." Gregory let out a brief blast of flame. As it curled away into black smoke, the dragon's immense wings lifted and then snapped down with tremendous yet graceful force. Kalen felt them lift into the air. It felt like her stomach turned upside down. Chapter 59. As they marched through the empty, magnificent marble halls of the People's Palace, Richard knew where everyone had gone because he could hear the soft chanting echoing through the passageways. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." It was the devotion to the Lord Rahl. Even at a time like this, even when their world was about to end, everyone at the People's Palace went to the devotion when they heard the call of the bell. He supposed that this was a time when these people needed him the most, and the devotion was their way to acknowledge that bond. Or maybe it was meant to remind him of his part in that bond and his responsibilities to protect them. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Richard put his feelings about the devotion out of his mind. He felt like he was juggling 1,000 thoughts all at once. He didn't know what to do. There were so many different questions overwhelming him all at once that he just couldn't seem to organize the mountain of problems into meaningful order. He didn't know where to start that arduous climb. He felt inadequate to be the Master Rahl. He did believe, though, that the seemingly endless problems were connected, that they were all pieces of the same puzzle, and that if he could just figure out what was at the core of what was bothering him, it would all begin to fit together. He just needed a few years to figure it out. He would be lucky to have a few hours. Once again, he forced his mind back to the relevant issues. Baracus had left him a message in a 3,000-year-old book, a rule unwritten, and Richard didn't know what it meant. Now that he once again had access to his gift, he did at least now recall all of the Book of Counted Shadows, but it was most likely a false copy. Jagang had the original. Jagang had the boxes. Why was a confessor central in it all? Was it because a confessor was central to the boxes of Orden if one of the copies of the Book of Counted Shadows was used? Or was he just imagining it? Was he just thinking that a confessor was central because Kalen was a confessor and she was central in his life? Just the thought of Kalen sent his mind off track and racked him with anguish. Having to keep from telling her all the things he so desperately wanted to tell her was crushing his heart. Having to keep from taking her in his arms and kissing her was killing him. He just wanted to hold her tight. But he knew that if he destroyed the sterile field of her mind, then there was no chance for the power of Orden to restore her to who she was. He had to remain distant and vague. What terrified him the most was the thought that it was too late, that Samuel had already tainted that sterile field. He could feel Kalen walking beside him. He recognized the sound of her footsteps, the scent of her, the presence of her. One instant he was overjoyed that he had her back, and the next he was panicked that he was going to lose her. He had to stop letting his mind drift to the problem and focus instead on the solution. He had to find the answer, if there really was an answer.
Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve, our lives are yours. All these people would die unless he helped them by finding that answer. But how in the world was he to do that? He returned to what he thought had to be the heart of the solution. He would need to open the boxes of Orden if he was to reverse all the damage done. That was all there was to it. Unless he did that, the world of life damaged by the chain fire event and its subsequent taint would spiral out of control. Unless he opened the right box, Jagang's sisters would. But he didn't know how to open the boxes, and besides, he didn't have control of them. Jagang did. Richard reminded himself that at least he had accomplished a number of the steps he had to accomplish if he was to have a chance to open the right box. At least he had been successful in his journey through the veil, and he had been successful in returning what he had brought back in the manner required. That in itself had been a puzzle, but he had found the solution. Now Orden was needed to actually restore it. Kalen had accepted the carving he did of spirit. He reminded himself that he also had the Confessor that was needed. Confessor, something was wrong about that, but he couldn't figure out what it could be. But he did know that there was only one way to get close to the boxes of Orden. That was his only chance, if he could figure it out before Sister Ulyssia opened one of them. When he heard the whisper of hurried footsteps, he looked up and saw Verna and Nathan rushing toward him. Kara and General Meifert were close on their heels. Zed, Tom, and Rika were close on Richard's. At a bridge covered in beautifully veined green marble overlooking a devotion square and a conjunction of wide halls, Richard came to a halt as Verna and Nathan rushed up. The people below were all on their knees, bent forward with their foreheads to the tile as they chanted. They were unaware of what he was about to do. "Richard!" Verna gasped, catching her breath. "Glad to see you back," Nathan said to Richard with an additional nod to Zed. 6 will no longer be a problem," Zed told the prophet. Nathan let out a sigh. "One less hornet, but I'm afraid that there's no shortage of them." Verna, ignoring the tall wizard beside her, waved her journey book urgently at Richard. "Jagang says that it's the new moon. He demands your answer. He says that if he doesn't get that answer, then you know the consequences." Richard glanced at Nathan. The prophet looked more than grim. Kara and General Meifert looked tense as well. They were the helpless guardians of a place with tens of thousands of people who were all on the verge of being slaughtered. Soft chanting drifted up from below. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Richard rubbed his fingertips on his forehead as he swallowed back the lump rising in his throat. He had no choice, for more reasons than the one. He looked up at Verna with forbidding finality. "Tell Jagang that I agree to his terms." Verna's face went scarlet. "You agree?" "What are you talking about?" Kalen at his right asked. Richard was distantly heartened to hear the tone of awakened authority in her voice. But he ignored her and directed himself to Verna. With great effort, Richard controlled his voice. "Tell him that I have decided to give them what they want. I agree to his terms." "Are you serious?" Verna was bottled rage. "You want me to tell him that we surrender?" "Yes." "What?" Kalen said, seizing a fistful of his shirt sleeve to pull him around toward her. "You can't surrender to him." "I have to. It's the only way I have to keep all those people down there from being tortured and killed. If I surrender the palace, he will allow them to live." "And you're going to take Jagang's word for that?" Kalen demanded. "I have no choice. This is the only way. You brought me back here to turn me over to that monster? Kalen's green eyes brimmed with tears born of anger and hurt. Is that why you wanted to find me? Richard looked away. He would have given just about anything to tell her how much he really loved her. If he was to go to his death, he at least would want her to know his true feelings and not think that he had married her out of a duty to an arrangement and was now using her as treasure to be turned over in a surrender. It was crushing his heart that she thought that. But he had no choice. If he corrupted the sterile field, then the Kalen that he knew would be forever lost, if it hadn't already been corrupted by Samuel, if she wasn't already lost to him. Richard turned his attention elsewhere. Where's Nietzsche? He asked Nathan. Locked up like you told me to do until Jagang can collect her. Kalen rounded on him. And now you're also giving the woman you love over to... Richard lifted a hand, commanding silence. He unclenched his jaw as he turned to Verna. Do as I say. His tone of voice made it clear that it was an order not to be discussed, much less defied. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Richard started away. I will be in the Garden of Life, waiting. He needed to think. Only Kalen followed him. Ever-waning daylight slanted in through the leaded glass overhead. This would be the night of the new moon, the darkest night of the month. Richard had heard it said that such darkness brought the world of life closer to the underworld. In the hours waiting for Jagang to make it up the plateau and to the Garden of Life, Richard had paced the whole time, deep in thought, thinking about those two worlds, the world of life and the world of the dead. There was something about the whole thing that didn't make sense to him. He went through the Book of Counted Shadows that he had memorized, knowing that there was probably some flaw in it that would make it impossible to use it to open the power of Orden, but also knowing that the elements would still be largely true if out of order. It would take nothing more than changing a single detail to have made it a false copy. He knew that there was a flaw in the copy he had memorized, but he didn't know how to identify the specific deviation from the original. Jagang had the original. He wouldn't have to worry about there being errors in his book. Sister Ulyssia, with Jagang in her mind the whole time, would be reading the original directly, so they would be using the actual true version of the book. Therefore, they wouldn't need a confessor. He came to a halt before Kalen. Copies of the Book of Counted Shadows have to be verified through the use of a confessor. If you had the text to the Book of Counted Shadows, if I recited it for you, do you think you would be able to verify the true parts? Kalen, deep in her own thoughts, looked up. I've asked myself that same question countless times. I'm sorry, Richard, but I just don't know how. It's too bad that the first confessor, Magda Cirrus, didn't leave me a book on how to use my powers, like her first husband left for you. A lot of good that book was doing him. Richard let out a despondent sigh and went back to pacing. He turned his thoughts back to the book that Baracus had so desperately wanted him to have, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power. Baracus had thought that it was vital that Richard have that book with the rule unwritten. The whole thing was so bizarre that Richard was left stunned and not knowing what to think. It had been a monumental effort to recover that book. It had to have also been a great effort on the part of Baracus to see to it that only Richard would eventually be able to find it. Why leave him a book that said nothing? Unless it actually said everything. Richard glanced to his silent grandfather sitting on the short vine-covered wall nearby. Zed met his gaze, but his sadness at not being able to help Richard was evident. I'm sorry, Kalen said. Richard glanced over. What? I'm sorry. It had to be a terrible decision. I know that you are only trying to keep Jagang's brutes from slaughtering all the people here. I wish I could touch Jagang with my Confessor power. Confessor power, first brought into existence in Magda Cirrus, the woman who had been married to Baracus. But she had been married to Baracus back during the Great War, long before she became a confessor. Dear spirits, Richard whispered to himself, icy realization flashing through his veins. Baracus had left Richard secrets of a war wizard's power to tell him what he needed to know. That was exactly what Baracus had done. He had given Richard the rule unspoken, the rule unwritten since the dawn of time. In that instant, as he grasped the secrets of a war wizard's power, Richard was able to fit the other pieces together and understand it all. He grasped the totality of it, how it all worked, why they had done what they had done, why they had done everything. With trembling fingers, he pulled out the piece of white cloth with the 2 ink stains. He unfolded it and stared at the 2 spots on opposite sides. I understand, he said. Dear spirits, I understand what I have to do. Kalen leaned close, looking down at the cloth. Understand what? Richard understood it all. He almost laughed maniacally. He understood the whole thing. Zed was watching him, frowning at him. Zed knew Richard well enough to tell that he had figured it out. As Richard stared at him, his grandfather gave him the slightest smile and a nod of pride, even if he had no idea of what Richard had figured out. They all looked up at the sudden clamor of people entering the garden. The few men of the first file present, as instructed, fell back out of the way without offering any resistance. Richard saw Jagang at the head of the wave of people pouring in the doors. Sister Ulyssia was right beside him. Other sisters followed behind, carrying the 3 boxes of Orden. Heavily armed guards, their boots all striking in unison, marched in the double doors, spreading into the garden like a dark flood. Jagang's presence, his burning, enduring hate, not only defiled the garden of life, but defined him. Richard smiled inwardly. The gaze of Jagang's completely black eyes were fixed on Richard, as the Emperor marched down the path between the trees, past beds of long dead flowers, and past the short vine-covered walls. His royal guards were spread out behind, pouring through the shrubs as they established a defensive perimeter. Jagang wore a condescending smile as he passed the sorcerer's sand and crossed the sweep of lawn. His hate defined him. The sisters set the 3 inky black boxes on the broad granite slab that was supported by 2 short-fluted pedestals. Sister Ulyssia ignored the people in the garden. Focused on the job at hand, she only glanced briefly at Richard before setting the book on the granite altar in front of the boxes. Without delay, she cast a hand out, igniting a fire in the pit, adding to the light given off by the torches. Night was falling. The new moon was rising. Darkness was coming. Darkness beyond what anyone living had ever experienced. Richard knew that darkness. He had been there. Jagang strode right up to stand close in front of Richard as if challenging him to a fight. Richard stood his ground.
Glad you came to your senses.
His gaze slid to Kalen. He regarded her with a lecherous look.
And I'm glad you brought me your woman. I'll deal with her later.
He looked back into Richard's eyes.
I'm sure you aren't going to like what I have in mind.
Richard returned a glare, but said nothing. There was nothing to say, really. Jagang, for all his intimidating presence, his completely black eyes, his shaved head, the way he displayed his muscles, as well as his plundered jewels, looked more than tired. He looked frazzled. Richard knew that the Emperor was having nightmares, and even more than that, haunting dreams about Nietzsche. Richard knew because they were nightmares and dreams that Richard had given him through Gillian, the priestess of the bones, the dreamcaster who was descended from the same people as Jagang. The Emperor stormed over to where Sister Ulyssia stood waiting before the sorcerer's sand.
"What are you waiting for? Get started. The sooner this is finished, the sooner we can get on with finishing all resistance to the rule of the Order."
Now I understand, Kaelin, standing close beside him, whispered to herself as if she too had had her own revelation. Now I see who he wants to hurt through me, and why it would be so terrible. She looked up into Richard's eyes with a countenance of sudden comprehension. Richard couldn't afford to be distracted right then. He returned his attention to the sisters. He still had a few things he needed to reason out. He needed to make sure it all made sense, or else they would all die by his hand. Several sisters knelt before the sorcerer's sand, smoothing it out in preparation. By the way they were working as a team, Richard figured that they had already studied the original of the Book of Counted Shadows in preparation and had all the procedures and enchantments memorized. He was surprised to see them all starting to draw the required elements. He recognized them from the Book of Counted Shadows that he'd memorized as a young man. He had expected Sister Ulyssia, the one who had put the boxes in play, to be the one to draw those elements, but as they worked, Sister Ulyssia instead went from one symbol to the next, finishing the final part that completed it. Richard realized that it made sense. It was only necessary that the elements be done, and this saved a great deal of time. Since Sister Ulyssia was the one finishing each element, Richard guessed that the book had some requirement that the player be involved, probably requiring that they be the one to complete the spell forms. She was the one invoking Orden. She was the player. Jagang, though, possessed her mind, and thus ultimately would control Orden. Richard remembered well how long it had taken Dark and Rahl to run through all the procedures. The way they were doing it, the sisters were not going to take anywhere near that long. By working together, they were able to divide the work into simpler components. Jagang paced back to Richard.
"Where's Nietzsche?"
he growled as his black eyes glared. Richard had been wondering how long it would be before he asked that question. It was even sooner than Richard expected. "She is being held for you, as promised." Jagang's heated expression turned to a grin.
"Too bad you don't really know how to play Jala de Jinn."
"I beat you." Jagang's grin only widened.
"Not in the end."
As the Emperor went back to his impatient pacing, Sister Ulyssia directed the elements from the book, reading pertinent parts when necessary. Richard understood the things they were drawing. Parts were the dance with death. When Dark and Rahl had first drawn them, they had seemed so mysterious, but now the language of them all made sense. Jagang was looking more and more edgy by the moment. Richard knew why.
"Ulyssia," the Emperor finally said, "I'm going to go get Nietzsche. There is no reason for me to stand here while you work. I can watch this through your eyes just as well."
Sister Ulyssia bowed her head. "Yes, Excellency." Jagang turned his glare on Richard.
"Where is she?"
Richard gestured to one of the officers of the first file standing not far away, the man Richard had ready for this purpose. There were only a few of the first file present, all having waited with Richard for the imperial order to arrive. They were there to guard him until the bitter end. "Take the Emperor down to Nietzsche's cell," Richard told the officer. The man saluted with a fist to his heart. Before leading Jagang away, the contented-looking Emperor turned back to Richard.
"Looks like you lose at the final turn at Jala de Jinn this time as well."
Richard wanted to say that the time had not run out and the game was not yet over, but instead he simply watched the man leaving as he waited for the nightmare to begin in earnest. Kaelin stood silently at his side. The way she glanced up at him made him uneasy. Zed and Nathan looked lost in their own thoughts. Verna looked angry and bitter that it had come to this. Richard couldn't blame her. Kara, standing beside Benjamin, took hold of his hand. Along with the rest of his party, Jagang had brought Jensen into the Garden of Life. The royal guards kept her on the other side of the room. Tom's gaze was fixed on her. She stared back at him, unable to say all the things she obviously wanted to say. Kara inched closer. "Whatever happens now, Lord Ral, I'm with you until my last breath." Richard returned a smile of appreciation. Zed, not far away, nodded his agreement with Kara's sentiment. Benjamin lightly clapped his fist to his heart. Even Verna finally smiled and gave him a single nod. They were all with him. Kaelin, close at his side, whispered, "Would it be all right if you just held my hand?" Richard could not imagine how alone she must feel at that moment. With a heavy heart that he couldn't say anything, he took her hand. Chapter 60. Nietzsche sat in the near darkness on the bench carved out of the same stone as the walls. The outer room, a second layer of protection guarding the room hollowed out of solid rock, was shielded. The only way in or out was through the double set of iron doors with the shielded room between them. This was where the most dangerous of prisoners were held, prisoners who could command magic. There was no telling how many people had sat in this very room as they awaited their appointment with death or worse. Nietzsche could hear footsteps in the outer passageway beyond the two iron doors. Someone was coming. She had known that it was only a matter of time until he came. Nietzsche was in a state of utter calm. She knew why she was there. She knew why Richard had told Nathan to have her locked in this cell. She heard the lock in the outer door clang open, the metallic sound echoing through the network of low corridors. She could hear someone grunting as they tugged in a series of muscular pulls, forcing the door bound up on rusty hinges to open enough to get through. When she saw shadows through the small opening in the door to her inner cell, Nietzsche blew out the flame on the lamp beside her on the stone bench that was the room's bed and only furnishing. A key scraped, and then the lock to her cell sprang open. After being in complete silence for so long, she found the strident sound exceptionally loud. As the door grated open, the light from a lantern flooded in. Dust from the rusty door floated up in that harsh yellow light. Emperor Jagang ducked down as he stepped over the high sill to squeeze in through the doorway. Nietzsche stood. He was wearing his sleeveless vest so as to display his muscular bulk. His shaved head reflected the single flame of the lantern he'd brought. His black eyes looked entirely at home in the depths of the dark hole in the rock. Those black eyes gleamed as he took in the sight of her. She had made sure to loosen the top of her dress so that he would have something to catch his attention. It worked. "I've been dreaming of you, darling," he said, as if he thought it would impress her. He always had believed that his lust proved something to her, as if his lack of civility or restraint only demonstrated how overwhelmingly appealing she was to him. To Nietzsche, it only served to prove that he was an unprincipled savage. Nietzsche stood tall, saying nothing, refusing to shy away as Jagang moved in close. He circled his muscular arm around her waist, pulling her tight against his powerful bulk, demonstrating his command of her, his virility, his unchallenged authority. Nietzsche had no desire to drag it out. She casually reached her arms up around him and snapped the Radahan closed around his bull neck. He staggered back a step in confusion. She knew that he would feel the power of the collar piercing into every fiber of his being.
What have you done?
He asked in a tone of anger bordering on a kind of horror she had never heard out of him before. She had no desire to discuss the matter, so she simply exerted her control through the collar to prevent him from talking. If she knew Jagang, and she did, then Sister Ulyssia would be up in the Garden of Life working to open the right box of Orden. She didn't want Ulyssia to realize what had just happened. Jagang would have been impatient to get at Nietzsche. The nightmares Richard had sent had plagued him, but the dreams Richard had given him of Nietzsche had turned his obsession for her into a passion, a mania, that had slowly grown to the point where it was nearly intolerable. Jagang had always desired her, but after the dreams Richard had crafted, Jagang could think of little else but possessing her. He had even been willing to leave Sister Ulyssia to her work, to come down to the dungeon and personally recover her. It was a small gift Richard had given her. When Nathan had locked her in the cell, he had explained from behind the shields that protected his words from the ears of any spies that Richard had devised the scheme as his last gift for Nietzsche. Richard knew that they would have to surrender the palace. He knew that they were all going to die. The one thing he could give Nietzsche was Jagang. The Radahan had been in the cell. It was the collar that Anne had left there when she had been imprisoned by Nathan for a time. That was what had been so important that Anne had been trying to tell Nietzsche before she had been killed. Nathan had known that the Radahan was in the cell, behind the shields of the room. Richard wanted Nietzsche to have it, and to have a way to bring final justice to Jagang the Just. Richard had no illusions that it defeated the imperial order. The corrupt beliefs of the order tainted the minds of millions. Jagang was not its architect. That communal hatred would burn on without one man. Nietzsche understood that as well. She had grown up with the teachings of the order. She knew how they attempted to perform the alchemy turning suffering into virtue, wrongdoing into righteousness, death into salvation. Such beliefs were born in man's willful refusal to use his mind, in his lust for the unearned, his wish for success without effort. Such beliefs were the embodiment of hatred for all that was good, a hatred for virtue, hatred for value. It was ultimately a hatred of themselves, of life, of existence. It was that hate, that dedication to death, that was the true manifestation of evil. Killing Jagang would not cure mankind of such irrational zealotry. The beliefs of the order were not driven by one man. The order would go on without Jagang. Nor would killing Jagang stop those who had put the boxes of Orden in play, or the chain fire spell, or the taint from the chimes, or the vast army who lay in wait surrounding the palace, so eager for blood and plunder. This would not change any of that. But Richard had wanted to give her the last gift of being able to see this small bit of justice done before her own life was snuffed out along with the rest of them, by the sisters invoking the power of Orden in service to the army devoted to the beliefs of the Fellowship of Order. It was Richard's only way to thank her for all she had done, to allow her this one small bit of final salvation from the man who had so terribly abused her. Nietzsche stepped over the high sill. Her prisoner, unable to protest, followed. While her gift was limited within the People's Palace, it was enough to easily use the unique nature of the Radahan. She could have dropped Jagang to the ground in overwhelming agony, but she used only the power necessary to overcome his unwillingness to follow her silent directives. Outside the second door, several officers of the first file, men who had brought Jagang down to his caged prize, waited. The passageway was so low and cramped that the men had to hunch under the low ceiling and stand in a line because they wouldn't fit side by side. They were shocked to see Nietzsche now in command of the Emperor. A big man in a uniform, the captain of the prison guards, was there with them. The man had been kind to her, offering to bring her anything she wanted. She now had what she wanted. "Captain Lerner," she said, "if you would be so kind as to show us out of this maze." He gazed at the muscular man behind her in a collar and then smiled at her. "I would be only too happy to do so." Once up into the immense halls of the palace, Nietzsche made Jagang lead the way. She followed close behind him, making sure that he kept going, that he talked to no one, that he acknowledged no one. He tried mightily to overcome the power of the collar. It was ridiculously easy for Nietzsche to overwhelm all of his resistance, all of his might and fury. He was as helpless as a puppet. Throughout the palace, men of the imperial order bowed to him as he passed. Nietzsche didn't allow Jagang to acknowledge them. The men of the order were used to his superior arrogance, his indifference to them, so they thought nothing of seeing him march past without so much as a look. There was no easy way to get to the Garden of Life. The entire palace was laid out in the form of a power spell, designed to enhance the gift of the Lord Ral and interfere with the gift of any other. To get anywhere, one had to navigate hallways that were really elements of the spell form. The major lines of the form were the vast corridors. The subordinate elements were formed by smaller halls. The entire palace was a maze of corridors with columns and halls guarded by rows of statues. Much of the interior of the palace was done in stone, beautifully crafted in extravagant designs. The whole palace, while being a spell form, was also a city, with streets made of the spell's corridors and halls. But getting anywhere required maneuvering through the complex lines of that spell form. That made getting anywhere time-consuming. The journey from the dungeons up to the Garden of Life was a long one. As they made their way past places with skylights, Nietzsche saw that the sky was just beginning to take on a hint of blue. By the time they reached the garden level of the palace, the sun was just up. The first warm rays coming in through the east windows were touching the white marble on the opposite walls. Nietzsche's intention was to go into the garden with Jagang to see Richard one last time. She had found out from brief questions that Richard had somehow made it back. Jagang didn't know how. Nietzsche supposed that it didn't really matter now. He was back, and she wanted to see him one last time before the end. She wanted to let him see Jagang, so that he would know that at least the Emperor would not enjoy the terrible fruit of the long war he had carried into the New World. After all he had done, Richard deserved at least to know of that small victory. When they went through the double doors into the Garden of Life, Nietzsche could see between the trees that the sun was just touching the altar. Half a dozen sisters were gathered around Sister Ulyssia. She was standing before the boxes. Even as the boxes were bathed in the sunlight, it looked like they were black voids in the world. The sunlight did nothing to illuminate the boxes. They instead looked like they were pulling that sunlight in, taking it down to where it would never be seen again. Jagang struggled mightily to move closer, to fight off the control of the collar, but he couldn't. Nietzsche kept him in place in the back, where his guards thought he was merely watching and didn't want to be disturbed. Nietzsche knew that she could end Jagang's life in an instant. When the time came, she would. No one had any chance to rescue their emperor, even if they had known that he was in mortal trouble. He was hers now. Nietzsche could see Richard in his magnificent war wizard's outfit. The sight of him made her heart ache. Kalin stood quietly beside him. If Richard had preserved the sterile field in order to have a chance to counter chain fire, she wouldn't even know his true feelings for her. Now it looked like Richard would never get that chance, and she would die without ever knowing the truth. Richard spotted Nietzsche. He saw Jagang beside her, and understood that she had succeeded in using the gift he had given her. He gave her a small, private smile. Sister Ulyssia tapped the box on the right. "This one." The other sisters were beaming at their success. They would now be able to deliver the power of Orden to the Emperor. They didn't know that he would never be able to celebrate their victory. Sister Ulyssia lifted the lid on the box on the right. Golden light flowed from within, almost as if it were liquid. It enveloped the sisters standing before the stone altar. They all smiled with exhilaration at what they had accomplished, even if it was to be put into service of the imperial order and not themselves. Of course, they would put it to that service without even realizing that Jagang was no longer controlling their minds. If Nietzsche made them aware of that, though, then the sisters would use the gateway to free the keeper of the underworld. Nietzsche's choice was to allow them to give the world over to the order or to the keeper. She knew that was no real choice. At least life under the imperial order would be life. If Sisters of the Dark were allowed to do as they would prefer, there would be no real life. Nietzsche did not want to live to see what was going to come of the new world brought into being by hate. She supposed that she would not have to worry about it. She expected that she had mere moments to live. But Jagang would die before she did. She would make sure of that. Justice would finally visit Jagang the Just. The one thing Nietzsche couldn't understand was why Richard was smiling. Chapter 61. Richard watched as the golden light coming from the box of Orden lifted the seven sisters. Kalen's hand tightened on his. The others in the room watched with a mix of awe and terror. This was something unlike anything that any of them had ever seen or would ever see again. Richard glanced at Nietzsche. Even she was transfixed by the sparkling light that swirled around the sisters. Jagang, standing beside her, was smiling. Richard could just see the metal of the collar peeking through the front of the vest. Jagang knew that his cause would have the power of Orden even if he didn't live to see it. He believed that was all that mattered. He believed in their cause. The sisters within the golden glow appeared to be delighted by the heady power of Orden. It was short-lived. The light darkened as it swept them all up into the air, carrying them toward the darkening sea of sorcerer's sand. The floating sisters glided together, collecting in a tight cluster above the ground. They all began to rotate helplessly in the sparkling amber light. The room darkened as a few flashes of lightning began to flicker about over their heads. Several sisters screamed. A low roar grew to fill the room. The ground trembled as the tight clump of seven sisters floated out over the sorcerer's sand. The sand beneath them began to rotate along with the light. The sparkles within the light connected with the fits of lightning dancing around the room, giving the sisters a flickering appearance. "What's going on?" Sister Ulyssia screamed. Richard let go of Kalen's hand and walked across the grass to the edge of the sorcerer's sand that was slowly darkening from honey-colored to amber to a burnt brown. Richard could smell it burning. "What's going on?" Sister Ulyssia again demanded as her panicked gaze found him. "Did you read the Book of Life?" he calmly asked her. "Of course! You have to use the Book of Life to put the boxes of Orden in play. We all read it. We followed every formula and instruction exactly." You may have followed the instructions contained within the book, but you didn't abide by its meaning. You read what you wanted to read, the formulas and spell forms. Several of the sisters screamed as lightning cracked through the air right near their faces. Sister Ulysses was enraged. "What are you talking about?" Richard clasped his hands behind his back. At the very beginning, there was only one thing all by itself on the first page to emphasize how important, how central it was. It wasn't a formula or a spell form, but it was the first thing the Book of Life said. It was first for a very important reason. In your arrogance, your greed to have what you wanted, you ignored it. The introductory statement to the Book of Life is a warning to anyone who would use the book. It says, "Those who have come here to hate should leave now, for in their hatred they only betray themselves." "What are you babbling about?" one of the other sisters asked, not concerned with what they saw as a dusty aphorism.
"I'm talking about a book of instruction on using the power of Orden."
The Book of Life is the very first thing needed to use that power. Such power is dangerous almost beyond measure. Those who created it wanted to protect it. Most dangerous things of magic are protected by guards, defensive shields, and fail-safes. Orden was designed to counter chain fire, but because it needed to be profoundly powerful to do that, that also made it profoundly dangerous. Those who created it came up with a fail-safe that is at once both striking in its simplicity and foolproof. That safeguard says, "Those who have come here to hate should leave now, for in their hatred they only betray themselves." "So what?" Sister Ulysses screamed. "So," Richard said with a shrug, "it's a warning. About as deadly a warning as there can be. It's telling you that hate will trigger a deadly reaction from the power of Orden. If you want to use Orden to cause harm, then that can only mean that you would have to be someone who hates. Only those with hate in their hearts would scheme to use such a thing to harm others." "That doesn't make any sense. How would it harm someone who is evil?" she asked. "How could you use Orden to stop us? You hate us. You would be using Orden for hate." Richard shook his head. "You mistake hate and justice. Eliminating those like you who harm innocent people is not done out of hate, but out of love for those who have done no wrong and are being hurt and killed. It's love and respect for innocent life." "Eliminating such people is not hate. It is a product of reasoned justice." "But we don't hate," another sister cried out. "We want to eliminate those who are heathen sinners and are only selfishly concerned with themselves." "No," Richard said. "You hate those you envy. You hate that they are happy."
"But we used the Book of Counted Shadows," Sister Ulysses cried in desperation. "We followed the original exactly. It still should have worked."
"Well," Richard said as he strolled before the blackening sorcerer's sand, "even if you disregard the safeguard in the Book of Life, I'm afraid that you made a mistake thinking that the Book of Counted Shadows would be of any use."
"But it's the real book, the original."
Richard smiled as he nodded. "It's the original of yet another failsafe. Didn't you read the first thing in that book as well? It also put the important warning first."
"What warning?"
"The warning to use a confessor."
"But we had the original. We had no need of a confessor."
"The warning wasn't that you need a confessor. The warning was the mention of a confessor at all." Zed, unable to contain himself, held up a hand.
"Richard, what in the world are you talking about?"
Richard smiled at his grandfather. "Who was the first confessor?"
"Magda Cirrus."
Richard nodded. "The woman who had been married to Baracus. That was during the war. After the Great Barrier was up and the war was over, The wizards up here discovered that the prosecutor in the trial over the Temple of the Winds, Lothane, was a traitor. To discover how he betrayed them, Wizard Merritt used Magda Cirrus to create a confessor.
Yes, yes,
Zed said, nodding.
So what?
The boxes of Orden were created during the Great War. The first confessor was not brought into being until long after the war. How could the Book of Counted Shadows be the key created to open the boxes if confessors had not even been dreamed up when Orden was created? Zed blinked in surprise.
The Book of Counted Shadows couldn't possibly be a key to open the boxes of Orden.
That's right, Richard said. They were merely a trick to prevent the misuse of the power of Orden. Using them, even the original, can only get you killed. The Book of Counted Shadows is not the key to opening the power of Orden. Richard turned to the pandemonium of a building rumble. Vapors, smoke, shadows, and light spun with a roar. The ground shook violently. The sorcerer's sand, now black as pitch, was sucked into the vortex. With a grating sound, the whole of it rotated over the abyss. The sounds of the world of life and the underworld mixed in a terrible howl. The sisters spun in the maelstrom, arms and legs sticking out in every direction, their screams lost in the thundering clamor. Blinding light ignited in the center of the spinning mass. Beams of white-hot light shot upward through the windows overhead and downward into the blackness of the abyss. The air shimmered with heat, light, and a piercing shriek. With a wailing roar, the blackened sand under the sisters ripped open. Violet light shot up to engulf the terrified women. The rotating light, black sand, and lightning tightened as it built momentum. Without the benefit of a spirit guide, the sisters spiraled down into the world of the dead. They went still alive. They went screaming. A flash lit everything to a blinding white, and then there was a silence as everything went black as death. When the light gradually returned, the Garden of Life was silent. The hole in the ground was gone. The sorcerer's sand was gone. The sisters were gone. Jagang's personal guard, who had been in the Garden of Life, were also gone. Being in the room with the power of Orden had been fatal to them as well as the sisters. Jagang, wearing the collar that was under the dominion of Nietzsche, was still there, looking even more angry, if that was possible. Men of the first file streamed through the double doors into the Garden of Life to protect Richard. "Close and bolt the doors," Richard ordered. The men rushed to do his bidding. Richard went to the altar and flipped the open box of Orden closed.
"You may have had your little success," Jagang said with a sneer, "but it means little. It changes nothing."
When he fell silent with a choking sound, Richard held up a hand. "Let him speak, Nietzsche." She brought the Emperor forward.
"The Imperial Order will still get in here and rip this place and all you miserable people apart," Jagang said. "They do not need me to pursue the just cause we fight for. The Order will cleanse mankind of the scourge of you selfish people. Our cause is not only moral but divine. The Creator is on our side. Our faith proves it."
"Truth has advocates who seek understanding," Richard said. "Corrupt ideas have miserable little fanatics who attempt to enforce their beliefs through intimidation and brutality, through faith. Savage force is faith's obedient servant. Violence on an apocalyptic scale can only be born of faith because reason, by its very nature, disarms senseless cruelty. Only faith thinks to justify it." Jagang's face went red.
We do the Creator's work. Devout devotion to the Creator is the only true and moral way of this life. Strict adherence to our pious duties will bring us salvation and everlasting life. It is the blood of non-believers like your people that lifts us to the side of the Creator himself.
Richard made a face. That doesn't even make sense.
You are a fool! Our faith alone proves us right. We alone will be rewarded in the afterlife for our reverence to him. We are his true children, and will live forever in his light.
Richard sighed as he shook his head. It's always been difficult for me to believe that a grown man could actually believe such nonsense. Jagang ground his teeth in fury.
Put me to your tortures. I accept your hatred of me because I have faithfully performed my duties to a greater good for mankind.
You will not serve some grand place on the stage of life, Nietzsche said. You will not be paraded in chains. You will not serve as a martyr or be venerated for a glorious death. You are irrelevant. You will simply die and be buried, and in that way no longer be able to threaten decent, innocent people. You are irrelevant to the future of mankind.
You must extract your revenge on me for all to see.
Richard leaned close to the man. There will be other problems, as there always are in life, but you will not be one of them. You will be yesterday's garbage, rotting back to dust, your life having meant nothing worthwhile. Jagang tried to lunge at Richard, but Nietzsche's control of him through the collar kept him back like a chained animal.
You arrogantly think you are better than us, but you are not. You too are but a miserable creature that the Creator placed in this vile world. You are no different than us, except that you refuse to repent and worship him. This is about hatred, that's all it is. It's just about you venting your hatred of the Order.
Richard rested the palm of his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Justice is not the exercise of hatred. It is the celebration of civilization.
You can't simply...
With a signal from Richard, Nietzsche opened a flow of her power into the collar. Jagang's black eyes opened wide as he felt death fill his empty soul. He toppled face first to the ground. Nietzsche gestured to several men of the first file. I'm sure that there are soon going to be a great many dead. Throw his corpse in the mass grave with the others of his kind. As simply as that, the Emperor of the Imperial Order was gone. As Richard had commanded, there was no grand end. There would be no celebration through violence and mutilation, no torture, no forced confessions of wrongdoing. Reasoned people understood the wrongdoing quite well enough. The threat to reasoned people was removed. That was all that mattered. Jagang's death was no more significant than that. Chapter 62. Without delay, Richard went to the stone altar where the boxes of Orden sat. He drew his sword. The distinct metallic ring filled the Garden of Life. "Richard," Zed said, in a rising tone of warning, "what do you think you're doing?" Richard ignored his grandfather. He instead gazed into Kalen's eyes. "Are you with me, Kalen?" She stepped to within a few paces of him. "I have always been with you, Richard. I love you, and I know you love me." Richard's eyes closed for a moment. He had no choice. He turned to the boxes of Orden and closed his eyes as he lifted the blade to touch his forehead. "Blade," he whispered, "be true this day." He brought the sword of truth down and drew it across the inside of his arm, letting blood run down until it dripped off the tip. He placed the blade on top of the box on the right, the one that Sister Ulyssia had opened. The blade turned as black as the box itself. He withdrew the blade, and it returned to its shiny state. He placed the sword on the box to the left. Again it turned as black as the underworld itself. He withdrew it,
letting it return to its normal state. Richard took a deep breath and then laid the flat of the blade on the center box. He thought about all the innocent people who simply wanted to live their lives. He thought about all those like Kara and the other Mord Sith who had been driven mad until they would serve a tyrant. He thought about Nietzsche, indoctrinated her whole life with hate, driven to a miserable life of sacrificing herself to twisted beliefs. He thought about Bruce, his left-wing man, who, when he saw strength without hate, was drawn to it. He thought about Denna. When he opened his eyes, the blade had turned white. The box beneath it was just as white. Gripping the hilt in both hands, Richard lifted the point of the sword of truth high over the white box, and with the killing thrust from the Dance with Death, drove it down, pinning the box to the altar. The Garden of Life went white. The entire world of life went white. Time stopped. In that moment, Richard stood in the center of a white world with nothing around him. He looked around, but there was no one there, and at the same time, everyone was there with him. Every individual in the world of life was there with him. He understood. This was, in many ways, the opposite of the last journey he had taken in this room when he went into the world of darkness, and in a way, every soul there had been with him. In this place, in this state, he had the conscious awareness of every living person. In this moment, in this place, they all waited for what the man who commanded the power of Orden would say, and what he would do. This was Orden, the power of life itself. Every person makes choices as to how they will live, Richard began. Evil does not exist independent of man. Men do evil by choice. Choice involves the requirement to think, even if ineffectually. The most basic choice you can make is to think or not to think. To let others do the thinking and tell you what to do, even if they tell you to do evil. Wise choices require more. They require rational thinking. Refusal to think rationally affords one the ability to maintain the illusion of knowledge, wisdom, even sanctity, while committing evil. If you follow the teaching of others who do your thinking for you, and who have you do evil, the innocent victims are harmed just the same as if you choose to harm them yourself. Dead is dead. Their life is over. Teachings that defy reason defy reality. What defies reality defies life. Defying life is embracing death. Celebrating faith over reason is merely a way of denying what is in favor of embracing any whim that strikes your fancy. The followers of the Fellowship of Order have decided how they wish to live their lives. If it stopped there, none of us who value our individual liberty would care how they choose to live. But they have made the choice, made a conscious choice, that they will not allow others to live their own lives as they wish. It is that choice, made of their own free will, which we cannot abide. We will not allow them to impose their evil choice on us. It ends here, now. I give them their wish for a world in which they can live as they have chosen. I grant them the thing they want most in life, the life they choose. I could condemn them to no worse fate. From this moment on, there are now two worlds, twins in most ways. This world will remain as it is. The power of Orden has just duplicated in many ways this world, giving them a world of their own. Their world will be theirs. They may not ever come to realize the foolishness of their choice, but they will certainly suffer for it. They will have the lives of misery they so fervently cling to. They will have the lives of suffering they piously embrace. They will have the lives of hopeless dread and fear they have chosen to impose on themselves by refusing to use their own minds to think rationally.
They have chosen to throw their lives into the cauldron of all-consuming hatred. I grant them their wish. It is the last time wishing will ever bring them anything. They will live out their existence wishing and hoping, endlessly lost in the darkness they have imposed on their own minds, in their own self-loathing. But they will never be able to harm us again. They believe that those who are free cause all of their hardship. They blame us for their woes. They attack us, saying we are the root of evil because we exist, because we are prosperous, because we are happy. They wish to destroy us, so that they may have the world be the way they wish it. Richard turned his attention to the followers of the order already in that other world, already at the other end of the gateway that was open. Those in his world could hear as well. I grant you your wish. You now have what you always claimed to want, a world in which your beliefs rule, a world without magic, without free men and free minds. You can believe as you wish, live as you wish. But you will not have us as the excuse for the misery you create for yourselves. You will not have us as an excuse to fuel your hate. You will be without any enemy but your miserable selves. Your world will be yours to rule as you see fit, to crumble around you as you wallow in your own hate. Your children, witness to the senseless cruelty of your willfully ignorant beliefs, will in time hopefully change your world for the better, will make their own adult lives worthwhile and joyful. But that will be entirely up to them. They will have to choose for themselves to use reason rather than force to deal with each other. Like anyone else, they will have to make choices as to how they will live their only life. This world will be ours. This will be a world without the teachings of the imperial order, without those who wish to use force to impose those beliefs on us, without those who would murder us for wanting to choose how to live our own lives. This world will be a world with all the imperfections and uncertainty of life, with all the consequences of poor choices, with all the hardships and failures that life presents. But it will be a world in which we have a chance to make what we will of our lives, a world in which our lives are our own and our achievements are our own, a world in which man can learn, create, accomplish, and keep the products of his mind and labors. This will be a world of liberty, a world in which people have the right to live their life as they wish, to believe as they wish, as long as they follow reasoned laws and do not use force to impose their will on others. Not everyone in this world will succeed, or be happy, or even understand how to make a moral life for themselves. For now, though, for those of us who are living, it will be a world without the followers of the order. This is a world of life. Life is what we make of it. We may fail, but for the time being we will have the freedom to succeed or to fail. How we honor that freedom will be up to each of us. Perhaps our children will throw all this away, wanting to sink back into the misery of faith, of wishing, of force. But that, too, will be the world they create anew for themselves. That will be their choice, their life. They, too, will have to suffer the consequences if they fail to mind the lessons learned through our struggle. That is their responsibility to themselves, to their own lives. But for now, for those of us actually alive, those of us who exist now, this will be a world where reason is free to allow us to live our lives, lives without the beliefs of the imperial order to blight us. Despite the harm those in that newly distant world have inflicted on us, I will not kill them. I don't need to kill them. My responsibility to myself and those I love is to remove the threat so that we may live. I have done that. Our revenge will be to live lives filled with love, laughter, and joy. We will turn our attention and precious lives to the meaningful matters of life, to those we love and care about, to our future. Those of you in the newly distant world can look forward to what you would have brought us, 1,000 years of darkness. I expect that you shall forever worship that to which you no longer will have any connection, or any possibility of a connection, that you will forever pray for an afterlife with the Creator in the spirit world, but you will be forever cut off from any world but your own. In that distant world, you will have your own lives, and after you die, you will be dead. Your spirits will no longer exist. Your souls will extinguish along with your lives. You will have your lives, and if you waste them by continuing to worship other worlds, wishing for invented visions of eternal salvation, wanting an escape from the reality of existence, you will reap only the emptiness of death after enduring lives unlived. You will have a chance at life. It will be up to you to value those precious lives or to cast them away for nothing. You wanted a new dawn of mankind. You wanted a world of life in which pining for other realms invented in your minds alone was the righteous cause of mankind. I grant you your wish. Now you must live with it. We will be free of you. Your world will be yours. You can never return to this world, for there will be no way back. Once this gateway closes, there will be no underworld for you as a conduit back, no other world for you but your own. There will be no means to get to this world and whatever worlds layer it. Those of us who remain behind will continue in our world as it has been, with whatever other realms have always existed around this world, the world of life. Your world will be surrounded by no other realms. It will be an island of life. Eternity will separate you from everything here. That means that you will be cut off from the underworld, the world of the dead. Your existence in your world is finite. You will have your lives, but when you die, your souls will cease to exist. You have only one existence in your world of life. If you continue to waste it, if you fail to use your minds to properly grasp the reality of your world, your singular existence, you will lose out on the priceless value of your only life. You have life. You now have your own world. You can never return to this one. You can never again harm us. I give you what you have wanted, a world without dragons, and without all that goes with magic. You will forever be left longing for what you no longer can have. I am sure that every new day will bring us challenges to overcome, but the beliefs of the order will not be one of them. As Nietzsche said, you are irrelevant. Chapter 63. In the pure white void, Jensen stepped into view. Tom was with her, his arm reassuringly resting around her shoulders. Anson, Owen, and Marilee were there as well. Except for Tom, they were all pristinely ungifted, pillars of creation. "Richard," Jensen said, "we want to go to that new world." A tear rolled down Richard's cheek. He knew that every one of those like her was listening, and they were all in agreement. "You all have every right to stay and live free here." "I know," she said for them all. "But you have taught me the value of life and of respecting the lives of others. This is a world with magic. We don't want our lives to be at the expense of this world, or of lives here whose existence depends on magic. We are pillars of creation. We need to grow and build to create our own world, a world without magic. This is your world. That distant world is ours." Richard cupped her cheek. "As much as I would want you to stay, I understand." More than understanding, he had known that they would want to go to that other world. Richard smiled at how beautiful she truly was, at how good a person she truly was.
I think you will find a safe home for yourself and your friends." "Do you think we will be safe, Lord Rahl?" Tom asked. "I mean, considering the nature of the people you sent to inhabit that distant world." Richard nodded. "Movements like the Order, which only degrades and destroys the lives of its believers, needs an enemy to divert attention from the profound misery it produces. A great demon gives them an excuse for their misery. Such an enemy, as we have been, is the glue that binds their flailing suffering together. Without the excuse of a powerful evil enemy to blame, their ideas, even if they burn out of control for 1,000 years, eventually collapse in on themselves. Simple tyranny usually rises up from those ashes to spring back to smoldering flame over and over throughout history in endless cycles of blaming people in the past. The pristinely ungifted will be far too small an enemy for the Order to be aware of, or to notice, or to blame. You will simply be too small and insignificant in numbers to be a worthy excuse." "We will be safe," Jensen said, answering the concern still in Richard's eyes. "Without an enemy like they had here to blame, to battle to conquer, the people of the Order will turn their hatred inward. They will prey on their own. We will see to it that we don't bring too much attention to ourselves. We will be fine." Richard nodded. "If you get in their way, in their sight, they will crush you. But I'm hoping that you and your people can find a place. Perhaps in the area there that is known as Bandakar here in this world. You can live your own lives there. I wish it were otherwise, but I know it must be this way." "I have sent the chain fire spell to that distant new world," he told her. "It will work its way through all the people there, erasing the memory of this world, of what you have left behind. I must leave it infected with the chimes to ensure that any magic carried into that distant world will be destroyed. Along with magic, memories of this place will be destroyed. I have no idea how the voids in the memories of people will be filled in, what they will eventually substitute for their real history, their real memories. Those created memories will, by definition, be more tenacious than the reality of what once was, of what was here. Those created memories will link together in the mind of man through the chain fire spell, becoming a common conviction, a shared certainty. Those beliefs will hold sway over future generations despite all else. Any memory of us will eventually be lost in that distant world. But I can't count on the chain fire spell and the contamination destroying all magic the way I believe it will. I simply can't count on those who will still have magic there for a time, not finding a way around it." Richard laid a hand on Jensen's shoulder. "You, and those like you, will be the insurance for the future of your world. Insurance that magic will forever be erased from existence in that world, from future generations. Once your descendants eventually touch everyone born, there will be no more magic in that distant world, even if some try to preserve it, secret it away for their own despotic ambitions. Time, and all those pillars of creation who are born, will spread your trait of having no spark of the gift, so that in the future, no one in that world can ever again be born with any spark of the gift. None will ever be able to bring back magic. But it will live on here. I know that you will remember me, Jensen, but I also know that after time, that memory, along with all of this world, all that was in it, will slip away and come to be nothing more than legend." Richard turned to Tom, the big, blond-headed Daharan. "You are not pristinely ungifted." Tom nodded. "I know, but I love Jensen and wish to be with her more than anything in life. Wherever we are together is wonderful, and we will have a wonderful life together.
I'm rather excited about the prospect of helping to build a world for us, a world where Jensen and all the other ungifted will not be different, but simply people. I ask, Lord Rahl, that you release me from service to you, so that I may devote my life to loving and protecting your sister, as well as our people there in our new world. Richard smiled as he clasped hands with the man. There is no need for me to release you, Tom. You have always served me by your own grace. I will be eternally thankful that you have made Jensen happy. Tom saluted with a fist to his heart, then, grinning, embraced Richard briefly. Owen, Anson, and Marilee, also grinning with the excitement of their lives ahead, clasped hands with Richard, thanking him for teaching them to embrace life. I love you, Jensen whispered as she gave him a tight hug. Thank you, Richard, for helping me love life. Even if I forget you, you will always be in my heart. As she stepped away, she and the others began to slip away into the white void of the gateway. All alone in the white void, Richard gripped the sword of truth to withdraw it from the box of Orden, to pull the key from the gateway. He could only think that even if everything had worked as he had planned, the one thing he had hoped for the most for himself had failed. The sterile field he had needed to allow the power of Orden to succeed had been tainted. Kaelin had known that he loved her. You are a rare person, Richard Rahl, came the most beautiful voice in the world. Richard turned to see her standing there before him. Her green eyes sparkled. She wore her special smile that she wore for no other. Richard stood frozen, one hand still gripping the sword so hard that he could feel the word truth pressing into his hand. Kaelin stepped close, slipping an arm around his neck. Richard, I love you. Richard circled an arm around her waist, his feelings overwhelming him. I don't understand. It wouldn't work if the sterile field was breached with foreknowledge. I was protected, she said with a crooked smile. Richard frowned. Protected? How? I had already fallen in love with you all over again. I didn't need a sterile field. I think that from the first moment I saw you in that cage as it rolled into the Order's camp, I started falling in love with you. In everything you did, you revealed just what kind of man you are. The man I fell in love with so long ago, the man I married in the Mud People's village. When you gave me that carving of spirit, it confirmed everything I had come to know all over again. Art reveals the artist's inner self. Art reveals a man's ideals, what he values. Anyone with that much reverence, that much passion for the nobility of the human spirit, could only be a man who shares my passion for life. Richard smiled as he felt a tear roll down his cheek. I went to the underworld to get the memories taken by the subtractive magic of chainfire. There I learned that the core of those memories could only be restored if you accepted them of your own free will. I put them into that carving. When you accepted it, you accepted everyone's memories. You broke the chainfire spell that had taken so much from so many. By being so willing to embrace all that is good, to value the beauty of life and hold it to your heart, you gave everyone back their memories. She gazed into his eyes for the longest moment. And then he kissed his wife, the woman he loved, the woman who meant everything to him, the woman who loved him, the woman he had gone to the underworld and back for. As he lost himself in that kiss, as her arms tightened around him, he pulled the sword of truth from the box of Orden, closing the gateway for all time. When Richard finally opened his eyes, the world had returned. Zed was standing nearby, watching them, grinning.
Zed, Richard said, blinking at all the others also there.
No need to apologize, my boy.
I wasn't apologizing. Zed gestured for them to continue.
Well, you have a right to kiss your wife after all this time. I always knew that you two belonged together for all time. I just wish it hadn't taken you so long to figure all this out.
Richard scowled at his grandfather. Sorry to have inconvenienced you. Maybe you should have taught me a little better in the beginning and it wouldn't have taken me so long.
Zed shrugged. I must have been a good teacher. You got it all right.
Richard, Nathan said as he stepped forward, do you realize what you have just done? Richard glanced around. Well, I believe so. You just fulfilled prophecy. Richard skeptically cocked his head at the prophet. What prophecy? The prophecy about the great void. Richard made a face. But I just saved us from the great void you warned us was the threat in prophecy. Nathan threw his arms up in excitement. No, don't you see? You just created a world where magic doesn't exist. That's why prophecy sees that other world as a void, because prophecy can't see into a world without magic. Prophecy was actually predicting what you would do. When you split the worlds, that was the fork in prophecy. The great void is prophecy's prediction of that other world. Richard sighed. If you say so, Nathan.
I don't understand something, Zed said. How did you know that the Sword of Truth was the key to opening the boxes of Orden? I mean, you knew that the Book of Counted Shadows couldn't be the real key, because Orden predated the existence of the Confessors. But Orden also predated the Sword of Truth. How could it be the key?
The sword protected my mind from the chainfire spell, because the boxes of Orden are the counter to the chainfire spell, and the Sword of Truth, or more correctly, the magic invested in it, is the key to the boxes, so it's part of Orden. That was the spark of insight that made me realize that the sword is the key. Because I was holding it when the sisters ignited the spell, it protected my memories of Kaelin, and the sword interrupted the ongoing effects of the spell for those who touched it. Zed planted his hands on his hips.
But the sword was created after Orden.
That was a trick.
A trick?
What better way to protect something of such profound power than with a trick, rather than a complex, extravagant construction of magic, like everyone thought of the Book of Counted Shadows? After all, a trick, if properly done, is magic, Richard smiled. You taught me that, remember? That's what the wizards back then did. The whole thing with the Book of Counted Shadows was a trick to disguise the real key, the Sword of Truth. The sword was invested with the magic to unlock Orden. The book was a ruse, a trick, to send everyone off track. The true key, the sword, has elements of magic that complete the constructed magic of Orden. The sword contains those necessary elements, magic invested in it by hundreds of wizards. The sword may have been created later, but the magic invested in it was the magic created by the same wizards who created Orden. It was right under everyone's nose all the time. That was the reason that the Sword of Truth has always been the responsibility of the first wizard. It was beyond priceless. You, Zed, were a proper caretaker for the sword. You found the right person for it, the right person to be the true seeker of truth. The reason it was so important to find the right person to be the seeker is because only that kind of person, with the love of life and empathy for others, would be able to turn the blade white. Only that person, when touching it to the correct box, could have turned the blade white. Only a true seeker of truth can use the Sword of Truth and thus the power of Orden. It's tied into the admonition at the beginning of the Book of Life that says, "Those who have come here to hate should leave now, for they only betray themselves. The sword of truth requires compassion to work. Hate will not turn the blade white, only compassion will. That is the final fail-safe for Orden. At the same time, it works this way in order to be the key to the boxes of Orden. You can't use hate to make Orden work. Hate is not a part of the solution. The Book of Life warns of that very thing. Once you grasp the concept, it's all pretty simple.
Yes, I can see how simple it is, Zed muttered to himself as he poked a finger through his thatch of unruly white hair to scratch his scalp.
Nathan snapped his fingers as he turned to Zed. Now I also understand that other prophecy.
Zed looked up. Which one?
Nathan leaned close. You remember, someday someone born not of this world will have to save it. Now it makes more sense.
Zed frowned. Not to me.
Nathan flicked a hand. Well, we'll have to work out the details later. Zed turned an intent look on Richard.
There are a lot of questions remaining, a lot to understand. As First Wizard, I need to know everything so I can tell if you got all the particulars correct. What if you made some sort of miscalculation in some aspect of it? We need to know if—
There was no time, Richard said, cutting him off. Sometimes one has only an instant to do something, and in such circumstances every eventuality can't be considered or addressed. In that cusp of opportunity, not every circumstance can be recognized, much less planned for or dealt with. Sometimes it's more important to seize the chance and do what you can, even knowing that it won't likely account for everything, every problem, than it is to do nothing. Only later can one go over the what-ifs and should-haves. I had to act. I did the very best I could before it was too late. Zed smiled and then gripped Richard's shoulder, giving it a jostle.
You did good, my boy. You did good.
Yes, he certainly did, Nietzsche said. They all turned to see her making her way down the path, a big smile on her face. I just checked. The army of the Imperial Order is gone from the Azrith Plain. There are a few men left, those like Bruce, who want the chance to live free to try to make something of their lives. A cheer went up from all those in the room at hearing confirmation that the vast army of the Imperial Order was gone. As soon as Nietzsche was close, Kaelin immediately embraced her. She finally pushed back and smiled knowingly at Nietzsche. Only someone who truly loves him would do all you did to get me back. You are more than a friend to us. Richard taught me that to love someone means that you sometimes are fulfilled the most by putting their deepest desires above your own. I won't deny loving him, Kaelin, but I still couldn't be happier for both of you. To see you both together and so much in love brings me profound joy. Nietzsche turned her attention to Richard. She was looking serious to the point of disquiet. I want to know how you could create a distant world on the other side of nowhere and send everyone there. Well, he began, I read in the books on Ordenic theory that the gateway that was created could bend magic around in a way to counter chain fire. That gave me an idea. He pulled the folded white cloth from his pocket. See here? A drop of ink fell here. Zed leaned in. So what? Richard unfolded the white cloth. Look, he said, pointing to the two spots on opposite sides of the cloth. When the cloth is folded, these two spots are touching. When you unfold it, they are on opposite ends of the cloth. The power of Orden is able to bend existence. In effect, Orden is the bend in existence that is able to undo chain fire and restore memory. So, in effect, I used Orden's power to create an impression of this world. Orden sent those people through the gateway to that other world that was actually right here in the same place. And then, when I pulled the sword back out of the box and closed off the gateway, That other world is now on the other side of existence, just like this spot that was once touching the original is now on the other side of the cloth. You mean, Zed said, deep in thought as he rubbed his chin, Orden created a gateway that momentarily joined the two places in order to allow those who wished a world without magic to step across, and then it separated the worlds forever. You're a quick study, Richard said, teasingly. Zed swatted Richard's shoulder. Richard took a few steps to lay a hand on Verna's shoulder. It was Warren who gave me the spark of the idea. It was he who first told me that the boxes of Orden were a gateway, a conduit through the underworld. I couldn't have done it without Warren. He helped us all with his knowledge. Verna, her eyes brimming with tears, rubbed Richard's back affectionately in appreciation. Richard lifted the amulet he wore around his neck, the one once worn by Wizard Baracus. This amulet illustrates the dance with death. It's about more than just fighting with the sword, or even about living life. This emblem also contains what I needed to go to the underworld, the world of the dead. This is part of what Baracus intended for me to understand. But this amulet also represents that final movement of the dance with death, the killing thrust that was needed to use the boxes of Orden. Kaelin circled her arm around his waist. You have done Wizard Baracus proud, Richard. You have done us all proud, Zed said. Nietzsche's blue eyes sparkled with her smile. He certainly has. Zed smiled in a manner Richard had not seen in a very long time. It was the old Zed, Richard's grandfather, advisor and friend. Zed spoke with quiet pride. What all those ancient wizards tried to do with the Great Barrier to the south, and what I, as first wizard, tried to do with the boundaries, you actually did, Richard. You eliminated the threat to prevent them from ever harming us again. But you left life for the future. All those children of those people will have a chance to learn from the mistakes of their parents, and possibly they will learn and grow and rise above hatred of others as a way of life. You have given them a world to live out their hatred of life, a world to take into 1,000 years of darkness, but you have also given future generations the chance for a rebirth of mankind there, who hopefully will embrace life and the nobility of the human spirit. You have given both worlds the gift of life, and you did it through strength without hate. Chapter 64. A balmy breeze lifted Jensen's red hair as she stared at the ornate letter R engraved on the silver handle of her knife. Thinking about your brother? Tom asked as he walked up to her, bringing her out of her memories. She smiled up at her husband, and she hugged him with one arm. Yes, but only good thoughts. I miss Lord Raoul, too. He pulled out his own knife to gaze at it. It was the twin of Jensen's. His had the same ornate letter R for the House of Raoul. Tom had spent the better portion of his young adult life as a member of the special forces that served covertly to protect the Lord Raoul. That was how he had earned the right to carry that knife. Jensen leaned a shoulder against the doorframe. It seems you only just got a Lord Raoul worth serving when you gave it all up to come here with me. You know, he said, smiling as he slipped his knife back in its sheath, I rather like my new life with my new wife. She hugged her arms around the bear of a man. You do you? She asked in a teasing way. I like my new name, too, he added. I'm finally used to it. You know, comfortable with it. When they married, Tom had taken her name, Raoul, so that they could carry it on in the new world. It seemed only fitting that the man who had given them their new life should be remembered in some fashion. In every other way, he was vanishing from memory. It was surprising to Jensen how so many people no longer even remembered the place they came from, their old world. It was just as Richard said. The chain fire spell was taking their memory, and those blank places were being rebuilt with new memories, new beliefs about who they were. Since the chain fire spell and the taint within it were both subtractive magic, it had affected even the pristinely ungifted, so even they were continuing to lose track of who and what they had been. For the most part, magic had become no more than superstition. Wizards and sorceresses were even less important. They had become no more than tales told around campfires to scare people for a good laugh. Dragons were becoming only folklore. In this world there were no dragons. Any who possessed magic were fading away. Their ability was dying out, smothered by the taint from the chimes. Day by day they became more powerless. Eventually they would merely be old hags living by themselves in swampy places and considered crazy by most folk. Any trace of the gift that survived, if not withered away by the taint of the chimes they'd brought with them into their world, would eventually be completely eliminated by descendants of the pristinely ungifted. It would be only a matter of generations before there was no trace of the gift left in mankind, just the way the Order had once said they wanted it. Everyone was concerned with more important things now. Their lives now revolved around the hard work of survival, when there was no one who accomplished anything worthwhile. People had forgotten how to do things, how to create things. Even what had once seemed the most common of things, such as construction methods, was being lost. The people here never knew how to create. They had depended on others to build and create. It would take future generations to discover them all over again. Those from the old life, those who created, who invented, who made life easier for everyone, and who were the object of such hatred, were not in this world to help make life better. The people left, for the most part, were left to eke out an existence as best they could. For most, living in such a dark age, sickness and death were their constant companion. As they had in the world they had been banished from, they turned to superstition, and a grim fatalistic acceptance of the misery of life and its accompanying devotion to their faith. It seemed that everywhere Tom and Jensen traveled to trade for supplies, they saw churches going up as the hope for mankind's salvation from misery. Men of God traveled the countryside to spread the word and demand devotion to him. Jensen and her people kept mostly to themselves, enjoying the fruits of their own labor and the simple joy of being left alone by tyrants and brutes. Some of them, though, had started keeping the symbols of the religious beliefs pressed on them. It seemed easier for them to go along than to question, to accept pre-packaged beliefs than to think for themselves. Jensen knew that their world was going to be one that sank into a very dark age, but she also knew that within that dark world, she and those with her could carve out their own small place of happiness, joy, and laughter. The rest of the world was too busy suffering to bother with the remote area of a few quiet people. Some of the pristinely ungifted, though, as their memories of the old world vanished, had left to go out among the cities and far-off places. Unknowingly, they carried the pristinely ungifted trait. It would continue to spread to the far corners of the world. "How is the garden coming?" she asked Tom, as he knocked mud off his boots. He scratched his head of blonde hair as he grinned. "Things are coming up, Jen. Can you believe it? I'm growing things. Me, Tom Rall. I'm finding it more than agreeable. And I think the sow is going to have her litter any time now. I tell you, Betty is beside herself. The way her tail is wagging, I have the feeling that she thinks the piglets are going to be hers." Betty, Jensen's brown goat loved her new home. She got to be near Tom and Jensen all the time, and she could rule the roost. Betty had a couple of horses she was in love with, a mule she tolerated, and chickens that were beneath her. She would soon have her own kids. Tom leaned his shoulders back against the wall and folded his arms as he gazed out appreciatively at the beautiful spring countryside. "I think we'll do just fine, Jen." She rose up on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "Good, because I'm going to have a baby." He looked thunderstruck for a moment. Then he leaped in the air with a wild hoot. "You are? Jensen, that's wonderful! We're bringing a new little Rawl into the new world." "Really?" Jensen laughed, nodding at his enthusiasm. She wished that Richard and Kaylin knew, that they could come visit once she eventually had her baby. But Richard and Kaylin were in another world. She had come to love the broad sunlit fields, the trees, the beautiful mountains beyond, and the cozy house they had built. It was home, a home filled with love and life. She wished that her mother could see her place in the world. She wished Richard and Kaylin could see her new home, the place Tom and she had built out of nothing. She knew how proud Richard would be. Jensen knew that Richard was real, but to the rest of her friends in the new world, Richard and all that he embodied, all that he represented, everything they once had known, was passing into the shrouded realm of legend and myth. Chapter 65. Kaylin stopped every step, it seemed, to greet people. She rose up on her toes to gaze out over the crowd, trying to see people she was looking for, people she was excited about seeing again. It seemed like the entire world was assembled in the expansive corridors of the People's Palace. She couldn't ever recall seeing so many people come out for anything. But then this was a special event, something no one had ever seen before. No one wanted to miss it. The world was a different place. With so many people devoted to hatred vanished out of this world and into their own, there was a rebirth, it seemed, of spirit. With fewer people to produce by the toil of labor, the need for food and other goods had spurred labor-saving innovation and inventions. Every day she heard of accomplishments, of new things being developed. The opportunities for individuals to create and prosper were no longer restrained. It seemed the world was in flower. Kaylin stopped when someone caught her arm. She turned to see Jillian with her grandfather. Kaylin hugged the girl tightly and told her grandfather what a brave young woman she had been, and how she had helped to save them all by casting dreams. Her grandfather beamed with pride. Kaylin was besieged by people all wanting to take her hand, to tell her how beautiful she looked, to ask if she and Richard were well. The crowd seemed to float her along. It was a delight to see such celebration, such joy and goodwill come together like this. Several members of the crypt staff stopped her to express their excitement at being invited. She hugged one of the women to stop her from talking. Since Richard had unleashed the power of Orden and grown them their tongues back, Kaylin didn't think any of the crypt staff had stopped talking. Kaylin spotted Nathan strolling through the hallway. His full head of straight white hair hung to broad shoulders, holding a blue velvet cape over a ruffled white shirt. He was wearing an elegant sword at his hip. He said that it made him look dashing. He had an attractive woman on each arm, so she guessed that it worked. Kaylin hoped that Richard was as ruggedly handsome wearing his sword when he was 1,000 years old. She waved at Nathan across a sea of people. He pointed to signify that he would see her with Richard. She headed in that direction. When she spotted Verna, Kaylin caught the prelate's arm. "Verna, you came!" Verna smiled like the sunshine. "I wouldn't think of missing such a thing." "How is life at the Wizard's Keep? Are your sisters happy there?" Verna's smile widened. "Kaylin, I can't begin to tell you.
We've found a few new gifted boys. They've come to join us, and we've been teaching them. It's so much different than before, so much better. It's all so new and exciting with a first wizard to help. Seeing such young boys coming to know their gift is wondrous. And life with Zed at the keep? Zed has never seemed so happy. With a keep full of people, you would think he would be grumpy, but I tell you, Kalen, the man has come alive. He's like a child himself again, to have Chase and Emma living there now with all their children and the boys learning their gift. The place is full of life again. Kalen was getting choked up just hearing about it. That sounds wonderful, Verna. When are you coming for a visit? Everyone wants to see you and Richard again. Zed has seen to it that people have come in to repair the damage to the Confessor's palace. It's looking majestic again. It's ready for you to come back to visit your home whenever you wish. You won't believe all the staff who have returned and are hoping you and Richard will spend some time there. It was such a joy for Kalen to know that so many people were sincere in their desire to have her around. She had grown up a confessor, a woman feared by all. Now, because of Richard and all that had happened, she was loved as herself and as the mother confessor. Soon, Verna, soon. Richard has been talking about wanting to get out. The palace is driving him nuts. He is surrounded by marble, and the man wants to go look at trees. Verna kissed Kalen's cheek before Kalen started on her way again. She had gone only a short distance when the square-jawed Captain Zimmer saw her and tapped his fist to his chest in salute. "Have any ears to show me, Captain?" He smiled knowingly. "Sorry, Mother Confessor. Haven't needed to collect any lately, thanks to you and Lord Rahl." She gave his shoulder a squeeze as she moved on. She finally spotted Richard through the crowd. He turned to look at her, almost as if he could sense her presence. She didn't doubt that he could. The sight of him, as it always did, made her weak with joy. He looked magnificent in his black war wizard outfit, fitting attire for the occasion. When she reached him, and he circled an arm gently around her waist, drawing her close to kiss her, the rest of the world, the thousands of people, most of them no doubt watching, vanished from her mind. "I love you," he whispered in her ear. "You are the most beautiful woman here." "I don't know, Lord Rahl," she said with a playful smile. "Some more might show up. Better not judge too quickly." Richard saw Victor Casella, with his wolfish grin, tap his fist to his heart in salute. Richard, smiling at the blacksmith, returned the salute in kind. Kalen spotted Zed then. She threw her arms around the old man. "Zed!
Don't squeeze the life out of me."
She pulled back, gripping his arms.
"I'm so glad you came."
His grin was infectious.
"Wouldn't miss it for the world, dear one."
"Are you enjoying yourself? Have you had anything to eat?"
"I would be enjoying it more if Richard would leave me be so I could sample a few of the delightful-looking treats."
Richard made a face. "Zed, the kitchen staff run when they see you."
"Well, if they don't like to cook, they shouldn't have become cooks."
Kalen felt someone grab her hand.
"Rachel!"
She bent and hugged the girl.
"How are you?"
"Wonderful! Zed has been teaching me to draw when he's not eating." Kalen laughed. "Do you like living at the keep?" Rachel beamed. "It's the most fun ever. I have brothers and sisters and friends, and Chase and Emma, of course. I think Chase really likes being a keep warden." "I bet he does," Richard said. "And someday," Rachel added, "we may move to Tamarang to live in the castle. But Zed says that I'm a long way from ready for that." Rachel had been born with royal blood that carried the ability to draw spells in the sacred caves. She was technically the Queen of Tamarang. Someday she was going to make a grand queen and draw wonderful things. "Zed," Kalen said, "have you seen Addie?" "Yes," Zed smiled to himself.
Friedrich Gilder makes her happy. If ever there was a woman who deserved to find happiness, I think it's Addie. Lucky for her, she traveled to the keep back when the palace was under siege and ran into Friedrich. The two of them just seemed to hit it off. Now that Aidendrill is back full of life, Friedrich has more work gilding than he can handle. I can hardly get him to do any work for us at the keep."
"And you're all right?" Kalen asked. His brows lifted.
"Well, I will be when you and Richard come and stay for a while."
He shook a finger at Richard.
"I tell you, Richard, sometimes I feel like you've gone off to the underworld to live at the Temple of the Winds."
Richard leveled an even look at his grandfather. "The Temple of the Winds isn't in the underworld."
"Of course it is. It was banished there during—"
"I brought it back." Zed stiffened.
"What?"
Richard nodded with the slightest smile. "When I went to the underworld, before I opened the power of Orden, I did a few little things. While the gateway of Orden was open, I was able to put the temple back where it belongs, in this world. It was designed, created, and built by the mind of man. The things in it were the creations of the mind of man. It belongs to man. I brought it back to those of us who value such genius." Zed still hadn't blinked.
"But it's dangerous."
"I know. I made sure that for now no one but me can get in. I figured that when you're not busy, you and I can go visit it. It's quite a remarkable place, actually. In the Hall of Sky, the ceiling of stone is like a window showing the sky across its surface. It's so beautiful. I'd love to be the one to show you a place that no one else has seen in 3,000 years. Zed's jaw was hanging. He held up a finger.
"Richard, did you do anything else while the Gateway of Orden was open?"
Richard shrugged. "A few things."
"Like what?"
"Well, for one thing, I fixed it so that red fruit in the Midlands is no longer poison, just like I promised you I would a long time ago."
"What else?"
"Well, Oh, look, it's time to start. I have to go. We'll talk later." Zed's brow drew down.
"You had better believe we will."
Taking Kalen's hand, Richard ascended the steps to the platform of the devotion square. Egan and Ulick stood with their hands casually clasped, waiting for the Lord Ral. Richard took his place, Kalen at his side. The crowd spread out through the vast hallway, quieted. When Kalen finally saw her coming, she smiled so broadly that it made her cheeks hurt. The crowd parted along the seemingly endless red carpet for the couple approaching the platform. The escorts followed in a long trail. Kara, looking positively radiant, ascended the steps with Benjamin at her side, holding his arm. He looked magnificent in his dress uniform. Benjamin was now General Meifert, commander of the first file at the People's Palace. Kara, like all the Mord Sith following behind, was wearing her white leather. With Benjamin's dark uniform, they made a stunning couple. In a way, it reminded Kalen of her in her white confessor's dress, and Richard in his black war wizard outfit. Nietzsche, as beautiful as ever, smiled as she stood among the Mord Sith to represent Kara as her official witness. "Are you ready?" Richard asked. Kara and Benjamin nodded. Too giddy to answer, Kalen thought. Richard leaned down a little, fixing Benjamin in his raptor glare. "Ben, don't you ever hurt her, do you hear me?" "Lord Ral, I don't think I could hurt her if I wanted to." "You know what I mean." Benjamin smiled broadly. "I know what you mean, Lord Ral." "Good," Richard said with a smile as he straightened. "But I can still hurt him if I want, right?" Kara asked. Richard lifted an eyebrow. "No." Kara grinned. Richard looked out over the silent crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to be a part of something wonderful, the start of the life of Kara and Benjamin Meifert together.
They both have proven themselves to be the finest examples of the kind of people we all hope to be. Strong, wise, loyal to those they care about, and willing to overcome everything to embrace the highest values we have, life. They wish to share that life with each other. Richard's voice broke just a bit. No one in this room is more proud of that or them than I am. Kara, Benjamin, both of you are bound not by these words spoken before us all, but by your own hearts. These are simple words, but in simple things there is great power. Kaelin recognized the words from her own wedding. She thought that he could offer no greater respect for them than to use some of those same words for Kara and Benjamin. Richard cleared his throat and paused for a moment to compose himself. Kara, will you have Benjamin as your husband, and will you love and honor him for all time? I will, Kara said in a clear voice that carried over the crowd. Benjamin, Kaelin said, will you have Kara as your wife, and will you love and honor her for all time? I will, he said in an equally clear voice. Then before your friends and loved ones, your people, Richard said, you are now wedded for all time. Kara and Benjamin came together in an embrace, kissing as the Mord Sith behind them cried, and the crowd went wild. When the noise finally died down and the kiss finally ended, Richard held out a hand, inviting them to come and stand beside him and Kaelin. Berdine was still crying tears of joy on Nida's shoulder. Kaelin saw that Rika, tears brimming, wore a pink ribbon in her hair that Nietzsche had given her. Richard stood tall and proud as he looked out over all the faces watching him. If Kaelin didn't see all the thousands gathered, she would have thought the halls were empty, it was that quiet. Richard spoke then, in a voice that all could hear. To exist in this vast universe for a speck of time is the great gift of life. Our tiny sliver of time is our gift of life. It is our only life. The universe will go on, indifferent to our brief existence. But while we are here, we touch not just part of that vastness, but also the lives around us. Life is the gift each of us has been given. Each life is our own and no one else's. It is precious beyond all counting. It is the greatest value we can have. Cherish it for what it truly is. Kara put her arms around his neck. Thank you, Richard, for everything. It is my great honor, Kara, he said as he hugged her. Oh, by the way, Kara whispered in his ear, Shota stopped to see me just a little while ago. She wanted me to give you a message. Really? What message? She said that if you ever come back to Agaden Reach, she will kill you. Richard pulled back in surprise. Really? She said that? Kara nodded, grinning. But she was smiling when she said it. And then the bell calling people to devotion rang. Before anyone could move, Richard again spoke. There will be no more devotions. None of you have to kneel before me or anyone else. Your life is yours alone. Rise up and live it. End of Confessor, The Sword of Truth, Book 11, by Terry Goodkind.